Right in the heart of the city, there was a massive construction site with a giant crane towering high above the skyline. They were building the tallest skyscraper in town, a sight that felt like a miracle for everyone, especially the younger crowd. When the construction workers showed up for work in the morning, he noticed once again how everything had been scattered around. As usual, kids had snuck onto the site and messed things up while no adults were watching. No matter how many times they were told to stay away, the kids kept sneaking in and leaving a mess. The worker complained to his boss, who was way too stingy, suggesting he should either hire another guard or at least set up some security cameras. A crushed Coke can rolled under his boot. He kicked it aside, grumbling that he hadn't signed up to be a janitor. If the boss wanted the place spotless, then he better pay extra for that. Frustrated, he kicked the can even harder this time, and it clattered loudly as it rolled across the floor. The can finally stopped, right against the heel of a woman's elegant shoe. Silence filled the room again, while the worker muttered under his breath. He hadn't expected to see anything like that, and shock washed over him. A part of him even felt afraid. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the corner of the room lay a young woman, her hands tied, her body covered with layers of newspapers. He realized instantly she was dead, and hurried to report it to the authorities. The shocking news spread quickly. Early that morning, a body had been discovered at a downtown construction site. Finn listened carefully to the morning broadcast, not even looking surprised. Reporters revealed the victim was 20-year-old Sharon Russo, who had been reported missing by her family the night before. Her coworkers kept asking Finn if she was okay. They noticed she had barely touched her food. Was she slipping into another trance again? It happened to her often, so no one at the office was really shocked. Finn just kept listening intently to the news, ignoring her coworkers' questions. The report mentioned the injuries sustained by the victim. The motives remained unknown. The entire site was sealed off, and the police urged locals to avoid the area. This was the third case of its kind in the city this year, raising suspicions that a serial killer might be on the loose. The girls at the office were stunned. That meant the city wasn't safe anymore. One of them whispered that the news was downright terrifying. They were horrified by the cruelty of the murder and wondered where such hatred and brutality in people could possibly come from. Probably from a rough childhood and bad upbringing, they concluded. The thought of becoming a random victim was terrifying. It could happen to any girl, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The investigation was ongoing, detectives working around the clock to collect evidence and track suspects. Authorities reminded the public to stay alert and to call in with any information. The girls agreed it was time to stop walking alone. They'd have to look out for each other. They turned to Finn, asking if she agreed. But Finn didn't answer a word. From the outside, it looked as if none of this fazed her at all. Her coworkers whispered to each other that Finn was probably daydreaming again. She often seemed completely lost in her own thoughts. Finn, however, had no doubts. It was him. But why did the other girls notice a faint smile flicker across her face? Yes, it was a smile, but not one of pleasure. It was more like a nervous reaction to the fear gripping every girl in the city. The workday dragged on, but the only topic anyone could talk about was the shocking news that had spread across town. By noon, work felt endless and exhausting. Still, they had no choice but to keep going, though the mood was heavy. Even her recent promotion felt meaningless. It didn't ease the tension at all. It was as if she could be fired any minute, but deep inside, she didn't even care. She was surprised to notice that some people showed up earlier than usual today. And once again, she was alone. Finn knew the others were gossiping about her behind her back, but she couldn't care less. She wasn't interested in talking to anyone. As always, she started her morning by checking the news, wondering if the killer had been caught yet. Another crime documentary, one coworker thought, rolling her eyes. She wanted to suggest Finn should really find a new hobby. But Finn wasn't interested in anything else right now. She had no hobbies, nothing that brought her joy. A coworker asked why she still hadn't found a boyfriend. When Finn replied that she wasn't interested, the woman just pretended to understand. That same coworker didn't usually meddle in people's business, but maybe it was time for Finn to find a new pastime, because her obsession with crime was pushing people away. 2 years at the office, and she still hadn't made a single friend. Finn considered this coworker her friend, but in reality she had no choice. After all, the woman was her manager. Finn was surprised at first, wondering if the manager really meant it. But she was just joking. No need to take her words so seriously. Sure, they were friends, but her boss was too busy to hang out anyway. The manager was simply trying to say that Finn should try new things in life, blend in a little more with the people around her. Why had Finn never thought about dating someone? Was there really no one at the office she liked? For the first time, the manager wanted to have a real, honest conversation with Finn. She was kind-hearted and always tried to give good advice. She even asked what Finn thought about blind dates, offering to set one up for her. Finn respected her boss, though at times she found her a little annoying. The manager then called out to Isaac, reminding him he had forgotten to fill out some paperwork. She leaned toward Finn and whispered for her to notice the guy standing off in the distance. That was Isaac Evans. Very handsome, but not exactly invested in his job. He always expected others to cover for him while he socialized. Still, he was friendly with everyone. Sure, he joked around too much, but those papers had to be sent today. The manager even teased Finn, asking if she'd like to be more like him. She admitted he was attractive, but she had never been interested in talking to him. She simply ignored him. Hard to believe he was the office rookie. He had instantly become a favorite among his colleagues. Everyone quickly noticed he was left-handed. That little detail made him stand out, and people found it fascinating. Some even whispered that he was a psychopath. But the manager disagreed, saying it wasn't fair to label people without really knowing them. Still, psychopathic charm worked exactly like that, captivating people, then manipulating them for personal gain. The manager gave some advice, saying you gotta accept the fact that good guys really do exist, and you shouldn't judge everyone by your own standards. Finn Lewis. Maybe that's exactly why people kept their distance from her. She'd say something unnecessary, and later others just felt uncomfortable around her. Now it got interesting to hear what people actually thought of her. At first, she came across as someone easy to like. But over time, those positive traits started to fade. She let everything go in one ear and out the other. The workday was officially over, but some folks stayed behind to wrap things up. The manager thought everyone did a great job, but reminded them not to forget to clock out. She didn't want to come back to the office on her day off just to deal with stamps. Everyone knew how much she loved her job. She practically lived there. Coworkers wished the girl a nice rest, but she still reminded them not to be late for work on Monday. By the way, the manager decided to apologize for the sudden schedule change. Starting next month and until it ended, Finn would be working the night shift. The manager knew Finn usually went home alone, but now things were different. She asked if Finn was scared of that. Finn had worked late before, so it didn't scare her. The manager was relieved. Outsourcing business processes was unpredictable, and luckily her contract had flexible hours. Otherwise, it was always up to the higher-ups. Finn never liked whining. She really was fine. The manager knew she was almost the perfect employee, never arguing about being overworked by the company. If she hated her position so much, why hadn't she quit already? But bills don't pay themselves, so she had to keep working hard. Late in the evening, Finn hurried home, but the thought of being vulnerable really scared her. She just couldn't understand why people were so obsessed with finding the one, as if it was the end of the world if they didn't. Why even live to old age, constantly worrying about loneliness? Sometimes that was the best thing you could wish for at the end of life. The streets were crowded with people rushing home. Some of them had partners waiting for them, ready to spend a nice evening together after work. Finn decided she was better off walking her path alone. But deep down, sometimes she did feel a little sad. Still, it was better than forced conversations with someone else when all she wanted was to gather her thoughts and rest after a long day. She kept walking, but stopped for a few minutes, lost in thought, to rethink the manager's words. She looked at her reflection in the glass and remembered the advice, that she should try to be more like that office guy, Isaac. Finn kept staring at her reflection. She noticed how sad her face looked and wanted to see a smile there. But when she tried to smile, it just wouldn't come out. So she thought about helping herself with her hands. She figured nothing bad would happen if she tried to force herself to smile with her hands. As she leaned closer to the glass, she suddenly realized someone was standing on the other side, watching her strange movements with interest. When she looked closer, she saw that the person was actually familiar, and it didn't even surprise her. It was Isaac Evans, the so-called office psychopath who tried to talk to everyone like he'd known them his whole life. Isaac knew right away it was her, so he called out, but she pretended not to hear and completely ignored him. She quickly stepped away from the window, deciding to just keep walking home without answering. By the time the guy came out of the building, Finn was already far ahead. She had hurried away fast. Without thinking much, the guy decided to follow her, but she picked up her pace. The road ahead got tougher. She had to pass through areas with barely any people. And with the kind of news going around the city, folks were too scared to walk alone in deserted places. From shocking murders to sudden robberies, there was enough lawlessness to give a whole nation chills. Finn popped her earbuds in and decided to listen to a podcast about criminal cases that dragged listeners into the darkest corners of the underworld. They invited people to join their program, uncovering motives, methods, and the madness behind infamous cases. You had to listen carefully, imagine yourself in those situations, and fully dive into the stories. Sadly, in today's world, women face the widest range of dangers, and one of the most common problems was stalking. Stalkers weren't funny at all. These creepy men were willing to pay any price just to terrorize their victims, forcing them to live in anxiety for years. What made stalkers truly terrifying were their methods: tracking with cameras, GPS devices, or relentless chasing that bordered on obsession. It was crucial to know what signs to watch for, to stop them in time. When Finn got out of the subway, her house was just a short walk away, but the street was completely empty. It was already really late. Streetlights were lit only every other pole, leaving patches of darkness. Even Finn felt a little uneasy. As she walked, never looking back, she could feel someone following her. She knew she had to pick up her pace to figure out if she was really being followed. She also knew she couldn't look back. It might tip off the stalker that she was aware of him. Carefully, Finn opened her bag to pull out something she could use to defend herself. Without making sudden moves, she grabbed her pepper spray and held it tight in her hand. She had to be ready. Her pursuer could catch up fast. When she realized the stalker was already right behind her, she stopped, turned, and aimed the spray straight at his face. But she never got to use it, because standing in front of her was Isaac, who had been following her almost the entire way. Holding the spray at him, Finn demanded to know why he just wouldn't leave her alone. But he didn't bother asking her permission to walk her home. The guy stopped just in case, so she wouldn't accidentally spray the pepper spray. She knew perfectly well that if she sprayed it directly in his eyes, it would hit him hard. Isaac didn't get it. Could she really be serious about using pepper spray, even though she knew exactly who he was, since they worked in the same office? He still hadn't answered her question, so she didn't understand why he was following her. Earlier, she had mentioned hearing loud music and noise through the wall. He guessed it was just a misunderstanding. He lived nearby, so he was walking the same way as Finn. But she didn't believe him. It seemed like he was lying. She didn't see anything funny about it, but she wondered why she had never run into him in this area before. He had just moved here recently, and this road led straight to his place. Plus, he'd never met her here before, and had no idea she lived in this neighborhood. Finally, everything became clear. Her coworker turned out to be her new neighbor. It turned out they didn't just live in the same building, but literally next door to each other. An incredible coincidence that amazed them both. Working together in the same office, they never even guessed they lived so close. Apparently, because of her night shifts, she had never run into him before. So Finn asked when he had moved into this apartment. Those boxes by the door were his, but why hadn't he brought them inside yet? Isaac had moved a few weeks ago, and the boxes were empty, though he still had plenty to unpack and organize. He apologized for the mess in the hallway, promising to clean it the next day. She said it was fine. They didn't bother her. She asked just out of curiosity. But what was happening was incredibly surprising. Finn got curious about what he meant and wanted to hear his explanation. Isaac decided to ask her a strange question, but she shouldn't be scared. And she didn't have to answer. He was just curious about her thoughts. He'd never thought about this before, since it hadn't happened to him. But today, pondering it, he wanted to know if she believed in fate. It felt really strange for her to talk to a guy in an empty hallway, especially answering such odd questions. She hadn't thought about it before, but it really did feel like fate. They hadn't interacted at the office at all, but got to know each other near their building. Sometimes she caught herself feeling like the universe was trying to send her an important message. Just the odds of them even working together were ridiculously low. He was more than sure he had spotted her a few times in this area. Later, something completely unexpected happened. Their apartments were on the same floor, which was almost impossible to imagine. He was skeptical about stuff like this, but maybe there had been too many coincidences between them lately. Finn was also impressed, but didn't want to focus on it too much. After all, anything could happen, even in a big city. Recent events, though rare, were happening often enough to notice. She didn't know why, but she started feeling nervous, constantly twirling a small piece of her hair. These things have deep meaning for people who constantly think about them. To be honest, abstract ideas weren't really her thing. These episodes were either caused by various factors or just random chance, and there were really only two explanations. He tried to understand her, but Finn was saying strong things that were hard to grasp at first. Quite a conclusion, but hard to argue with. It made sense logically. Finn decided to end the conversation. She was exhausted and wanted to go to sleep. She said again, congrats on his new place. He thanked her, really enjoying the chat, happy to have such a nice neighbor. He wished her a good night and headed to his apartment. Just as she was about to open her door, Isaac called her again. Seemed like he wanted to say something more. As coworkers said, he really loved to talk, and she already understood that perfectly. She paused, curious what other thought had popped into his head, wanting to hear her opinion. Then she noticed he had known her name from the very start, but never emphasized it. It seemed like he knew everything about her, even her age, birthday, and that she had been working at the company for 2 years without missing a day. Practically a perfect person, rarely made mistakes, never joined team-building events. She had never attended parties, didn't drink or smoke, yet he liked that about her. Finn didn't understand what was happening, but he kept talking about her. He said he knew she had few friends and spent most of her time alone. Loved watching documentaries about crimes, especially ones with psychopaths. He talked about her as if he had been observing her entire life, making a documentary about her. He hoped it didn't sound too creepy. Everyone in the department had heard rumors about her, so he figured it was better than asking coworkers directly. After getting her address, he guessed it and found out her neighboring apartment was vacant. That's why he didn't want to lose the chance. It felt like everything was lining up perfectly. That's the feeling overwhelming him now. And what if it really was the work of cosmic forces, fate itself? Though he forgot that Finn didn't believe in it. He thought she might find this romantic, but was glad to hear otherwise. After figuring this out, he went straight to the place. The guy finally admitted he was here just for her. Isaac had said so much about her, but nothing about himself. Finn knew almost nothing about him and hadn't been curious enough to ask coworkers either. Was he stalking her, gathering all this info with intense curiosity and following her? He smiled. Maybe that's what it would be called now, though he didn't care. He just wanted to get closer, not hurt her. At first, he just wanted to be friends, hoping it would work out. When he first saw her at the office, he thought he could build a relationship. But honestly, it took him a long time to gather courage to talk to her. By the way, was she aware of the latest news about the serial killer? It was dangerous to walk alone on dark streets right now. Could it be that he directly confirmed her words, Finn thought? But Isaac figured it wasn't a bad idea to go home together. After all, they both had night shifts. She was about to open her apartment door, but he was patiently waiting for a positive response to his friendship offer. She, however, didn't think it was necessary. Not wanting to answer, she quickly opened the door and was about to step inside. When he didn't hear a response from Finn, he seemed disappointed, but he didn't insist. Finn wished her neighbor sweet dreams, said it was nice talking to him, and that she'd see him tomorrow at the office. When she called him by name, he was surprised. She knew his name too, but didn't want to admit it right away. Could it be that she knew everything about him but didn't want to emphasize it? Something about this felt strange to him, though he didn't yet know what. He smiled, thinking it was a clever tease on her part. She made it clear that he didn't know much about her, and nobody would tell him. Teased, joked, without even raising an eyebrow, he thought, realizing his neighbor wasn't an ordinary girl. Once the door closed, she exhaled in relief and leaned against it. Surprisingly, he did the same on the other side. They didn't even realize they were standing back to back with only the door between them. Finn thought he was a psychopath, and Isaac thought the same about her. News about the psychopath was on everyone's lips, so she decided to look up everything known about these cases. It seemed as if it had happened far outside the city, where there weren't many people. The perfect place for a crime. The victim had no idea these were her last moments, which felt like the happiest for her. Everything seemed like a fairy tale, and the psychopath always said things that captivated the victim, leaving no room to suspect anything horrifying. His gentle smile seemed enchanting, while the cheerful mask hid terrible intentions. Unaware, the victim was alone with the criminal. In such a situation, nothing could stop him from carrying out his disgraceful plan. This could happen to any girl who didn't want to be alone and tried to arrange her personal life. Apparently, they claimed the maniac was the same psychopath and had a particular disorder. Usually, they show empathy and remorse for their actions. Wasn't it obvious that they were dealing with a serial killer who had already claimed 3 lives? Not every thug has such a disorder. Plus, not all mentally ill people are heartless, though combined types are common. Their criminal calculated everything, which is why he hadn't been caught yet. How law enforcement generally caught such scoundrels who made no mistakes. According to some theories, maybe the killer wanted attention or to convey something, while others thought it was just fun for him. Whatever the motives, the fact of multiple victims couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, the city's atmosphere would be tense. She paused the video, but her thoughts were a mess. Could it be that the psychopath was among people by day, committing his heinous crimes by night? The video was very long, and Finn was so tired that she fell asleep without even realizing it. When she woke up and looked at the clock, she realized she had slept long and deeply, oversleeping. She needed to get up quickly, as she hadn't expected to oversleep. Even in a hurry, she decided to sit at her computer. She did this every morning and didn't want to break her routine. She immediately opened the crime news, curious about the investigation details of the maniac's murders. It seemed her thoughts matched the experts. This meant she understood the investigator's psychology and tried to figure out the psychopath's psychology. It was confirmed that all the victims were killed by the same person. The crimes were executed differently, but shared some identical details. She wondered if the police would manage to find the culprit and punish him with the full severity of the law. Everything she wanted to know, she couldn't find through a regular computer search, so she'd have to investigate elsewhere. They guessed they would meet again soon, so she'd have to figure out everything she got curious about. The workday at the office was coming to an end. Although there wasn't much work left, everyone was exhausted and ready to head home. But Finn had the evening shift today, so her workday was only just beginning. For now, her workspace was empty, even though she should have been there already. Usually, she arrived a few minutes early to prepare everything before the shift started. The manager was already waiting for her, wondering why Finn was late today. Was this something new or a sign of the apocalypse approaching? It meant she no longer had to pay bills and could enjoy the remaining days. Isaac had already arrived at the office. Raising his hand, he wanted to greet the manager, who was standing by Finn's empty desk, lost in thought. The manager was surprised. Had she missed the moment when she started communicating with him as an equal? The guy smiled and immediately guessed that she was in a bad mood. The manager noticed that he was in a great mood, unlike her. Had something happened that even a night shift couldn't upset him? He seemed to be radiating happiness today. If he wished, he could share his pleasant moments with the manager. Isaac asked if she wasn't here. The manager didn't understand at first, but then realized he meant Finn. She probably hadn't yet gotten used to her new office schedule, hence the delay. Strange that she hadn't heard from her yet. Usually, Finn didn't skip work without notifying the manager in advance. Isaac's expression changed dramatically. He was surprised. Could something have happened, causing her delay? The guy even swore, saying maybe it was his fault. The manager asked what he meant. What could he have done? He didn't want to explain further, so he quickly decided to leave the office, not even listening to her until the end. Outside, it was almost dusk. The sun was setting behind the horizon, and the sky was covered with thick clouds. Isaac left the office building, worried about Finn. He didn't know where to go. The manager followed him out, deciding to light a cigarette. It seemed like it would help calm her concern a bit. She decided to ask Isaac what they had done together last Friday. He replied that Finn's home was practically next to his new apartment. They were now neighbors. The manager was surprised. Could he really have meant that seriously? She thought Finn liked him, but she didn't expect him to act so boldly. He swore it wasn't intentional. It was just a silly coincidence. But the manager held hope because otherwise it would be very suspicious. She didn't want to think that he resembled a stalker. Isaac agreed the manager was right. It did sound strange. He probably scared her badly. He had taken it too seriously. He asked the manager if she knew that Finn was obsessed with psychopaths. That's why he acted like her new neighbor stalker, just to see her reaction. He thought it was going very well, but she just stood there with a blank stare. She didn't flinch. Casually, she entered the building password as if he wasn't even there. Perhaps Finn realized he was pretending. It seemed so, as the manager immediately noted she was a clever girl. The manager believed that was why she hadn't come to the office today. Didn't he think she'd only return for that reason? Apparently, their opinions about this girl were different. She was sure Finn just rolled her eyes, thinking him a loser or something similar, though the manager herself was a bit quirky. Now, thinking about it, the manager realized that Finn probably already considered him a psycho. His foolish idea only reinforced that status. He didn't understand why the manager laughed at him. Why hadn't she told him earlier? The manager stopped him from saying too much. Was his whole psychopath act actually real? Had he not even pretended a bit to seem normal? But he didn't think of that, though doubts crept in. Maybe the manager thought he had made it all up. Why did he decide that? Was he really an idiot or a complete scoundrel? The manager even got angry at him as he hadn't thought through the game he'd invented. What was wrong with him? The manager wondered, thinking he had long stopped joking foolishly. Luckily, she hadn't called the police in response to his ridiculous antics. He didn't argue and agreed. Finn hadn't called anywhere yet, so everything was fine. After all, it was just an innocent prank. The girl didn't think the prank was innocent or the guy hopeless. She felt foolish, thinking they suited each other well. And perhaps it was partly her fault, believing Finn liked him. The guy was a little embarrassed, and probably for good reason. He really wanted to explain everything and apologize to Finn. He hoped the manager would agree to help. But she refused, believing he was on his own now. He had a chance and he lost it. She no longer wanted to be a mediator in their interactions, so she refused him help. Isaac genuinely regretted his actions, and he said it seriously. The manager thought that after such an act, Finn probably didn't even want to see him. She wished him luck and advised him not to prank anyone again. Amid the crowd on the street, Isaac seemed to spot Finn. It really was her, thank God, and he felt a huge sense of relief. Judging by her appearance, she didn't look disappointed at all, and she was dressed incredibly beautifully. Still, the manager thought he behaved like a complete animal. No wonder Finn didn't want to talk to him. It was simpler for him to give up. The guy again didn't listen to her fully and decided to follow Finn. He had a plan on how to apologize to her properly. The manager wanted to know what he planned to do, but the guy raised his hand and shouted that he would follow her advice. That is, not give up. She had just canceled all her weekend plans anyway because the weather was supposed to be bad. She realized she simply didn't feel safe. She couldn't blame him, as the news scared her too. It was curious. What was the police even doing? They needed to stop this as soon as possible. In any case, she suggested going to a new ramen cafe that opened nearby. She arranged the meeting, finished her conversation, and continued walking through the crowd, unaware that Isaac was following behind her again. When she entered the building, she went to the elevator and called it. Just a little longer. It was almost at the first floor. When the elevator arrived and the doors opened, she quickly tried to get inside. As she took her first step into the elevator, she didn't even notice Isaac catching up. She calmly pressed the door close button, but hadn't yet selected the floor she needed. As the doors were almost closing, she noticed a hand trying to hold them open. When the doors opened again, she saw Isaac standing opposite her, hurrying toward the elevator as well. The guy entered the elevator but was breathing heavily, having almost run the entire way to catch up with Finn. He couldn't say a word because he was trying to steady his breathing. After calming down a bit and catching his breath, he finally greeted her. Finn wasn't even surprised to see Isaac by the elevator. She looked calm, as if the situation had happened many times before. She greeted him back. Isaac wanted to talk to her, but couldn't bring himself to start the conversation. The girl thought he had run out of energy as he looked concerned. Isaac noticed she was in a hurry and wanted to know where she was going. He apologized for breathing so hard and not being able to talk properly, but he had rushed because he wanted to catch up with her. Finn wondered why he was chasing her. Did he want something from her? The guy gathered courage and asked her to calmly listen about last Friday. He was very embarrassed about his behavior and everything he had said to her. It was all untrue, just a fabrication. Finn asked if it was a made-up story about stalking. He explained that he hadn't intentionally moved closer to her. It was just a strange coincidence. After the pepper spray incident and learning they were neighbors, he thought it would be funny to pretend to be her stalker. It was a very foolish and thoughtless act, and he genuinely regretted it. All the information he knew about her came from their colleagues, and he hadn't lied about her popularity in the office. He fully understood that Finn had every right to be upset or not talk to him at all, but he hoped she at least didn't hold a grudge. Finally, he dared to suggest they start over and be real friends. Was he pretending? Finn wondered. She understood his intentions, but didn't want to end the game. It was very frustrating, but she was intrigued. She found it fascinating that she had a psychopathic neighbor and potential stalker with whom she played cat-and-mouse games. She thought her life could turn into a thriller movie, which upset her greatly. Well, although it was upsetting, she had to return to the real world. Isaac looked at her, waiting for her response. He didn't understand why she hadn't reacted at all when she heard the truth from him. He needed to think of what to say next and plan ahead to continue this game in reality. Not knowing what to do next, Finn just laughed, calling it a great joke from the guy. She was also amused by his stunned face, which seemed to understand nothing of what was happening. She decided to apologize as well for saying strange things and probably scaring him a bit. Now she understood why he liked it. The pranks were really funny. A great joke, pretending to be a stalker, and she actually believed him. He was genuinely unusual. She hoped they were now even, so no one needed to prank back. She smiled and said it was nice to meet the real guy from the office, Isaac. The elevator doors opened and she stepped out, not wanting to say goodbye, knowing they would see each other again. Isaac didn't hesitate and followed her, still looking a little odd but wanting to talk more. He called out to her, asking her to wait, but she walked on without even turning her head. He actually wanted to be closer to her because he really liked her. He knew a cafe with the best pastries and coffee, and if she didn't like sweets, they could go somewhere else. He promised they would definitely return before the break ended, so maybe she wouldn't refuse to have lunch together. Is he really going to treat me? She thought. Isaac wanted her to order whatever she liked. Finn loved sweets and thought an overbreak wouldn't hurt anyone. Would she agree to go on an overbreak with him after he had pranked her so absurdly? Why had he stopped? She hadn't refused to go for a snack together. It was noticeable that her smile didn't change at all. Was she really unaffected by his antics? She walked ahead and Isaac followed behind her again, almost as if stalking her. He didn't understand why he always acted so strangely around Finn. Looking at her, he realized he really liked this girl, which probably made him constantly awkward and behave oddly. She was unusually beautiful and didn't act like everyone else. Her behavior stood out from her office colleagues, and she didn't like gossiping. Finn was the girl he had been searching for a long time. He would do everything not to lose his chance and stay close to her. Over coffee, the manager and Finn were discussing their personal matters. The girl mentioned that Isaac had invited her to lunch. The manager was surprised. Had he really dared to do that? She considered him very persistent, understanding that he had no intention of stopping. Finn reacted very calmly to the lunch invitation, as they were simply going to eat at a cafe. That can't be, said the manager. Could she really be planning to have lunch with Isaac? Finn didn't see anything unusual and had already agreed to the meeting. The manager thought she should wait and consider it carefully, as this guy was unusual. Not like the others. Besides, she barely knew him and needed to get to know him better. Wasn't this her idea from the start? Finn wondered. What had happened for the manager to change her mind? The manager had insisted too much about dating, but Finn didn't need to take it too seriously or rush things. Finn was beginning to build a relationship with this guy, just as their manager had wanted, but now it contradicted her intentions. Finn had long suspected that the manager was making plans regarding these people's personal lives, constantly nudging them toward each other. Isaac knew some very personal things about Finn, but most of the information had only been shared with the manager. So the girl assumed he had learned it all from her. But as a manager, she couldn't just give out information about her employees to anyone who asked. Doing so could seriously compromise her safety, even if she had violated protocol. She advised the manager to be more independent, otherwise she could get into trouble with the higher-ups. The manager sincerely apologized to the girl. She felt awful and admitted she had been wrong. It had been a big misunderstanding, as she had known Isaac for a long time from a previous job. The manager hadn't thought about bringing them together, but then the guy started showing interest in Finn, and the idea came to her mind. She believed Finn and Isaac had a lot in common and seemed like a very good match. Finn recalled that Isaac had asked colleagues for information about her and considered her very popular. Could it be that he was eccentric only with colleagues but sincere in his feelings for her? By the way, he had become known for his ridiculous sense of humor, but the manager thought he had outgrown it. Now, Finn probably knew he was still a bit of a fool. He had told her about the terrible prank he played on her, and for that she considered him a total jerk. That was why the manager asked her to cancel the meeting. Finn thought nothing serious had happened, so she didn't want to refuse the meeting. Besides, she was curious to see how he would behave when they were alone. After everything, she still decided to meet him? The manager was surprised, but Finn thought the guy was just trying to be friendly, and there was nothing unusual about it. Besides, it was just lunch, so there was no need to worry. Nothing bad would happen. It seemed the stupid prank had actually worked. But why did Finn take it so lightly? Which even raised some suspicion. Finn headed to the cafe to meet Isaac, as they had agreed in advance. When she entered the place, the guy had been waiting for her for a while and was very happy she had dared to come. Isaac gathered courage and placed the order without involving her. He thought she would like his choice of treats. Finn really enjoyed the food and didn't argue with his menu choices. There were so many treats that she didn't know what to eat next. This is truly food of the gods, Finn thought. When the guy looked at her and smiled, it annoyed her because she didn't understand what was so funny. Isaac found her adorable right at that moment, as if she had been transformed by the bite of the pastry. Moreover, for someone who supposedly liked sweets, the order was worthy. He enjoyed treating Finn, especially since she liked the treats. The girl wondered if he was concerned about the bill and suggested splitting it. The guy agreed without hesitation. When he looked at her with such curiosity, she didn't like it. A look like that could ruin her appetite. The guy understood her hint. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable. He was simply happy to be able to talk with her calmly. Looking at him, Finn realized that he seemed completely normal right now, the exact opposite of what she had heard about him. She thought people still held the same opinions, but she couldn't say it was entirely untrue. She herself wasn't the most social person around. Her manager said she was very unusual, which made others uneasy. Finding friends had never been easy for her. Perhaps it was because she had completely different interests. She wasn't upset about it, just unwilling to invest more effort than it was worth. The guy fully understood where she was coming from and supported her, despite considering her special among everyone. Before their meeting, he had been in similar situations as she was. It's very hard when others view the world differently. People judged those who didn't fit their ideas of normal life. If only they took the time to try to understand why someone does what they do. He wanted to tell her he didn't think she was weird at all. She was wonderful, just as she really was. That's why he liked her so much and was curious about her personality. She felt very pleased to hear kind words addressed to her, especially since she had never heard anything like that before. Does he usually lure his victims with sweet words, not real sympathy, and things like that? Was he targeting lonely women, using his looks to gain trust, and then waiting for them to relax? His handsome face also worked to his advantage. He used the vulnerability of his targets, and when they finally let their guard down, he would strike. Had his perfect plan been discovered, but she wasn't the kind of girl who would be impressed by such kindness? Isaac listened carefully to her and couldn't understand. Was she joking so shamelessly, since such words couldn't be true? Then he wondered why she behaved as if she were interrogating him. It was even funny that she had considered him a psycho before their communication even began. And right now, she was convinced he was the serial killer reported on the news. He understood she had no intention of being polite with people. He thought they understood each other. If he wasn't mistaken, they had already said that ignorance is at the root of all superstitions. That's what he thought. Probably the impression she gave to others was very different from her true self. The girl wondered whether this charming and restless Isaac, with whom she had been talking, was the real him, or if he was just pretending to be someone else. The real Isaac might enjoy scaring people with his disgusting jokes. If he could pull off a ridiculous prank and sleep peacefully at night, it was scary to imagine what else he might be capable of. What else could he be lying about? No one knew. Perhaps he really was a cold-blooded killer. After all, he had heard that, judging by the knife wounds on the victims' bodies, the serial killer was left-handed. Just like him. But Isaac had already apologized and thought it wasn't important to bring it up again. She couldn't just walk around the neighborhood calling people psychopaths and serial killers without proof. That could lead to serious trouble. But the girl decided to suspect everyone until they gave her a reason not to. Psychopaths were remarkable because they blended in with the crowd and seemed completely ordinary. By the time he noticed something was wrong, it could be too late. He wished she would wait a moment. He thought she had misunderstood him. He agreed that the girl was being cautious, but then why was she sitting here with him? Had she stopped thinking of him as a psycho? If he were a real killer, he wouldn't want people to see them like this. Besides, she didn't have many friends, which would automatically make him the prime suspect. Listening to him, Finn realized he wasn't as foolish as he had pretended to be at first. She agreed, and that was fair. But that didn't mean he wasn't a psychopath. Isaac realized that the girl had probably already decided he was guilty in any case. But he wanted to know why she was so fixated on the idea that he was a psycho. The girl wanted to think carefully before answering, wanting him to understand her correctly. Perhaps it was because she really wanted to meet one of them on her path. He didn't understand why she needed this. Was it to confirm some suspicions she had been curious about for a long time? Was it worth putting herself in danger for her whims, since it could end differently than she imagined? Finn didn't want to explain too much. She still believed he wouldn't understand her. It turned out that if he wasn't who she thought he was, their communication would end. The girl thought so. She had no reason to keep talking to him except that she considered him a psychopath, and that fascinated her. The guy felt she was leaving him no chance. Nothing else about him attracted her. Maybe they could at least be friends. Even after all these silly talks and rudeness toward him, it didn't matter to him, as long as she was nearby. And that was all that truly mattered to him. It's his choice, Finn thought, and he can do what he thinks is necessary. But she didn't understand exactly what he wanted from her. The evening in the city was simply mesmerizing. people returning from work tended to their homes and then prepared for sleep. The streets were full of cars moving very slowly, creating huge traffic jams. It was already late evening. They needed to hurry to get home on time. Oh, damn, Isaac thought. We might make it, but we need to rush a lot. Finn was very calm, thinking everything was fine. They weren't at risk of being fired for taking a break. She really liked the night city. She felt it was a completely different world, shining with bright lights. The city felt carefree and quiet. She even wanted to take a walk alone, as it gave her a chance to gather her thoughts and rest after work. Finn was initially upset about having to work the night shift, but then thought that working at night wasn't so bad. The night shift completely fit her lifestyle, so it didn't cause extra trouble. Isaac noticed a change in her expression. She looked upset and deep in thought. He asked if she was okay and why she had stopped, since they needed to hurry. Now they had to go back, although they didn't want to, but it was necessary. She didn't understand why, but she couldn't take her eyes off him. He called her name, but she couldn't respond. It seemed her speech was gone. The girl looked at Isaac with a frightened gaze, as if she feared him. Could it be that he didn't inspire trust in her? Even after their pleasant conversation at the cafe? He wanted to understand why she had stopped and wasn't moving forward. He tried to urge her, but she seemed completely lost in thought. They stood apart from each other, as if wary of something. Something strange was happening between them, but neither of them understood what exactly. They couldn't believe it, since Monday was supposed to be a calm day, yet they were overloaded with work. This meant they might have to work overtime today. The employee hoped that his girlfriend wouldn't mind postponing their date. They weren't thrilled about this work either, but since they were a team, they had to work together to finish faster. The girl smiled, thinking that the manager could try to be at least a little more optimistic. It would help lift their spirits a bit. The manager didn't know what Finn wanted to hear from her. She had been at this job long enough to understand how things worked. The guys were talking about things they didn't even know, but they definitely ate pizza. Finn didn't want to listen to idle chatter since it distracted her from work. They all seemed strange, and none of them wanted to work, so they were busy with anything but the tasks at hand. The manager went out to make an announcement to the employees and wanted everyone to listen. She suggested finishing the queue by 11 and she would treat everyone to pizza. In response, they said she was the best manager. They would definitely meet the deadline and still get to enjoy some delicious food. So everyone immediately started working, but it seemed only Finn was unaffected by the manager's announcement. She kept thinking about personal matters. When the girl sat at her desk holding her head, the employees asked what was wrong and if she was feeling okay. But when she raised her head, it was noticeable that blood was running from her nose. The manager was very scared and suggested she immediately go to the nurse. Someone needed to help her get to the doctor's office. One of the employees offered to help, but the girl refused, saying she could reach the doctor herself. Isaac didn't want to be pushy, so he told her to be careful. If she felt unwell again, she should immediately find a place to sit. To avoid disturbing anyone and distracting them from work, the girl tried to leave the office as quickly as possible. The guy really wanted to help Finn, but he didn't understand why she refused. Going alone in that condition was very dangerous. Finn reached the clinic, but there were many corridors, so she needed to decide immediately which direction to go. At such a late hour, the clinic had no one around, making it feel like a scene from a horror movie. She didn't understand why the hospital had to be so far away, why it wasn't nearby, especially with so many office buildings around. This frustrated her, since coffee shops were on every corner, yet reaching the hospital was so difficult. Not knowing where to go, she decided to ask someone, but it was hard since there were almost no people around. The place was so quiet that her footsteps echoed throughout the hospital. It sounded as if she were walking barefoot on water, with a rustle as if she wasn't lifting her feet. Her heavy breaths could even be heard, loud and eerie. Childhood scenes came to mind. Creepy memories frightened her, but she was still curious. Without fully understanding her state, she wanted to calm down and focus on more important details. It seemed she was walking barefoot on cold water. The water was so clear that she could see her reflection. In the reflection, she appeared as a little girl and she wanted to touch it. Leaning down, she tried to touch the cold water, but it seemed something was holding her as if embracing her. Isaac wanted to support her, as he wasn't coincidentally near her. As always, he walked behind her, as if following her. Finn seemed to wake up and return to reality. She heard Isaac's voice and didn't understand how he appeared in her subconscious. The guy apologized, but it seemed to him that the girl felt unwell, as she looked like she was about to faint. He asked how she was feeling, since it was immediately noticeable that she was exhausted and overwhelmed. When the girl regained consciousness, she couldn't understand why this guy was near her again. Had he not given up on the idea of following her? And was he continuing his clumsy joke? Her condition was unsatisfactory, so she needed to go to the hospital to make sure her health wasn't at risk. She had a slightly elevated body temperature, but her condition was still normal. The doctor asked how often she experienced nosebleeds along with headaches. Finn didn't even know. It was the first time in a long while this had happened. After examining her, the doctor noticed that her blood pressure was slightly elevated. When the doctor asked if Finn had any idea why her blood pressure had risen, the girl thought for a moment, as she had no thoughts on the matter. Perhaps she had been working too much lately. But until today, Finn hadn't worked longer than necessary. Recently, however, she had been having trouble sleeping. Maybe this was connected to her health condition. She wondered what the cause might be, perhaps marathon sessions of documentaries, but she had been doing that for a long time. The doctor asked if Finn had felt stress or anxiety recently, or if she had any relationship problems. Finn turned her head and looked at Isaac, who was patiently waiting for the doctor to finish the examination. The doctor asked because sometimes stress and anxiety can cause high blood pressure, which in turn can lead to nosebleeds. These were isolated cases, but it would be better to avoid anything that could cause stress for now. However, if it happened again, she should consult a specialist. The doctor suggested Finn leave work early, and the manager didn't object. She decided to send her home while the team would take care of the remaining tasks. Someone needed to give her a ride home. The manager was slightly worried that Finn might try to go by herself. Isaac wanted to support her and take her home, but he needed someone to cover him at work. The manager angrily told the guy to shut up, feeling the whole situation was happening because of him. But he didn't understand how he was at fault. Perhaps it was because he was foolish and his actions seemed similar. Yet, recently, she continued to see him. Could it be that he was just trying to find an excuse to leave work early? Why did memories of Noah appear again when Isaac was near her? Maybe it was a sign, and he was somehow closer than she thought. Isaac continued insisting on helping her, wanting a chance to make amends. She had a strange feeling but thought it was time to leave. Her condition hadn't improved, so she needed to get home and lie down. The office wasn't far from her home, but she still had to wait for transportation, as she couldn't walk in her current state. The subway was almost empty, but a few passengers still passed by, also returning late from work. Some people say a person's personality is shaped by childhood memories, carried into adulthood. If that's true, what significance did her memories have for her now? Were they making her think she needed to change something in her life? The problem was that she didn't fully remember her past. Some fragments were missing from her main memories. They waited for the subway in silence for a while, but Isaac dared to ask if she was truly satisfied with everything. Accompanying her home, being a potential killer in her mind, didn't that worry her at all? Finn guessed he was joking, but still didn't think he would do anything illegal in such a crowded place. Moreover, she only agreed for him to accompany her to the subway station. She would go home on her own. That was fair, of course, but it was just his pitiful attempt to cheer her up, as she had been so silent the whole time. Finn noticed that cheering someone up wasn't his strong suit, and he didn't do it very well. The guy smiled, still thinking she was smart even when she was sick. There was an announcement at the station. The train would arrive soon, so it was time to go. A warning told people to stay back from the platform edge and allow passengers to exit before boarding. Finn should go now. Before leaving, she thanked him for his help and wished him a good night. But Isaac didn't want to let her go. Grabbing her hand, he asked her to wait a little longer. He truly felt sorry for his actions, not wanting to ruin the relationship, which was already fragile. He wasn't sure how to act around her now so as not to appear despicable in her eyes. He didn't intend to cross boundaries or complicate things. He genuinely worried about her, but every time he offered help, it still looked foolish. Isaac knew that sometimes it was very hard for him to express his sincerity, so it came off as strange. But now he wasn't joking at all. He spoke sincerely. He was genuinely concerned for her health, feeling guilty. This time it was the truth. He hoped his feelings would reach her. He asked her to take care of herself and get some proper rest. If his sincerity remained a mystery, it would reflect poorly on him. The subway doors were closing, so Finn needed to hurry. The doors closed. She stood by the window, looking at him. She wasn't fully sure of his sincerity, but it was clear he was very worried. Isaac really wanted her to change her opinion of him, to see him as a normal guy with feelings for her. He still stood on the platform, waiting for the train to depart, not taking his eyes off her. She waved at him as the train left the platform. She moved forward while her persistent companion stayed behind. Standing on the platform, he still worried about her condition, wondering if she could get home safely. He wondered how she could trust her instincts about others. Finn hadn't even noticed she was holding something, then remembered that Isaac had placed something in her hand. When she opened her palm, she saw an omamori with Japanese kanji meaning protection. Morning came very quickly. She didn't even realize how fast the night had passed. The sun rose over the horizon, shining brightly through the window. The morning was warm and sunny. Although it was still early, her phone had already received a lot of messages. Then she remembered to wish Mrs. J a happy birthday. She also wanted to check how she was doing and whether Scott had been assigned a new case. Finn hadn't seen Mrs. J for a long time. Mrs. J mentioned that Scott was currently working on a serial killer case. She seemed curious, maybe she wanted to know something, but Finn decided it would be better to visit her on the way. She really wanted to learn more about the serial killer case, as the story intrigued her greatly. If she visited Mrs. J, he probably wouldn't mind, Finn thought. Besides, it would look like she had simply decided to drop by chance. At the police station, the morning started very early. The staff had long been at their desks, but there was no work spirit among them. A man walked confidently down the empty corridor, hurrying with important matters. There was a lot of work, but the serial killer case was barely progressing. He was very angry because persistent reporters were once again trying to get any information about the killer. They constantly complicated the police's work. Someone had stolen his strawberry juice from the fridge again, which made him furious. He swore that if he found the thief, he would destroy them. The employees smiled, seemingly amused by the fact that the great detective Scott Lee had given an angry lecture. Did he really think someone had leaked information to the journalists? The detective didn't care. It didn't matter to him. But now the scoundrel knew the police were looking for him, and catching him would be even harder. Scott didn't understand why he had been assigned this case, but his colleagues considered him the best detective for a case worthy of his skills. By the way, this morning, materials from another precinct arrived and were already on the detective's desk, and someone else had also come to see him. When Scott entered his office, he saw Finn, who had taken papers from his desk without permission and was examining them. He became angry, thinking she was overstepping, as access to those files was forbidden. She had to put them back immediately. The detective asked why she had come. Didn't she have work to do? What was she snooping around for? The girl explained that she worked night shifts, so she had the whole day free. The detective didn't understand who thought it was a good idea to put a girl like her on night duty. He considered it foolish. He was curious how she got into the station and who let her in, since he had clearly stated that no outsiders were allowed, especially her. The staff were surprised when Scott called Finn an outsider, as he treated her almost like his daughter. But the detective thought that although he had almost raised her, she was still too young to be his child. The detective asked the girl to leave the station. Why did she keep coming here? Didn't she have her own business to attend to? But the girl had brought him something. She thought it might be appropriate now. Detective Scott agreed to talk to her, but only for a few minutes, after which she had to promise to leave the station. Finn agreed and stayed. The detective didn't want her to come unannounced, so she had to always call him before visiting, or simply send a text message notifying him of her visit. Finn didn't like this rule, since she already knew in advance that the detective would tell her not to come. Of course, Scott agreed, as he considered the station not a playground. They dealt with crimes here. He advised her to spend time with peers and enjoy carefree youth. Maybe go to a bar, sing karaoke, or do other activities young people do. Finn wasn't interested in such fun. Moreover, she had no friends. The detective wasn't surprised because he knew her character well. Could it be that she really liked being at the station while many would trade places with her? Every day they dealt with scoundrels ruining society. Young people couldn't imagine how lucky they were, yet they only complained. Finn didn't consider herself a child, so enough of treating her like one. She was an adult and came to the station because she felt safe only there. Scott paused briefly from his moralizing, ready to listen to the girl. Although she considered herself a burden to Scott, she didn't understand why he always sent her away. Did she annoy him so much that he didn't want to see her? Not at all. He was just very busy. Although Finn wanted to be a burden to him, if he didn't want to see her anymore, she would understand perfectly. The detective interpreted her words as manipulation. That didn't work on him anymore. And she knew it. The girl thought she shouldn't come here anymore, and the conversation could end. Just the thought brought tears to her eyes. The detective noticed Finn's strange expression and asked why she looked that way. Was she about to cry again? Unable to resist her pressure, the detective agreed to listen. He suggested she could come whenever she wanted, but only when no supervisors were present. He wondered if Finn had come to the station just for this, or if there was something she wanted to know personally. She had to answer honestly. Maybe something had happened, but she didn't know how to tell him. Finn heard that he had been assigned the serial killer case. The detective immediately stood up from his chair, and his guess was confirmed. She hadn't come here for him. He couldn't believe he had fallen for it, and he was curious about what she had said. But that question no longer mattered. He guessed who might have leaked the information. Were people really that bad at keeping secrets, even his colleagues? Could it have been Noah? Finn cautiously said the name so no one else would hear. He couldn't reveal anything. It was part of an ongoing investigation. He thought the young girl didn't need that information. But he could say one thing, they still didn't know anything. He wondered why she thought of him. It was very curious. Lately, the killer was being mentioned on every news channel, and Noah seemed to have disappeared. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was him, which was why she had been sleeping poorly. Due to poor sleep and night shifts, the girl felt exhausted and tired. She was curious about Scott's opinion on the likelihood that Noah was the serial killer. The detective approached Finn, asking what was going on, as he thought it all belonged to the past. Why did she think of him again, as she had discussed with her doctor before? He asked if she was still taking her pills. Finn had stopped taking them last year. Her doctor said they were no longer needed. She had to hear that Noah had been released from prison 6 years ago. Part of his sentence included a ban on any contact with her even after release. Whoever the serial killer was, he would catch him. There was no need to worry. She just needed to be careful and try not to be alone. The detective thought Finn wasn't in the best shape to work today. Why not give her a day off and he could take her home? The detective reached into his pocket but couldn't find his keys. This made him very irritated, as he always lost them. He was so annoyed that he couldn't remember if he had even taken the keys with him. Scott constantly told Finn to forget about everything, but she wasn't very successful. The detective also began to worry every time the topic came up. Finn was already about to leave the station, so she wanted to take her purse from the table. She asked the detective if everything was okay. It wasn't too late yet, so she could get home by subway. Scott wanted her to wait for him in the car. He'd be there in 3 minutes. No need to worry about her. He needed to catch the criminal. And the girl believed the detective would manage. She wished him luck and a good day. No need. She could get home herself. Scott offered to pick her up after work and asked what time she finished. He suggested adjusting her work schedule, as it was dangerous to return home alone in the dark. By the way, she wouldn't be going home alone anymore because she had a new neighbor, also her colleague. His name was Isaac, and she mentioned it because she considered him a total psycho. If something happened to her, at least someone would know where to find the criminal. The detective suggested she try to get along with him. Was she starting this again? You can't suspect everyone. You don't throw words like that around. It was completely abnormal, because if she suspected everyone, she would never make friends or communicate freely with them. The detective noticed Finn's shoelaces were untied, so he suggested she pay attention to it. But then he decided to do it himself, as he had been used to doing it for her since early childhood. Finn thought that maybe she shouldn't have come here at all. It was selfish and intrusive of her. Her whole life, she had only stressed him out, adding him troubles. She knew perfectly well he had his own work, but she still couldn't resist warning him about her suspicions. She simply couldn't talk to anyone the way she could with Detective Scott, but she should have stopped long ago. She just couldn't burden him with her problems anymore, so she decided not to come to the station again. But she wanted him to know that she had really come to see him. She didn't intend to disturb him, but the news had shaken her, and that's when her paranoia flared up. She knew the detective had a huge pile of cases, so there was no need to worry about her. She was confident everything would be fine. He didn't need to fuss over her. She could manage on her own. But she wouldn't mind if he decided to check on her, just so he wouldn't think he had to babysit her. Finn was already too mature, so such functions should be switched off in his subconscious. Finn was grateful to him for everything he had done. Without his help, anything could have happened to her. The detective smiled. He could see how grown up she had become. She looked quite neat. Perhaps today was a special day. Isaac dared to visit Finn, but he wasn't sure if she would be happy to see him. He stood at the door of her apartment, knocking, but no one opened. She had probably already left, he thought, but he didn't hurry away. At that moment, he regretted not taking her phone number. He could have called to see how she was doing. The woman took an item that was lying on the detective's desk. She saw Finn throw it out of her bag. It seemed to her that Finn did it on purpose. The girl looked quite concerned, so she asked what the detective had said to her again. He considered himself a heartbreaker, but had rejected the girl who was interested in him. Detective Scott couldn't understand why she was so interested in this. Didn't she know that curious people sometimes get hurt? Shouldn't she be indifferent since they were talking about Finn? As her guardian, he clearly couldn't handle the role properly. The detective was surprised because Finn literally came to him and said she no longer needed a nanny, assuring him she was already mature and independent. Perhaps she was just trying to present herself well so he would finally see her as an adult, not a child. The detective thought the girl read too many romance novels, but how long could he pretend not to notice? Finn probably had feelings for him, and he could no longer ignore it. He needed to be honest with her. Scott thought it was better to leave things as they were. Sooner or later, she would outgrow it. Finn was confused, which was understandable. She barely interacted with anyone. Her father was abusive, and her only friend turned out to be a cruel killer. Her relationships with men had never gone well. She didn't truly know love or tenderness until her aunt took her in, and they quickly became very close. Perhaps because her aunt gave Finn what she lacked, maternal affection and a role model. But after her aunt's death, the girl refused to join a new family that wanted to take her in. That's why the detective requested to be transferred here, so he could watch over her until she came of age. Due to past abuse, Finn was always overly tense when meeting new people, which naturally didn't help her socialization. He just wanted the girl to enjoy life like any normal person. Find a hobby, hang out with friends, or even date someone. She just needed to understand that she deserved happiness, and that not everyone around her was as terrible as her father. And this would really happen if she moved forward. But moving forward meant letting go of past memories. Since he was one of the people involved in her past, she needed to stop interacting with him to avoid further trauma. Their conversation was interrupted by a colleague who had very important information. He had materials on the first case. Perfect, thought the detective. They could get back to work. The girl wanted to say a few more words to the detective and then finish the conversation about Finn. She wanted to say that only Finn herself could decide how to live her life and whom to have in it. Not him. Scott knew this well, which is why he didn't want Finn to visit him too often, but he still worried about her, especially about her mental state. He suggested discussing it later, since now was the time to catch the main criminal in their city. The manager was working, but at that moment she couldn't concentrate, so she often made mistakes. The girl was very tired, but she still needed to finish the task scheduled for today. Looking up, the manager noticed Finn had appeared in the office. She asked how she felt and if she was ready to start the night shift. All the office staff were worried about her and whether she was well enough to work today. Finn was surprised. Could they really be worried about her? Or did she just feel guilty because of the incident with Isaac? The manager didn't want Finn to think that way. Of course, she cared deeply for her, and even if Finn acted like the Ice Queen, she was very dear to her. Her head hurt, and she had a nosebleed due to sleep issues, but she was already feeling much better. Finn didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she suggested the manager change the subject. Noticing the package on the table, Finn wondered if it was really a well-wrapped lunchbox. It was indeed so. The package had been left by Isaac specifically for her. The manager was surprised, realizing he could be sweet and caring when he wanted. Inside the package was a small note, and it seemed Finn really liked him. There were rumors that this serial killer attacked victims every 3 months. It was true, as if from a movie script. Murder in the shadows. The killer acted according to the same pattern as their criminal. The timing, the way the victim was tied, and the method of injury, it was eerily similar. Perhaps the killer drew inspiration from that film. If the police kept this in mind, the case could be solved quickly. But they didn't understand why he did it again. The victims' hands were tied behind their backs. No one saw the crime scene until someone posted the photos online. It was a real nightmare. The horrible photos were still in his mind. And each victim had only 2 wounds. Isaac listened carefully, then smiled and said he was surprised there were only 2 wounds. Was all this tying up done just to deliver 2 blows? It was really funny. The killer could do whatever he wanted while the victims were helpless. He acted like a true idiot and was clumsy as well. The guys didn't see anything funny in the situation. They didn't understand why Isaac was smiling. Was he under some drug? Isaac wanted to apologize, but he just noted that the killer was unprofessional, which amused him. Their conversation was interrupted by Finn, who called Isaac. When he saw Finn in the office, he was very happy. He didn't know about her health, so he had been worried. He quickly went to her, telling the guys to return to the office without him. The guys were surprised. They recognized Finn from the support team and never imagined she would become friends with Isaac. If he hadn't found her at home in the morning, he decided to go to work. He asked how she felt and received a thank you for checking in. Could it be she was looking for him in the office to return the lunchbox he prepared for her? The girl really wanted to return the lunchbox, so she didn't even open it. The guy was very disappointed. He had prepared it personally and wanted to treat her from the heart. But the girl found an alternative. She suggested Isaac have lunch with her. But the girl found an alternative. She suggested that Isaac have lunch with her. They went outside and decided to eat in the fresh air. Besides, no one would disturb them by paying them special attention. Finn asked if he always did this. She was curious. Maybe he was doing it for the first time. The girl often took food with her and had lunch in the park. Isaac also wanted to know if she always did this alone. But she wasn't always alone. Sometimes she joined her colleagues. The guy smiled and couldn't believe the girl said it seriously. Finn didn't know he would be happy to hear that from her. At that moment, he felt special and very pleased. Finn realized it was very easy to upset or cheer him up. Did she think it was trivial, though it was just her style? That's why he was no longer surprised by anything. It was clear that even a small, spontaneous gesture from her meant a lot to him and brought a smile to his face. He wondered if Finn ever felt lonely. Perhaps sometimes it's nice to just be alone with yourself. In reality, he worried a little that he might be annoying her. So he apologized in advance if that were the case. He really enjoyed being with her and spending time together. He didn't annoy her because of himself. It was something else entirely. Isaac remembered well because the girl had already told him about it. She was learning a lot of new things about him and couldn't even imagine that he could cook. Isaac started living alone very early, so he had to learn. Not that he could cook complicated dishes, most were quite simple. Still, it was impressive. Few people knew how to cook nowadays, especially guys. He could use this skill to attract girls even more. From Finn's perspective, it sounded like advice or something similar. When she took a bite with her fork, she wondered if he was planning to kill her with this method. Could she really think he was capable of poisoning the food and then offering it publicly? She didn't rule it out, as she had a tendency to suspect everyone around her. At first, he thought she was joking, but then realized she was serious. So he grabbed her hand to prove once again that he had no bad intentions toward her and really wasn't a criminal. He decided to taste his own dishes first to prove to the girl that the food was good quality and not poisoned. He easily put the food in his mouth while she held the fork. From the outside, it looked like she was feeding him. But she wondered, could Isaac really be the same Noah? He looked very much like him, with the same hair and eye color. His voice was similar, and she remembered it often. It was sad because she couldn't be sure, even if it were true. Yet why did looking at him always bring back memories of Noah, whom she had been so afraid of? If it turned out he really wasn't such a bad guy after all, and that she was wrong about him, what would she do then? Why doesn't she want to explain why she sees danger everywhere? Why she's wary of everything around her? Finn couldn't tell if she could trust him enough to open up about what was eating at her. But keeping it all inside was tearing her apart. Finn felt like she couldn't accept things the way they were if it was just going to keep going like this. But first, she wanted to figure it out on her own. Help from others felt pointless. Her trust in people was almost non-existent. The harder he pushed, the more certain she became she was right. Isaac didn't get it, but it only made him look more guilty. If being around her was that uncomfortable, he could have just gotten up and left. But instead, he swore she misunderstood him, though she had no idea what he really meant. He couldn't shake the feeling that Finn just wanted to send him packing without even giving him a chance. Finn had already told him he was wasting his time, that he'd never really understand her anyway. Isaac agreed, but pointed out that she didn't even try to explain, as if she was already defending herself from him. A little openness wouldn't hurt sometimes. But those were only his guesses. She seemed fine, insisted she didn't need anyone's help. Isaac figured she was clinging to her cold, untouchable image so no one would see her differently. Still, that didn't explain why she kept imagining other people's thoughts. It threw him off, and she didn't even realize it. But that wasn't the point. She had invited him to the park, swearing everything was fine, though her behavior said otherwise. Even if Finn thought he was some psycho, how could she act so cautious and yet so careless at the same time? Maybe he was rushing things, but that's how it looked. Finn didn't want to hear him out anymore, but he still wanted to finish. The guy needed her to at least explain what was really going on. Finn admitted he was only right about one thing. He really was rushing things. He saw her attitude, endured her harsh words, yet still refused to leave. So why blame her for his hurt feelings? People were always trying to tell her how to live, what to do, but she already knew that for herself. Why did they always assume she needed help? That was the one thing she couldn't stand. Couldn't she just be herself? She actually enjoyed spending time with people, but if it wasn't mutual, she wasn't going to force it. If Isaac didn't want to be around her, then why was he still here instead of walking away? She told him to save his nerves and just go, without worrying about who was right or wrong. Isaac just smiled, thinking Finn was, as always, being dramatic and hostile, even when he was only trying to help. But to him, it really wasn't as complicated as she made it out to be. She just needed to push through her fears and learn to trust people. It always gets easier once you let things out. Once she did, she'd feel relief right away. Venting and talking about your feelings was important. That's what psychologists were for. Simply listening to people. Isaac listened carefully, but he figured maybe it was time for them to head back. He was ready to leave, but Finn stayed still, so he asked if she wanted to walk with him. Ever since Isaac started hanging around her, she had been feeling something unfamiliar, emotions she hadn't known before. He told her that if she ever wanted to talk about it, he'd always be there to listen. Deep down, she understood it all, but facing it in reality was terrifying. Detective Scott was still at his desk. There was too much work, and he couldn't just drop it. When a message came through, at first he ignored it. They were usually useless at this hour. But this one told him not to go home yet, to wait a little longer. Whoever handled the first two cases was a joke. They didn't even leave proper documentation. Scott figured they either lacked work ethic or never gave the case the attention it needed. It made sense. There hadn't been any more updates from the victims' families, and the number of interviews done could be counted on one hand. Looked like he'd have to start from scratch. At least they still had all the records of the victims. This case meant sleepless nights. While they waited on forensic results, his partner suggested they start with what they already had. Clearly, their suspect had a specific type when choosing victims, sticking to the same pattern every time, and a signature, the same method of killing. But before that, he'd carefully stalk his victims, studying their habits. The woman listened closely, surprised by how organized Detective Scott was. Not every investigator worked like that. The method of killing was identical in all three cases, though the last victim had more bruises and wounds. Looking at the photos from the crime scenes, one could see a pattern and the same nature of the crimes. All victims died near their homes, except the last one, whose body was found at a construction site, covered in even more wounds. All three looked eerily similar. Long brown hair, brown eyes, ages between 23 and 26. Scott looked at his notes again. All the victims had brown eyes and brown hair. Could it be him? Scott thought, recalling Finn's story about a possible psychopath. She had told him because she thought that guy was strange, dangerous. If anything ever happened to her, she wanted Scott to know who to look at. Scott turned to Jae-han, asking if she believed in coincidences. She wasn't sure if he was joking, coming from a detective. Sure, coincidences happen, but police can only lean on them when there's nothing else to go on, especially when patterns this suspicious appear. Scott knew Jae-han was right. That's exactly what he'd been telling Finn. That's why she always reported anything unusual to him. Scott also knew Jae-han kept in touch with Finn. Maybe she'd even slipped details like how late Finn was staying at work. Finn, as always, was rereading all the messages on her phone since while she was at work, she never managed to check them on time. The detective returned to his apartment. When he kicked off his shoes, he didn't even bother to put them away, so they stayed lying in the middle of the room. After he ate, he didn't want to clear the dirty dishes from the table or wash them, so he left everything as it was. It was already late at night, but Scott didn't know if Finn was still at work or maybe walking home by herself. Scott wasn't sure if he should text her to ask where she was. Maybe she needed someone to walk her home for safety. Lying in bed, he had only one thought. Why hadn't she come home yet? He felt uneasy, not knowing who she might be with. Maybe her fears were actually real. The manager stepped out of the office and noticed Isaac standing by the building. She asked if he was waiting for Finn. Had they planned to go home together? Isaac hadn't made any plans with the girl, but he thought it would be convenient since they were neighbors anyway. But the manager said Finn had rushed off right after work and left quickly. She even mentioned that someone was picking her up. That raised questions. Who could it be? Maybe her boyfriend? The guy thought it really would have been better if he'd gotten her phone number. Then it'd be easier to know where she was. He decided to go to her apartment himself to make sure she got home safely. He knocked firmly on her apartment door, but there was only silence. It seemed she wasn't home. Isaac kept knocking persistently, still hoping someone would answer. His suspicion that Finn hadn't returned yet was confirmed, and he started to worry about her safety. He had no idea what to do, but starting to search for her would have been pointless. The best option was to wait by her apartment until she came back. Sitting outside her door, he waited for a long time, but the girl still didn't return. Eventually, he finally saw Finn standing in front of him, safe and unharmed. But where had she been alone all that time? He didn't dare ask. It was clear how worried he'd been about her. When he saw her, he was genuinely relieved. She was surprised. Had Isaac really waited for her this whole time? Maybe he needed something? But the guy replied, did he only ever talk to her when he needed something? He explained that he'd been waiting for her after work, but the manager said she had already left. Isaac thought they might have gone home together, but then realized she hadn't returned at all. He apologized, but she explained she was used to always walking alone and didn't think anyone would be waiting for her. It's fine, he said, but I'm just really glad you're back safe. Their conversation was interrupted by Scott, who approached them and asked if this was the neighbor psycho she'd told him about. The detective looked Isaac over carefully, trying to spot any signs of a psycho, but the guy looked perfectly normal at first glance and didn't raise any suspicion. Still, he figured this was the same Isaac who'd been following Finn at work and even at home. Isaac was confused. Had Finn actually told someone about him? Did she really think he might be the criminal killing those other girls? Scott called the guy a charmer, and no wonder Finn seemed so tense around him. By the way, the detective decided to introduce himself. He said his name was Scott, and he worked in law enforcement. Scott noticed Isaac tense up and freeze while staring at him, so he asked if everything was okay. The guy looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Isaac suddenly admitted that it was surprising, since he'd been a fan of the detective ever since high school. He had watched a TV interview with the detective about a case involving the son of a powerful politician, and the detective hadn't been afraid to say his name. The man had carried himself incredibly well, pointing out the negligence of the local police, and that had really impressed young Isaac. Suddenly, Finn asked if, in that case, he remembered her. Back then, she was often by Scott's side and even showed up in the background on TV, but the guy said he had never noticed her. Scott smirked and asked if she really thought this guy would have noticed her back then and remembered. And besides, hadn't she just complained that she was afraid of him? Finn answered that she had taken his advice and decided to get closer to Isaac. They'd even had lunch together. Scott turned to Isaac and told him not to mind Finn's quirks. This girl calls every stranger a psychopath. Maybe that's why her ex-neighbor moved out. Scott joked good-naturedly with the girl and told the guy if he liked Finn, he should be patient and win her over. The girl told him to stop embarrassing her, and the detective handed her a bag saying she needed to stop forgetting her things in his office. After that, Finn said goodbye to both of them and wished Isaac a good night. The guy was just about to enter his apartment when he heard Scott's voice. The detective said it was good that he cared about Finn's safety and that he seemed like a decent guy. Even though he was saying ordinary things, his posture and tone carried a hidden warning. The man smirked and added that if anything ever happened to Finn, Isaac would be the first person he'd come to for answers. Then he patted the guy on the shoulder and repeated that he was glad Finn had a friend. Isaac watched the detective walk away and wondered, had he just been subtly threatened? The next day, at the end of work, the girl said goodbye to her colleague as usual. To her surprise, Isaac was already standing in the hallway, waiting to walk her home. After a while, the two were standing in the subway, and Finn kept checking her phone. She was worried because Scott hadn't called her, even though he'd promised. She glanced at the guy who had just been standing silently by her side the whole time. He seemed lost in his own thoughts. They stayed silent even while sitting on the train. Finn felt nervous since yesterday's encounter with Scott had been awkward. While she was lost in thought, Isaac was secretly watching her. She hadn't changed at all since the last time he'd seen her as a little girl. Suddenly, the girl rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Then she finally broke the silence, saying he was acting differently today. In her opinion, he seemed unusually quiet, which made her worry about him. Maybe something had happened? After a moment of silence, Isaac suddenly asked what exactly she and Scott were to each other. Finn, without the slightest embarrassment, admitted that Scott was her unrequited love. She knew he would never return her feelings, but she accepted that. She was satisfied with the kind of relationship they had now. Such a direct confession of feelings for another man seemed to upset Isaac, but he asked how she had first met him. Seeing her hesitation, he quickly added that if she didn't want to talk about it, that was fine. But Finn bit her lip, deciding whether to open up to him. After a few minutes of silence, the girl suddenly asked if Isaac would have a drink with her. This really surprised him. The night was starry, and the full moon shone in the sky. Finn sat on the rooftop, gazing at the endless scatter of stars. The door to the roof opened, and Isaac appeared with a bag of drinks and snacks. He asked how she even knew the rooftop door wasn't locked. He froze when he saw Finn in her home clothes, sitting cross-legged and staring dreamily at the night sky. The girl finally noticed her friend had come back and apologized for not noticing him right away. The guy said it was fine and asked if she'd just had one of her spacing out episodes. The girl was surprised and asked how he knew about that. A wave of unease washed over her. But Isaac quickly explained that he'd noticed it a couple of times when they were together, and her manager had mentioned it to him. He didn't want her to think he was stalking her or anything like that. Finn replied that she really did have those episodes, but this time she was just mesmerized by the night sky. Stargazing enchanted her and calmed her down. It made her feel like there was more freedom up there. Suddenly, Isaac changed the subject and asked if it was really okay for her to be drinking with him. Had she already stopped suspecting him? The girl answered that she'd decided to drink to gather the courage to tell him the story of how she met Scott, and that in this way she wanted to apologize for distrusting him. Isaac tried to reassure her that she didn't need to get drunk for that and that he was willing to wait until he earned her trust. But the girl had already put the bottle to her lips and was taking big gulps. Wiping her mouth with her hand, Finn grimaced and said alcohol tasted absolutely disgusting. The guy just smiled, wondering if she really went through with this. Time passed, and the number of empty bottles kept growing, while the girl kept talking about her unrequited love for Scott. She was almost unconscious, constantly mumbling that she didn't understand why Scott never saw her as a woman. Isaac, resting his head on his hand, thought about how she'd been talking about the same thing all evening, but still hadn't told the story of how she and the detective first met. But suddenly the girl said something interesting. She suggested that the detective's lack of interest in her was because he had known her since childhood. Smiling, the girl explained that she'd been raised by Scott's aunt after Finn's father was killed. She said she was glad that happened to that bastard, because if it hadn't, she never would have met Scott or grown close to him. Isaac listened intently to her story, not interrupting or asking questions. The girl kept laughing, saying her father had done only one good thing in his life, given her life. But he still deserved to go to hell. Seeing her condition, Isaac took her hand and told her she'd had enough to drink and it was time to go home. He asked if she could even walk on her own. Even though Finn was walking down the stairs on her own, the guy kept anxiously asking if she was really okay. Suddenly, she tripped and felt the world around her start to sway. She was about to fall headfirst down the stairs, but his reaction was lightning fast. He caught her by the waist, pulled her close, and with a smile said he'd warned her to be careful. He was just glad he managed to save her. All of a sudden, Finn found herself studying his face. She had never seen him from this close before, and the words slipped out of her mouth that he actually looked really attractive. She reached out her hand and said his eyes were like the ocean, deep and calming. Isaac kept holding her and smirked, asking why, if she thought he was so handsome, she hadn't fallen for him. Why was it Scott instead? But she simply answered that it doesn't work like that. Then she traced her finger along his lips and chin and said nothing bad would happen if she tried to love him. The next moment, she pulled him closer by the neck and kissed him. Isaac froze, not daring to respond to her kiss. But then he decided to take the chance. Since he truly liked her, he wanted that kiss to be the start of something more between them. When he finally pulled away, breathing heavily, she had already passed out. The exhaustion and alcohol had hit her all at once, and she fell asleep right in his arms. Isaac held her even tighter, thinking only that Finn had no idea how long he had dreamed of this. How long he had dreamed of getting closer to her. His eyes burned with a mad fire, and knowing she wouldn't hear him, he whispered out loud, "You're mine. Only mine." In her sleep, Finn drifted back to childhood. Her arms and legs were bruised, and she was sitting by the river again, not knowing what the point of her existence was. Her childhood friend, and worst nightmare, Noah, stood nearby watching her. Had he found her? Was he ready to kill her? The next instant, she woke up, realizing it had all been a dream, and that she was alive. Sitting up in bed, she looked around and realized she was in Isaac's room. To her surprise, it was very clean and cozy. Her head was pounding from a hangover, and she mentally scolded herself for being so reckless. If Scott found out, he'd be furious. Memories of the night before began surfacing, and she remembered Isaac listening to her. His expression had stayed calm, as if nothing in her story surprised him, as if he already knew everything. Finn decided to explore his room since she had the chance, and first, she checked his closet. It was neat inside, so she moved on to the unpacked boxes. But there was nothing suspicious there either, so she methodically studied the shelves with his personal belongings. Finally, she decided to look under the bed, since that's often where people hide things they don't want others to see. To her disappointment, it was only magazines with pictures of girls. Finn didn't know whether to feel relieved or upset since the lack of anything incriminating made sense. He wouldn't have left her in his room if he thought she might find something against him. Suddenly, Isaac walked into the room, clearly fresh from the shower, towel drying his wet hair. He quickly explained that he had to bring her home with him because she'd passed out, and he didn't have the key to her place. He froze when he saw what she was holding. Horror spread across his face. Finn quickly assured him he didn't need to worry or apologize. She honestly admitted she was just curious to explore his room. Isaac asked if that meant she was interested in him, or if she was just looking for proof that he was actually some psycho killer. She wasn't embarrassed at all and answered that it didn't matter, because it looked like she'd been wrong about him. He sat down on the bed and said if this had been the last time, he wouldn't dwell on it. But he knew she wouldn't stop trying. What really bothered him was how far she was willing to go to prove her suspicions. What if she had found something she wasn't supposed to see? And what if her fears had been true? Did she really think she'd leave his apartment alive? Then he added that last night she had let her guard down and gotten drunk. She shouldn't behave so carelessly, especially around people she barely knew. She sat beside him and said she appreciated his concern. But if he thought she was afraid of dying, he was wrong. Isaac replied that even if that was true, it didn't change the fact that there were people around her who cared. And now he would worry about her even more. Either way, why spy on him? She could have just asked him what she wanted to know. Finn answered that was true, but she couldn't be sure he'd tell her the truth. She said that judging from his room, the only thing she could tell was that he was a very private person. Isaac shrugged and agreed. Then she asked if she'd told him anything really personal last night. Hearing that, he froze and asked if she meant she didn't remember anything. She confirmed his guess. That stunned him, and he asked if she really didn't remember what she said or did. But she just shrugged and asked why he looked so upset. Finn asked if he thought it would only be fair for him to share something very personal about himself in return. But he answered that it doesn't work like that and asked why they couldn't just do things like normal people. She didn't understand what he meant. When suddenly he asked if she would go on a date with him. Meanwhile, Scott was stuck in traffic, replaying in his head their recent conversation. Finn had worried that there were no articles online about Noah, no trace of where he might be or what happened to him. Scott answered that it was normal. At that time, Noah had been a child, and the law didn't allow his photos or name to be published in the media. Why was she suddenly thinking about him? Then Finn had asked the detective for one favor, after which she promised she'd stop bothering him. What mattered to her was that Scott would be able to recognize Noah, even after all those years. So now the man sat behind the wheel, wondering if he had recently seen anyone who looked like Noah. The first image that popped into his head was Isaac, but he was 100% sure he wasn't that boy. After some time, Scott arrived at the coroner's office to get the autopsy results. All three victims were similar in that they either didn't talk to their families or didn't have one at all. The coroner said the nature of this crime was different from the previous ones. This case turned out to be more brutal. Scott agreed. It seemed like someone had committed the crime and then tried to mimic the killer's signature. It looked as if the earlier crimes were planned, while the last one happened spontaneously. The coroner asked if the detective thought there might have been two perpetrators. Why? The man didn't rule out the possibility. Maybe someone tried to copy the previous killer, but wasn't very good at it. Still, something didn't add up. After all, the fact that a serial killer was operating in the city was only announced after the third victim was found. So the question was, how could anyone know the killer's signature and methods? Theoretically, it was only possible if this person had been following every single crime in the city very closely. But even that was strange, since all reports were strictly classified and no one knew the details. Thinking about it, nothing had actually changed in the killer's pattern, except for a few extra strokes. But as Scott had said before, no information about the crimes had ever been released, so it was unlikely anyone could know enough to copy them. The coroner replied that for now they only had guesses. To form any theories, they needed more evidence and suspects. Scott agreed, adding that backup from higher up would be arriving soon. His phone rang in his pocket and he said he needed to take the call. It was his colleague and friend. The younger man cheerfully reported that he had done what Scott asked. Taking the folder in his hands, the man began reading the file on Noah Inoue. There wasn't much information. No problems had come up after his probation ended. The officer assigned to him had given Noah a positive review, and according to the data, the guy had changed his name, moved to another city, and was living quietly. Scott thanked his friend for the help. With a sigh of relief, he decided he had to share the good news with Finn. Meanwhile, Finn's manager called her into the office, pointing out that since she started hanging out with Isaac, she had become very unpunctual. The woman said that if Finn was trying to get back at her, she didn't want to be dragged into it. Finn asked what kind of revenge she was talking about. Just then, Isaac walked by behind Finn, and the manager snapped that it was all his fault for teaching her stupid things. Hearing that, Isaac just stuck out his tongue to tease her. The woman flipped him off and told him he was annoying. After that, Finn finally got a call from Scott. Excited, she asked why he hadn't called or answered her messages for so long. The man told her that Isaac definitely wasn't her childhood friend Noah. He hadn't wanted to worry her until he had verified everything. Finn thanked the detective, but deep down, she didn't know how to feel. It seemed like there was no mystery in Isaac, and she wasn't sure if she should even keep talking to him. Meanwhile, Scott explained that he had dug deeper into Noah's record. According to the reports, after being released on parole, Noah hadn't broken the law again and had settled into a quiet life. So he advised Finn to move on and live her life fully. That didn't mean she shouldn't stay cautious, especially around Isaac. Finn just thanked him for the information and hung up, saying she had to go. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Noah couldn't have simply gone on to live a normal life. Her hysterical laughter echoed through the restroom. Noah could never have become a normal person. She remembered perfectly well what a monster he had been. She laughed like a madwoman. A memory flashed before her eyes, the smile of the boy who had killed her father. She would never believe he had turned into some angel. And then he had chosen her. And his actions haunted her day after day. There was no way she'd believe he was now living carefree, as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly, it was as if an inner voice began to speak to her. Her own subconscious whispered that she should stop pretending and admit that, deep down, she was glad for Noah, because she was the one who had made him do it. In the mirror, Finn saw her younger self, covered in blood. The girl smiled and told her the only real monster here was her. The little Finn, still smiling, asked if she had really forgotten who she was. It was just so convenient to forget what you wanted to. Horrified, Finn stumbled back from her reflection, screaming that it hadn't been her idea, that she wasn't guilty. She clearly remembered Noah suggesting they deal with her father and run away together. But her inner self kindly reminded her that it had actually been Finn's idea. She was the one who had suggested it to Noah. Finn screamed that no one understood her. No one knew what a monster her father had been or what he had done to her. The inner voice whispered that Noah had taken all the blame and paid the price for it, while Finn had walked away free. The girl asked what sins her younger self was talking about, and her inner self promised to give her a hint. Finn lowered her gaze and saw her own hands gripping a blood-soaked rope. Meanwhile, Isaac was wandering around the office looking for Finn, wondering why she had been gone for so long. Eventually, he went up to a colleague and told her he couldn't find Finn anywhere. He asked her to check the bathroom since he couldn't go in himself. Entering the restroom, the woman froze in the doorway. She saw Finn lying on the floor. Standing in the hallway, Isaac immediately heard the woman scream for help. Sometime later, Finn woke up in a hospital room and saw Isaac sitting by her bedside. She realized she had no real reason to avoid him. When he was around, she felt something she had never felt before. The guy jumped up and asked how she was feeling. Finn said she was a little dizzy and asked how she had gotten there. Isaac explained that they had found her on the restroom floor and rushed her to the hospital. He asked if he should call Scott, since her emergency contacts weren't valid. Finn replied that she was fine and that there was no need to call him. Isaac was about to go get the doctor when Finn stopped him and suddenly began talking about her father. She admitted that her father often beat her, whether he was drunk or just needed someone to take his anger out on. He blamed her for her mother's death since she had died during childbirth. To him, Finn was a walking reminder of that loss. It was clear that telling this story was hard for her. She nervously picked at her nails as she continued. She explained how she often went hungry. She confessed that she used to wish he would just disappear, and because of that, she still feels awful. But the truth was, she was terrified of him, Tears streamed down Finn's face as she said it felt like her prayers had been answered. Her father had died right before her eyes. She'd blamed herself ever since. She couldn't remember everything, but the most horrifying images still lived in her mind. Isaac held her as she let it all out. The words poured from her like a flood. She often acted irrationally, unable to even understand herself. Finally, she asked if he really wanted to date someone like her. Isaac hugged her tighter, pulling her close, and quietly answered that of course he did. A strange smile crossed his face, one she couldn't see. He told her he didn't need anyone else but her. Meanwhile, Scott arrived at the first victim's home and began inspecting the surrounding area. A female colleague informed him that the landlady hadn't touched anything inside the apartment, so nothing should interfere with the investigation. She added that since it was a poor neighborhood, there were no security cameras, but she would try questioning the neighbors. Scott thanked her and said they'd meet in the parking lot once he finished looking around. The man stood in the middle of the room that once belonged to the first victim. Her parents had died when she was a child, and she'd lived with her grandmother until adulthood. After that, she had moved out to support herself. She had no family or close friends. If her boss hadn't reported her missing, no one would have even looked for her. All the doors and windows were locked except for one broken window in the kitchen. The woman had reported it to the landlady, but unfortunately, the suspect slipped in through it the day before the repairman was supposed to come. The crime scene wasn't messy. There were no signs of a struggle. It seemed the killer had specifically broken in to launch a surprise attack, leaving the victim no chance to resist. According to reports, in every attack, the killer used a regular kitchen knife. He always wore gloves and never left a single fingerprint. Scott still couldn't believe someone had planned the crime with such precision. Most likely, the suspect had either jumped down or taken a shortcut across the neighboring building's roof. Everything pointed to the fact that he knew his victim's routines and surroundings. He was a true stalker. That probably explained the long gaps between murders. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an elderly woman asking if he was a police officer. The woman turned out to be the landlady, and she began telling Scott about the murdered girl. According to her, the girl was very sweet, hardworking, juggling several jobs, and studying at the same time. The woman admitted she had become the closest person to her. The girl had dreamed of meeting a guy and getting married. Scott asked if she even had time for a relationship. According to their records, she had no free time at all. But the woman said she thought the same until she witnessed something herself. About a month after the girl had gotten a job, she began receiving signs of attention from someone. One evening, the landlady saw a delivery man hand the girl a bouquet with a card that read, "From a secret admirer." At first, the landlady didn't think much of it, but later it hit her. How did the secret admirer know where the girl lived? She even went to the police with this information, but they told her she was talking nonsense and closed the case as a robbery. The woman admitted she had never trusted the police, since in their neighborhood, accidents happened all the time, and because the locals were poor, no one ever bothered to seek justice. But since he was from central headquarters, she hoped he would find the one responsible for what had happened to the poor girl. Scott assured her that he would. After letting the woman go, the detective called one of his team members and ordered them to check every flower shop in the city to see if anyone had delivered an order to the first victim's address. Meanwhile, Isaac returned home. He let out a tired sigh and collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly ahead. Just then, Finn texted him, thanking him for taking care of her today. He replied, telling her to get some rest, and with a relieved sigh, thought about how he had finally managed to get her phone number. His eyes fell on the magazine that Finn had found under his bed. Lying back, he stretched out his arms and looked at the glossy cover. The next moment, he opened the magazine, and photos of Finn spilled out from between the pages. Isaac let out a shaky laugh and muttered aloud how lucky he was that Finn hadn't flipped through the magazine. He had completely forgotten he'd hidden her pictures there and had almost been caught. Laughter burst out of his chest. How lucky he was. Isaac lay on his bed, smiling, thrilled that he had dodged exposure. Scattered around him were countless photos of Finn, taken in secret. The next day, when work ended, Isaac waved to Finn, saying his shift was over, and that he'd be waiting for her in the lobby. Finn immediately jumped up, saying she had just finished closing her shift and could leave with him. As she rushed past her colleagues, she didn't hear their whispers. The women were gossiping about how those two were always together lately. They lived nearby, came to work together, and left together. They wondered what kind of relationship they had. One of the women frowned and said that dating a guy didn't sound like Finn at all. The manager commented that Finn wasn't herself anymore and that Isaac was a bad influence on her. Either way, it was too soon to draw conclusions. Maybe once Isaac got to know her quirks better, he'd run away just like the other guys who had once liked her. Another colleague disagreed, saying they were both wrong, that this time things were different. She watched the young couple walk away, mesmerized, and said even a blind person could see how good those two were together. Finn didn't want a relationship simply because she hadn't found the right person. The girl was glad Finn finally found someone who understood her. She even cried tears of joy. The girls concluded that they'd be happy if Finn and Isaac started officially dating. Finn was sitting in the bathroom, listening to another true crime story on her phone and just listening. Memories of Noah kept resurfacing in her mind, of that day when her father died. No matter what she did, she just couldn't get him out of her head. Soon she pulled herself together and, stepping into the hallway, saw that Isaac was already waiting for her. She asked if he had been waiting long. The guy smiled at the sight of her and said it was fine. He wasn't in any hurry. Riding the subway, Finn couldn't stop thinking that Isaac wasn't Noah, and that maybe a normal guy could really like her. She wanted to believe he had fallen for her, even though they hadn't known each other long. Because the train was so packed, he was standing really close to her, and she suddenly said he had a really nice cologne. Isaac thanked her and said she always caught him off guard with her honesty. They stood surrounded by people but didn't notice anyone else. He said she always said things like that when they were this close to each other. Smirking, he added that next time he might not be able to hold back. His playful teasing made her blush. Then she chuckled and said she could be a little too straightforward sometimes, but she really just wanted to give him a compliment. Then the guy blushed and said she was doing it again. Calming down, Isaac asked if she'd like to go on a real date with him this weekend. She looked so cute that day he couldn't take his eyes off her. When she said she wasn't busy, he asked where she'd like to go. Looking at him with a completely innocent gaze, Finn replied that she already knew where they'd be going. The cemetery. Over the weekend, just as she promised, the girl took Isaac to the cemetery. She laid a lush bouquet of flowers on her guardian's grave. The guy was understanding and suggested giving her some time alone if she wanted it. The girl replied that it wasn't necessary. She didn't come here to cry, but simply to be alone with her thoughts. And also because Scott couldn't visit his aunt's grave due to work. She admitted that once when she came, she saw everything overgrown with grass, and since then she tries to come more often. Even though they weren't blood relatives, this woman raised her. Finn shared that she fed her, taught her how to cook, and also showed her how to take care of herself. Thanks to her, the girl learned what parental love feels like. Realizing, the girl asked if this conversation was becoming too emotional for Isaac. The guy replied that not at all, and based on her words, her former guardian was now in heaven. Finn looked at him in surprise and said she didn't expect him to be the kind of person who believes in heaven and hell, or life after death. The guy explained that he was actually baptized Catholic, but then he moved from one Christian church to another. Right now, he doesn't really attend church much. The girl asked if he believed in God, and Isaac said he couldn't give a definite answer, but he was sure there was someone higher than them. At least he wanted to believe that. Aquí was sente. On the other hand, people are so used to believing in God that he sees and understands their struggles. But there are so many people who harm others, and yet many get away with it simply because of the imperfections in the law. Finally, he said it wasn't fair that the victims should just wait for justice and hope that bad people end up in hell. He thought it would be better if people could deliver justice themselves. Finn felt strange after hearing this. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the end, Isaac said that murder is a grave sin in God's eyes, so all they can do is pray to him for justice. The girl listened carefully, unable to believe what she'd just heard. Could he really talk about murder so casually? Isaac suddenly paused and said he wouldn't mind grabbing a bite, and asked if she'd like to wrap this up and go get something to eat. Finn agreed. Sometime later, the young people were standing at the entrance of the amusement park. Finn ran eagerly to the ticket booth, calling him to hurry up. He stood there thinking that an amusement park was a pretty strange choice, but it seemed like she really wanted to go on a ride. The girl admitted she'd long dreamed of going to an amusement park, but had no one to go with. When she was little, all her classmates went, but she didn't have the chance. They grabbed some food, and Finn looked really happy and excited. After that, they went on the roller coasters, and Isaac screamed loudly from fear. Sometime later, they were walking around eating ice cream, and Finn suddenly asked why he hadn't asked her any questions, even though she'd already told him the story about her father. Isaac replied that he considered it a very personal topic and didn't want to pressure her. He said that when the time comes and Finn is ready, she will tell him more about herself. The girl listened and then suddenly turned around with a radiant smile, inviting him to ride the Ferris wheel. The guy gazed at her, captivated. He wanted to tell her how happy he was that she now says his name so often. Sitting in the Ferris wheel cabin, Finn noticed a couple kissing in the neighboring cabin and said she was curious about what her first kiss would be like. Hearing this, Isaac was very surprised and asked if she really didn't remember that night when she got drunk on the roof. When Finn said she remembered nothing at all, he was surprised but still asked what she thought her first kiss should be like. What did she expect? The girl blushed slightly. Finally, she said she just wanted it to be memorable. Soon, as they were leaving, Finn kept marveling at the amusement park, complaining about sore feet. The park was huge. Isaac promised they could come back anytime she wanted. Suddenly, the girl noticed something and stopped. Then she said she wanted to check something out. Isaac noticed that the flower vendor, a guy about his age, was staring at Finn for some reason. Soon, the girl was carefully looking over the bouquets, unable to decide which one she liked more. She asked Isaac to pick one for her. After all, he must have given flowers to plenty of girls before. But the guy smirked and asked why she thought that. Then he surprised her by saying he had never bought flowers for anyone. Finn pouted and told him he was just a liar. At that moment, the vendor stepped in and offered to help her choose. He mentioned that the amusement park was closing soon and he'd have to close up too. Finally, he handed her a bouquet of pink tulips, neatly tied with a ribbon, and said he'd tried to pick the freshest ones just for her. Finn was charmed by the delicate bouquet and asked how much it cost. The vendor replied that she could take it for free, since if no one bought them, he'd just have to throw them away. And in his opinion, the bouquet suited her perfectly. A little later, Finn and Isaac were walking through the park when she suddenly asked if he thought the vendor was telling the truth about tossing out unsold flowers. Isaac said it made sense and asked if that bothered her. The girl stared at the lovely flowers and said that, in her opinion, it was a shame to throw away something so beautiful. The guy replied that he thought the vendor was right. Flowers wilt anyway, and once they're dead, they're useless. Then the girl asked if he got rid of other things that stopped being useful to him, the same way the vendor did with the flowers. Isaac asked what was the point of keeping something you couldn't use for its purpose. The flowers would wilt. But Finn still couldn't understand the vendor's action, since he had picked out the freshest bouquet for her. The guy answered irritably, saying it looked more like he was trying to hit on her. Finn laughed and teased him for being jealous. Then Isaac stopped and made a gesture with his hand, showing her how close he was to punching that bold vendor in the face, because he clearly saw they were on a date, yet still acted that way. He didn't like how openly the guy flirted with Finn, and the fact that she was so charmed by the bouquet only made him more jealous. Suddenly, Finn asked if he'd feel better if she just threw the bouquet away. Isaac replied that when you like someone, you don't ask her what you should do. You just act so the person won't be upset. Once, Finn had said she was possessive and easily attached to people. Well, he could say the same thing about himself. After hearing that, the girl burst out laughing. For a few moments, they just looked at each other and smiled. Then the girl said that no matter how you looked at it, they were a weird pair. Finally, they got home, and the girl thanked Isaac for a wonderful day. The guy said that next weekend they could go out again somewhere, and Finn agreed, this time telling him he should pick the place. The girl wasn't experienced in relationships, but she knew how dates usually ended. So, awkwardly hugging her plush toy, she wished him goodnight but didn't hurry to go inside. Isaac seemed embarrassed too, nervously rubbing his neck as he wished her goodnight, since they both had work the next day. Finn slowly opened the door, still standing there and looking at him, giving him a chance to act. She was just about to close the door, thinking that was it, but suddenly Isaac caught it with his hand, not letting it shut. He stepped inside after her, taking her hand and calling her by name. It was unexpected for the girl and even a little scary. But in the next moment, Isaac gently ran his hand through her hair and leaned in to kiss her. Finn responded eagerly, leaning forward and letting him hold her in his arms. She couldn't have dreamed of a better first kiss. After a while, the guy pulled back and asked if she liked it, and if she would remember it. The girl looked a little dazed and replied that it was nice. Later, Isaac was back at his own place and, as usual, headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Touching his lips with his fingers, he remembered the kiss with Finn and how she said it was nice. A twisted grin spread across his face, amused at how naive she really was. His hysterical laughter echoed through the bathroom. Then, in an instant, he went serious, thinking how tired he was of things unfolding so slowly. He looked at his reflection in the mirror with menace and said he couldn't wait for Noah to finally appear in all his glory. Meanwhile, the tulip bouquet Finn had been given was sticking out of the trash can. But suddenly, a stranger passing by angrily yanked the bouquet out of it. The next day, Scott was standing at his aunt's grave, realizing Finn had visited not long ago. The man knelt in front of the headstone and wondered what the girl talked about when she came there. He felt she wasn't being completely open with him, that she was holding back a lot. Scott blamed himself, thinking maybe he pushed her away too much. But it was for her own good. After all, her life had already been thrown off course because of him, but he should have done something that day. The detective remembered the first day he saw little Finn sitting in the station's hallway with her shoelaces undone. The man decided to help her tie them and began asking lots of questions. Why she was there, where her parents were. But the girl just sat in silence. Despite all his attempts to get her to talk, the strange little girl stayed quiet, but she didn't resist his help. When she lifted her other foot, the man noticed multiple bruises on her thin little leg. So he asked one of his colleagues who that girl was who sat in the hallway all day. Maybe one of her relatives worked there? His colleague answered that the whole station had gotten used to her by now. Her name was Finn, and she came almost every day, just sitting in the hallway until closing time. Scott then asked what the matter was. Had anyone ever checked on her at home? He explained that he noticed the bruises on her leg, but with her clothes covering most of her body, it was hard to tell if she had more, plus she looked too skinny and exhausted. The man said social services had visited Finn's home but found nothing, and there were no complaints from neighbors either. Her mother had died and she was being raised by her father alone. Scott listened carefully, processing the information. Then he asked if his colleague had ever met Finn's father in person. The man explained that once he'd chatted with him, the girl's father had come to pick her up and said she often played in the woods. That's where the bruises and scratches came from. The girl didn't bother anyone, so they decided not to kick her out. Scott listened, but he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Something about her story just didn't sit right with him. Soon after, Scott worked his first night shift at the station, and just his luck, the weather was terrible. Heavy rain poured down, and he was soaked by the time he walked from his car to the building. As soon as he walked inside, a colleague called out and asked him to bring drinks into the interrogation room since he was already there. The atmosphere in the station was tense. Leaving the interrogation room, Scott shared his opinion that the case seemed very serious. He chatted with another officer, who remarked that it was rare to see such a busy detective working at night. The man told Scott there had been a murder, and the suspects even tried to bury the body in the backyard. A case this big was almost unheard of in such a quiet town. Suddenly, the door opened and a pair of thin child's legs appeared. Scott froze in horror. He immediately recognized the girl the officer was leading out. Finn stood there covered in blood, her gaze empty, her face showing no emotion at all. At that very moment, by sheer coincidence, Scott's aunt arrived at the station to drop something off for him. Even though she was his aunt, Allie was still young, looking more like his sister. Seeing her, Scott asked what Allie was doing at the station so late. The woman shot him a stern look and handed him the dinner she had cooked for him, the one he had carelessly forgotten. Then Allie's eyes landed on the girl holding Scott's hand, staring intently at her. She crouched down to Finn's level and asked if she might be Scott's daughter from one of his many girlfriends. Then smiling, Allie teased that there was no way Scott could create such a beauty with his genes. Annoyed, Scott reminded her they were relatives and told her this wasn't the time for jokes. The girl had just suffered something terrible. Seeing him lead the girl out of the interrogation room, Allie's eyes widened in horror, and she asked if they could talk in private for a moment. They stepped aside and spoke. Allie was shocked to learn the girl was 14. She looked much younger, probably from constant malnourishment. The woman asked why Scott was handling her case personally. Didn't they have dedicated child officers? Scott explained it was a small town and the local station couldn't be expected to do much more. When he explained that they had requested a social worker, but no one would come at that hour, Allie anxiously asked if that poor girl really had to sit there all night. Allie then asked what would happen to her. With no relatives or family friends, would she just be taken by child services? Scott admitted he wanted to help her, but didn't know how. The woman said that at first, the girl frightened her. There had been something cold in her gaze, something that cut straight through you. But now, knowing what her own father had done to her, Allie understood why such lifeless eyes stared out of that little girl's face. Scott said it was very late and thanked Allie for bringing him dinner, but he decided to give it to Finn. The next moment, the woman declared that Finn was coming home with her. She had decided to take her in. Sometime later, Scott visited Allie, and she told him Finn was doing fine, though she wasn't very talkative yet. The man asked if Finn was causing her any trouble, but Allie said not at all. Finn always tried to help whenever she could. In her opinion, the girl was very talented and bright. That's why whenever Allie thought of Finn's tyrant father, her fists itched. But unfortunately, Allie noticed Finn was still afraid of sudden movements, as if bracing herself for another beating. She asked if anyone had stepped forward to help Finn. She thought the girl could really use someone close and familiar at the court hearing. Allie sincerely worried for her and asked if Scott truly believed Finn could handle being a witness. He replied that it had been Finn's own choice, and no one pressured her. They couldn't make that decision for her. They weren't her guardians. He added that Finn was a very brave and strong girl, and he believed in her. Unfortunately, he himself wouldn't be able to attend the trial because he had been scheduled for duty. On the set day, The judge announced the case of 17-year-old Noaj Inoue, who had confessed to committing a serious crime, second-degree murder. Scott ran as fast as he could, hoping to make it in time at least for the sentencing. Even though Noah was underage, the court sentenced him as an adult, since the crime went far beyond what the juvenile system was meant to handle. He was sentenced to 6 years in an adult prison, with the court expressing hope that the victim's side would find some comfort in the ruling. Scott froze in the doorway. He couldn't understand why Noah had gotten such a short sentence. The boy didn't look like someone who felt remorse for what he had done. The next moment, he heard Allie's panicked cries. Finn had fainted and couldn't come to. After examining her, the doctor explained that Finn was experiencing temporary memory loss. She didn't recognize Scott or Allie and couldn't recall most events surrounding her father's death. Her brain was shielding her from the trauma. Scott asked if she would remember later, but the doctor replied that no one could give a 100% guarantee. The most important thing now was to create a safe environment for Finn and get her into therapy. Later, back at home, Allie and Scott discussed what to do. Their small town had no suitable specialist, and traveling to the city every time was too expensive. The man suggested maybe it was time to find Finn a new family. Hearing this, Allie was stunned. How could he be so heartless as to give the girl away at the hardest moment when she needed their help the most? Scott tried to argue that she had no family, no memory, and this might be the best chance to start fresh. But Allie stood up and shouted. Sooner or later, Finn would begin to remember, and they needed to be there to support her. The woman seemed deeply disappointed in her nephew. Did he really not care, just because they weren't her official guardians? Scott frowned and asked if it wouldn't be better if Finn never remembered at all. If she left this place, she wouldn't have to relive the trauma. Hearing that, Allie understood everything. She accused him of simply not wanting the girl to realize his guilt, that he had ignored the warning signs. He wanted to run from the problem because he knew that one day Finn would figure everything out and hate him. Scott was acting like a coward, nothing like his mother. The man broke down in tears and admitted she was right. He was a coward. He hadn't saved his own mother, and later, he hadn't saved Finn either. He considered himself a complete failure for not doing anything to prevent the tragedy. He blamed himself for the girl's ruined life. His mind drifted back to childhood, to that day when he just sat there, covering his ears, doing nothing to save his mother. Allie grew uneasy and apologized. She hadn't known Scott had blamed himself for her sister's death all this time. She hadn't wanted to pressure him over Finn. Evil people exist. That's the reality. And he couldn't keep taking the blame on himself every time something bad happened. She said she planned to adopt Finn once everything settled down. This girl was dear to her, and she wanted to see her grow up happy and live a normal life. The only thing she asked of him was that when the time came and Finn wanted to learn about her past, Scott must never lie to her. And now he stood at his aunt's grave, promising her and himself that today he would go see Finn. Meanwhile, Finn was asleep, dreaming a memory of how she, exhausted and bruised, once again ran into the woods and stepped into the river, wondering if life was still worth living. But suddenly, from behind the bushes, a strange boy appeared and told her she'd picked too shallow a spot in the river. The deepest part was closer to the waterfall. The boy was holding a rabbit by its paws, limp and lifeless. She was surprised and asked if he had really caught and killed the animal himself. The boy gave her a strange smile and proudly said yes. Finn's eyes filled with sadness, and she asked if he could do the same for her. But the boy replied that he wouldn't, because there was no point. Killing someone who already didn't want to live wasn't interesting. Finally, she woke up, and her first thought was that Isaac definitely wasn't Noah. But for some reason, the more time she spent with him, the more memories came back. That was the upside of staying close to him. Maybe then she'd remember even more. Her inner voice sneered again, telling her she was just making excuses to stay close to this guy. The voice in her head wouldn't shut up, always insisting that Finn was just using Isaac to fill the emptiness inside. That kiss with him had made her heart race. Her inner self asked if Finn would make Isaac swear, just like Noah, that he'd kill for her. Her inner monologue finally ended when she heard a knock at the door. Finn hesitantly opened it and saw Scott. The detective said she'd taken so long that he was about to break the door down. Sitting down on the couch, he asked why she'd stopped coming to his office, calling, or writing. The girl answered that he himself had asked her to bother him less. The man replied that it was true, but he didn't mean for her to cut off all contact. He admitted he'd been really worried about her. Finn told him there was nothing to worry about, that she was fine. Then she asked how the investigation was going and if they had a suspect yet. Scott said they were still at a dead end, and lately he felt more and more like maybe this job wasn't for him. The girl laughed and said if Aunt Allie heard him say that, she'd rise from the grave just to scold him. Scott pretended not to know and asked if she'd visited her grave. Finn answered that she had, just recently, with Isaac. That really surprised the detective. He even stood up and asked if she meant the same Isaac she'd recently called a psycho. The girl admitted she was wrong about him, that he turned out to be a good guy, and lately they'd been spending a lot of time together. Scott was genuinely curious and asked why. In that case, they hadn't started dating yet. That question made Finn nervous, and she fidgeted with her fingers. Then she admitted she'd thought a lot about Scott's words and decided to try living a normal life. So then it meant she really liked him and there was no other reason? The girl smiled and confessed that she really did feel good around Isaac. She told him about their trip to the amusement park. Thinking back, Finn started describing all the rides they went on. Then she burst out laughing, bright and carefree, recalling the funny moments. Scott froze, realizing he couldn't even remember the last time she had laughed so wide and free of worries. Finally, he gathered the courage to ask if she remembered what had happened the night her father was killed. At first, the girl froze as if slipping into a trance. Then all her good mood vanished and tears welled up in her eyes. She said she remembered saying something her father didn't like, and he started using force on her again. She remembered that at some point she thought it was finally over, that she'd stop suffering and leave this world. But suddenly, out of nowhere, Noah appeared and saved her. After that, she couldn't remember anything else and couldn't understand why Noah had been arrested. How had they even ended up at the station? She felt like she was missing something. It seemed to her that she'd heard someone's voice. Someone told her everything would be okay. At first, she thought she was imagining it, but then a blurry image of a boy sitting nearby surfaced in her mind. Realizing she was slipping into a kind of trance, Scott tried to reach her and asked if she was okay. The girl quickly came back to reality and apologized, saying she'd just been trying really hard to remember something. The man told her it was fine and apologized for suddenly bringing it up. Out of nowhere, Finn asked if there was a chance her memories were distorted, and that she was more involved in her father's death than she remembered. No matter how hard she tried, some pieces just didn't fit. And sometimes she thought that without her involvement, Noah might not have been able to do what he did to her father. Scott sat down beside her and gently took her hand. He said none of it was her fault. Victims often blame themselves, and she had gone through so much. Now that her life was finally stabilizing, she might feel like she didn't deserve it. But that wasn't true. Then Finn asked what if the only way she could truly be at peace was by remembering everything. The man replied that it might never happen, because her mind was protecting her. And only when it decided she was ready would all the memories return. Scott apologized for bringing it up and ruining her morning, then offered to make it up to her by inviting her out for a little walk. But right at that moment, he got a call from work and said they were already looking for him. Finn replied that they'd take a walk another time and thanked him for his concern. The girl gave a wide smile and truly looked happy. She said this job really suited him and that the criminals had been waiting for him long enough. Looking at her, Scott realized that at first he came because he thought she needed support, but now he understood that it was actually him who had been missing her. Meanwhile, Isaac was getting ready for a walk when his friend finally managed to call him. The guy couldn't understand why he hadn't been able to reach him for so long, and Isaac replied that he had been on a date. When his friend heard that he had gone on a date with Finn, the very same Finn he knew as well, he couldn't believe Isaac had actually pulled it off. Cutting off his chatter, Isaac asked why he had been calling so insistently, and the guy on the other end finally remembered and said he was calling to warn him about Scott. He explained that just the other day, the detective had asked him to dig up information on Noah. He wasn't sure if it was connected to the current case, but his gut told him Scott was going to dig into Noah and look for any dirt. And it was only a matter of time before the detective uncovered what connected Noah and Isaac. He was sure Scott would figure it all out, so his friend needed to stay alert. Isaac thanked him for the warning and replied that if anything happened, he knew how to deal with Scott. His friend smiled and asked, "Anything in the name of love, huh?" The guy smirked and answered that everything he did was for love. Just then, Scott walked out of Finn's apartment as Isaac's door opened. The man passed by him as if Isaac were invisible. Isaac followed him with a heavy stare, thinking how Scott and Finn still seemed inseparable. He carefully watched the detective walking away and decided that the man definitely noticed everything happening between him and Finn, so he needed to be careful not to raise suspicion. He was already running down the street when he noticed fresh news playing on the TVs in a shop window. The public was protesting, demanding answers from the police. Why hadn't they caught this serial killer yet? Women were becoming afraid to walk the streets. He stopped and kept watching the news. The reporter said the crimes were happening every 2 to 3 months, which meant another one was right around the corner. Isaac remembered how he had once stood in front of a TV just like this, watching the news back when he was still a teenager. He remembered that moment vividly, but he hadn't cared much about what Detective Scott was saying back then. What mesmerized him was a girl standing in the background, far behind, accidentally caught on camera. Isaac couldn't believe it had been Finn. He had finally found her. Sometime later, the guy locked himself in his room. His family knocked, calling him to dinner, but he didn't answer as if he wasn't even there. In the end, they decided that just meant more food for them. But in reality, Isaac was busy searching for Finn like an obsessed maniac. He remembered the uniform the girl in the news footage had been wearing and learned it was from Ridgepoint University. A few days later, Isaac was standing on the university grounds as if waiting for someone. Students were passing by, chatting about the upcoming vacation. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice scolding him, saying smoking was prohibited on campus. The guy froze in shock. He couldn't believe his luck. Standing right in front of him was the very person he had been so desperately longing to see. He had finally found her. Finn. She said she didn't recognize him and doubted he studied there. The guy pulled himself together and replied that she was right. He wasn't a student. He had just come to take photos for the yearbook. He couldn't take his eyes off her, thinking only that this really was his Finn. The girl reached out her hand and said he could give her the cigarette and she would throw it away. But Isaac stayed silent and nervously smiled. She was here, just a step away, right within his reach. He was already reaching for her hand, wanting to grab it, when suddenly someone called Finn's name. It was her friends who had been looking for her to invite her to karaoke, and she agreed. Finn quickly told the guy that if security caught him smoking, they would arrest him. Then she ran over to her friends, who started asking who that guy was. Her boyfriend, maybe? But she laughed and said he was just another rule breaker. Isaac stood there, watching the girl walk away. He never saw her again after that, since she moved away right after graduation. Later on, Isaac was hanging out with his friend. His buddy, who was into reading manga, said he had just come across a clever idea. If you want to hide something, put it inside an adult magazine. Since people already hide those, it wouldn't raise suspicion. Meanwhile, Isaac was looking through the Finn's photos he had taken, and his friend asked if that was the same Finn he always talked about. The blonde guy couldn't believe it. He explained that this girl often came to their station because she was acquainted with his higher-ranking colleague. He'd heard that she was seeing a therapist after her father's tragedy, and that she had partial amnesia. Isaac kept staring at her photos, thinking that must have been why she hadn't recognized him. In his eyes, that was very convenient. When his friend asked who she was to him, his first love, Isaac scratched his head and answered, something like that. And he thanked him for going beyond his official duties and giving him information about Finn. His friend replied that he was just returning a favor and jokingly said he hoped Isaac wouldn't start stalking the girl now. Isaac laughed loudly and asked how he could even think such a thing. He just wanted to see an old acquaintance again. In the present, Isaac walked into a store after his run and called Finn, asking if she wanted anything. He found what she had asked for and kept chatting with her on the phone. As he was leaving the store, he thanked the cashier and waved. His head was turned, so he didn't notice someone else walking in. The next moment, he bumped into a girl who also hadn't seen him because she was glued to her phone. The girl was about to apologize, but when she saw who it was, she froze in silence. The guy gave her a cold look, not even thinking to apologize for bumping into her too. Then he simply walked out, waving his hand and telling her to be more careful and watch where she was going next time. The girl stood there in shock, watching him leave. She recognized him. It was Isaac. Finn was riding the subway, staring at her phone. A text from an unknown number popped up asking if she knew that flowers had meanings. Later, she sat in a cafe telling Isaac about the strange message. He said it sounded kind of weird. Then he told her not to worry. Maybe someone had a crush on her and managed to get her number. Finn's friends watched their conversation with curious smiles. They'd just found out the two of them were dating and couldn't believe someone had finally won Finn's heart. One of the girls was genuinely happy for her friend and didn't mind Isaac being around, but the other wasn't thrilled. She thought Isaac didn't give Finn any space and that he could have at least let her have lunch with her friends alone. Isaac didn't get what the problem was. He just wanted to have lunch together. But the girl pointed out that Finn had her own friends and needed some time for herself. She didn't need her boyfriend following her everywhere. Finn, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice her friend's little argument with Isaac. Her thoughts were too busy circling around the meaning of tulips. Then she noticed Isaac had this little habit of leaving his drinks unfinished. On their way back to the office, Isaac suddenly told her she looked great in her outfit today. He quickly corrected himself, saying she always looked beautiful, but it was the first time he'd seen her in cool tones, and in his opinion, blue really suited her. Finn didn't know what to say. She admitted she wasn't sure if he'd just complimented her or just wanted to talk about her clothes. Isaac smiled and said she was simply gorgeous. That's what he meant to say. But he didn't have the guts to blurt it out right away. He'd never been great at giving compliments. Finn's cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. She smiled, thanked him, and said it looked like blue might just become her favorite color now. Suddenly, one of their colleagues showed up and, apologizing, asked Isaac if they could talk in private. Isaac asked if it had to be right now. He'd wanted to walk Finn back to her desk. But Finn told him it was fine and said she'd go by herself. Isaac promised to stop by later. Evening came, and Finn was wrapping up her shift. Isaac suddenly appeared behind her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and apologized in advance that he wouldn't be able to walk her home because he had to meet someone after work. But Finn told him she was actually planning to work overtime anyway. She might even stay at the office all night. Isaac asked her to text him once she got home no matter what. Finn really did end up working almost till morning, so now she was heading home just as the rest of the city was waking up. The message from that unknown number still wouldn't leave her alone. She kept replaying it in her head over and over. Finally, she decided to call the number. She was sure Noah was behind it. But the moment she did, a phone started ringing inside the subway car. Finn froze in terror. Could this really just be a coincidence? The phone kept ringing as a man in sneakers started walking toward her. Finn froze, stunned. She felt his presence, the presence of her old friend, with every cell in her body. She finally lifted her gaze to see how many stops were left. Her legs started to tremble. All she could think about was whether she'd managed to get out of the train before something awful happened. Meanwhile, the mysterious guy was already standing right behind her, a faint smirk on his face. As soon as the train pulled into the station and the doors slid open, Finn bolted. She ran like she used to as a kid. Blood rushed in her ears, and all she could think was, "He's here. He came for me." Tears welled up in her eyes. She squeezed them shut, silently begging anyone out to help her. The next moment, someone caught her by the hand and called her name, asking if she was okay and why she was running. Finn opened her eyes to see a familiar face. It was Isaac, worried and out of breath. He asked what had happened and noticed she was shaking. She immediately threw herself into his arms, unable to say a single word. Isaac gently stroked her head, whispering that everything was okay. Meanwhile, the mysterious guy watched them from inside the subway car. He watched Isaac hold her, watched him calm her down, telling her he was right there. The doors started to close, but Noah didn't look away. He kept his eyes locked on his old friend. When they reached her building, Isaac explained that the friend he was supposed to meet had rescheduled, so he decided to wait for her at the station to walk her home. He asked what had scared her so badly. Finn tried to pass it off as a panic attack, but Isaac didn't buy it. He said something had clearly triggered her and reminded her he'd always be there if she needed to talk. She repeated that she was fine and told him not to worry. But Isaac still looked tense and said he couldn't not worry about her. Then he told her to go home and get some rest. He headed toward his apartment and told her to text or call if she needed anything. But suddenly, Finn grabbed the hem of his shirt and asked if he wanted to come over for a little while. A bit later, at her place, she poured him some tea and told him what had happened, how she'd called that number and the phone started ringing on the train. It had terrified her. Isaac said it really did sound like someone was following her, and that he was sorry he hadn't walked her home like usual. From now on, he wouldn't let her go alone. But Finn started saying she'd probably just overreacted, got scared, and ran out of the train. Maybe the ringing phone really was just a coincidence. Isaac stared at her silently, unable to believe she'd said that. She'd never been the type to believe in coincidences. He took her hands gently in his and said that either way, there was a serial killer on the loose, and she shouldn't be out alone at night. Suddenly, Finn confessed she thought she was ready to face that man. She'd prepared herself for this day. But today, she couldn't even move because of the fear. She looked so vulnerable. Then she gave a bitter little laugh, running a hand through her hair, saying she didn't even know why she was afraid of him. Was she afraid to die? Isaac finally asked who Noah was, and Finn realized her boyfriend didn't even know who she'd been talking about this whole time. She exhaled and told him that Noah was her childhood friend, or at least that's what she used to think. Noah was the man who killed her father. Isaac listened carefully, silently studying her face. Finn went on, explaining that he was the first person she'd ever grown close to. She didn't remember much, but she remembered how he'd always listened to her stories, even when he clearly didn't care. Isaac thought about how much she looked like her younger self right now. That little girl giving testimony in court. The story was the same. It felt rehearsed, like she'd been preparing for it all along. He could almost see that courtroom scene all over again. He remembered that day so vividly, and now he soaked in every movement she made, every word she spoke. When he finally interrupted her and asked why she thought Noah had come back for her, Finn's eyes widened in surprise. She grabbed his hand and said she wanted to show him something, then dragged him to her room. Isaac examined the clippings and notes Finn had carefully collected, and he was stunned to realize she'd been tracking every single murder since the very first victim. She had connected all the killings long before the police had. She really was smart, and incredibly talented. Finn was both surprised and a little flattered. She never expected anyone to praise her for her deductive skills. She explained that she'd stumbled across a news report about the first victim by accident. But what caught her attention was how much the woman looked like her. But it wasn't just the resemblance. The way the murder was committed reminded her of Noah's signature. She told him that Noah used to be obsessed with hunting small animals, and he genuinely enjoyed it. The moment anyone mentioned hunting, his eyes would light up with excitement. But he had a specific pattern. He'd tie the animals up and wound them, just to watch them struggle to survive. Isaac sat down next to her and asked if she really believed Noah was the serial killer the entire police force was hunting. Did she actually think he was doing all this because of her? How could she be sure if her memory wasn't reliable? Finn hesitated and admitted she couldn't be sure. But if she was right, that meant people were dying because of her. And that felt so much worse than if she'd been the only victim. It was eating her alive. She said he probably thought she sounded crazy and paranoid now. Isaac tapped his finger on her notebook and said that if she was right, then Noah already knew what she looked like now. Her hair color, the length, which meant he'd been watching her. And the fact that all the crimes had happened in her city meant he probably already knew where she lived. The only question was, why hadn't he attacked her yet? Finn listened to him in shock, unable to believe that Isaac actually believed her. He said he wasn't sure if the killer was really Noah, but he had no doubt someone was following her. Then he told her that, honestly, he didn't care who it was, because as long as he was around, he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Suddenly, Finn burst into tears, and Isaac asked if he'd said something wrong. But she just cried harder, asking why he was still here with her. Wasn't he tired of her and all her problems? He caught her hands and asked, "Do you really not know why I'm here? Haven't you figured it out yet?" He pressed her palms to his cheek and confessed that he was crazy about her, and that nothing she did could ever push him away. He told her he'd protect her no matter what. Isaac said she'd just had a rough day and asked if she wanted to be alone. Sunlight barely filtered through the blinds. She looked at him with tear-streaked eyes and softly asked him to stay a little longer. Eventually, she fell asleep beside Isaac and didn't wake up until evening. He watched over her, gently twirling strands of her hair around his finger. Sometimes in her sleep, she whimpered and mumbled in fear, begging not to be hurt. Isaac watched her closely, thinking how things might have been different if she'd taken even a tiny bit of responsibility back then. He brushed his hand over her shoulder, shifting a little to get more comfortable. His mind lingered on the thought that things could have gone another way. As he left a soft kiss on her forehead, he thought that if things had been different, he could have really fallen for her. And maybe they could have had something normal. Feeling him move, Finn opened her eyes slightly and found his face just inches from hers. Isaac leaned down and kissed her. Finn kissed him back, her heart full of warmth, not realizing the storm of anger and bitterness raging inside him. How much he hated that she'd done nothing and yet would now live with him in this hell. Soon, Isaac drifted into a dream. He was a teenager again, beaten, staring tiredly at his friend. Noah told him he'd never see him as a brother, that his mother had made him weak. Noah shot him one last cold look and ordered him to get rid of her. Then there was his mother, lying on the floor, hands tied, softly whispering his name. Sweat broke out on Isaac's forehead. He groaned in his sleep, and Finn reached out to gently wake him. Finally, he opened his eyes and sat up. She apologized for waking him, but said she was worried if he was okay. Before he could say anything, she placed her hand on his forehead to check for a fever. But he was fine. Finn looked concerned and asked if anything hurt. Then she mentioned his phone had been ringing nonstop. Just then, her phone started ringing too. It was her manager. Turns out they'd both overslept the entire day and missed their night shift. Finn promised they'd explain it to their boss. She turned to Isaac and asked if he was okay with ordering takeout since she couldn't cook. She was about to place the order, but Isaac stopped her and asked why she was rushing. He told her she needed to slow down. Finn didn't get what he meant. Sitting on her bed with messy hair and a sleepy grin, Isaac tilted his head and said, "How about we say good morning first?" "Morning, Finn." Then he asked how she'd slept. Finn blushed, confused and shy. She'd never had an experience like this before and didn't know this kind of moment could feel so natural. Finally, she smiled and said the morning was wonderful, and thanked Isaac for staying with her. She couldn't see his face, but if she could have, she would have noticed how his expression was both curious and just a little annoyed. All he said was, "Anytime." Their manager was practically burning holes through them with her furious stare. Isaac actually seemed to enjoy it and asked if the manager was trying not to explode because she clearly wasn't focused on her work. The woman finally snapped and said she was furious because the two of them had missed last night's shift. Isaac answered that they'd already explained everything and that they really were sorry the team's performance would take a slight hit because of them. But the manager rubbed her temples tiredly and snapped that it wasn't about performance. It was because she couldn't reach either of them. She reminded them she was also their friend and that she'd genuinely been worried. Finn felt awful and apologized again, promising it wouldn't happen ever again. The manager finally cooled down and apologized for losing her temper. Then she said she'd just adjust their schedule so they could make up for the missed shift. Meanwhile, Isaac suddenly felt someone's eyes on him and glanced sideways carefully. It was that same coworker who had asked him for help. She was looking at him strangely after everything that had happened. Isaac turned his gaze forward again and decided it was time to deal with the situation. Later that evening, after walking Finn home, he told her he needed to step out for a bit, and to call him right away if anything felt off. She looked curious about where he was going but didn't want to pry, so she just said he seemed to be in a hurry. Isaac caught that and explained it was just a meeting with a friend, the one he'd postponed earlier, and then swore he wasn't cheating on her. He didn't want her to even think that way. Caught off guard, Finn blushed and stammered that she'd never thought Isaac would cheat on her. Before going inside, she asked him to be careful. With an unreadable expression, Isaac turned and walked off, determined to settle something once and for all. A little later, he sat under a building, playing on his phone while waiting for the person he needed. First, he heard a soft meow, then saw a black cat staring right at him. He chuckled and asked the furry stranger if it was lost. And then, suddenly, she appeared. The girl he'd been waiting for looked shocked to see him outside her building. Nervously, she asked if he'd come to do it right now. But Isaac calmly said, first of all, he wasn't here for that, and second, he'd never agreed to anything like it. The girl quickly said they'd talk at the office and that he should leave. Isaac wasn't going anywhere. He looked her dead in the eye and said she'd never get from him what she wanted. She'd made a mistake, taken him for someone he wasn't. Everything she thought she knew about him wasn't true anymore. Panic flashed in her eyes. She begged him to leave right away, saying she'd be in trouble if he stayed. And then what she feared most happened. From the darkness, her boyfriend appeared, smirking and saying, well, looks like we've got a guest. We shouldn't keep him outside like that. He might get cold. The girl instantly fell silent. The guy sneered, saying she looked just like a criminal caught red-handed. He turned to Isaac and asked if she'd fed him some sob story and he'd shown up to play the knight in shining armor. Pointing at her, the man said she pulled stunts like this all the time, that she was just an attention seeker who couldn't be trusted. But Isaac stood up and asked, and what if I'm not planning to leave? What if I'm here to protect Eva? Meanwhile, Finn was at her computer looking up the meaning of tulips in the language of flowers. She found out tulips symbolize perfect and boundless love. And after World War II, they also became a symbol of freedom. Her thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was Isaac, calling from the hospital. Finn got ready as fast as she could, and when she walked into his room, she froze. Isaac was bruised and beaten, but he still smiled, happy that she'd come. He knew she'd have a lot of questions, but first asked her to sit down. She sat across from him, her face full of worry. She asked what happened. Was it a car accident? His face was covered in bruises. Had he been in a fight? But Isaac acted like nothing happened and just asked how she slept and if she got any rest. Hearing that, Finn got angry. She'd been worried sick, and he was acting like everything was fine. Why was he worried about her when he was the one in a hospital bed? His left hand was covered in scrapes. How had it come to this? Isaac nervously covered his hand and said he didn't want to bother her while she was sleeping. Finn puffed her cheeks in frustration and said he wasn't even telling her what happened. That's when Isaac finally confessed that the night he said the meeting with his friend didn't happen, he'd actually met with her coworker, Eva. He explained that they met briefly because she'd asked him for help with something serious. She wanted him to get rid of her boyfriend. Finn was shocked and said that was such a strange thing to ask. Why him? Isaac said Eva had gotten the same wrong idea about him that Finn once had. He looked a little hurt and asked, "Do I really give off psycho killer vibes?" Basically, Eva had asked him to deal with her abusive boyfriend. Killing was never part of Isaac's plan, so he came up with the only solution he could think of. He said that once he learned what she was going through, he couldn't just ignore it. The guy was a total jerk. The moment the guy saw Isaac, he started a fight. Isaac let him land a few punches on purpose so he'd have something solid to use against him when he called the cops. But he didn't expect the bastard to pull out a box cutter. Things got messier than planned before the police finally arrived. "But hey," he said with a crooked grin, "the worse it looks for me, the longer he's gonna be locked up." No reason to be upset. At least Eva's free now. Finn just stared at him in shock, asking how he could smile and act so calm in a situation like this. Isaac hurried to explain that he wasn't laughing. He just didn't want to make Finn worry even more. She told him he could have died. She had genuinely been scared for him. He smiled and admitted that, in a way, he was glad he ended up in the hospital, because seeing how worried she was gave him hope. Hope that maybe she'd fall for him even more. Hearing something so bold made Finn blush. He really was insane, a beautiful kind of insane. Isaac just smiled at her silently, and she made him promise he'd never hurt himself like that again. Finn had just stepped out of the elevator when she overheard her friends gossiping about Isaac and the fight that landed him in the hospital. One of the girls said she wasn't surprised. He had that troublemaker look in his eyes. The blonde girl replied that Isaac had always seemed nice and friendly to her, but her friend said she'd heard he'd been fired from his last job after getting into conflicts with his coworkers. The girls were so wrapped up in the conversation, they didn't notice Finn standing behind them. Disappointed. They immediately started apologizing for gossiping about her boyfriend. They shouldn't have talked behind his back. But Finn reassured them that Isaac probably wouldn't have cared. He would have just laughed. And if they really wanted to know about his old job, they could just ask the manager, since she used to work with him. The girls then said Finn had changed for the better since she started dating Isaac. Aside from the occasional lateness and that one missed shift, they were happy to see things going well between them. Out of the corner of her eye, Finn spotted Eva heading toward the women's restroom. She remembered Isaac asking her to stay away from Eva and the whole mess with her abusive boyfriend. He'd told her Eva had a rough life and was still surrounded by dangerous people. He'd promised to check out of the hospital that evening and walk her home. Finn had promised she wouldn't get involved. Just then, one of her friends said their break was almost over and they needed to get back to work. But Finn suddenly said they should go on without her. She needed to stop by the restroom. She lingered at the mirror, fixing her hair on purpose, waiting until Eva finally came out of the stall. When her coworker leaned over the sink, Finn suddenly said she'd always wondered why Eva wore such covered-up clothes, even in the heat. Now everything made sense. Eva looked at her and said Finn had chosen a very interesting way to start a conversation. "So, Isaac told you everything?" Finn asked why, out of everyone, Eva had gone to Isaac for help. But Eva turned to leave and said there was nothing more to say. If Finn was that curious, she could ask her boyfriend directly. Finn then told her that Isaac had warned her to stay away from Eva. That made Eva freeze. She spun around, grabbed Finn by the shoulders, panic in her eyes, and told her to stay away from Isaac, for her own good. Before leaving, she begged Finn to save herself before it was too late, and not end up like her. Finn stood there, staring after her, confused and unsettled. When the workday ended, Finn didn't rush home. She planned to finish what she'd started earlier and waited until Eva left the building. Isaac called her. He wanted to meet her after work. But she silently apologized to him in her mind, declined the call, and slipped the phone into her bag. Even though she'd promised not to get involved, knowing what Eva had been through, Finn couldn't just walk away. Once Eva was far enough from work, Finn finally called out to her. Eva turned around, shocked. She couldn't believe Finn had followed her. "Now I see why you and Isaac make such a perfect pair. You're both crazy," she snapped. Finn ignored the jab and told her she wanted to talk. Eva grew uneasy and apologized for asking her boyfriend for help. She still didn't understand why Isaac had let himself get beaten up like that, but she didn't have anything else to say. But Finn wasn't here to talk about that. She confessed that once she'd asked someone to get rid of her father, and had carried the guilt ever since. She threw Eva's own words back at her, telling her to save herself before it was too late. The two of them ended up at a small playground. Eva started to talk. She said she'd grown up watching her father abuse her mother, and whenever she tried to defend her, she got hurt too. She'd begged her mom to run away from him, but every time her mother believed it wouldn't happen again. But it always did. Eva never understood why her mother wouldn't leave, not even for her. Eventually, she started to believe she didn't matter if her own mother wouldn't protect her. She swore she'd never be like her mom, but she'd been wrong. As soon as she could, Eva moved out, hoping for a better life. But everything went downhill fast, and then she met that bastard. At first, he made her feel special. He showered her with compliments, made her feel loved and happy. She craved that feeling, but her whole life she'd only known pain. So when someone showed her even the tiniest bit of kindness, she mistook it for love, because she had nothing else to compare it to. Finn listened closely, fully understanding what Eva was saying. Eva admitted she finally understood her mother, what it's like to hold on so tightly to the good parts, even when they're surrounded by pain. Finn asked what had happened. Had Eva finally reached her breaking point? Eva said yes. One day, she realized she couldn't be the victim anymore. Finn then asked why she hadn't gone to the police. Eva gave a bitter smile and said the cops didn't believe her because of her criminal record. Once you've got a record, no one cares what happens to you. Later, her boyfriend found out she'd tried to turn him in and threatened to leak her private photos online. That's when the trap closed. That's why she'd turned to Isaac, out of sheer desperation. But now she was grateful he hadn't done what she'd asked. She said she was relieved her boyfriend would spend some time behind bars. It gave her a chance to run to another city and start over. But Finn suddenly said they couldn't just leave it at that. She had a detective friend who could help Eva. Soon, Eva brought Finn to her apartment and showed her laptop and phone. On them was enough evidence to charge the man with blackmail, get a restraining order, and add time to his sentence. Finn told her that Scott would definitely help, and Eva asked if Finn had ever thought about becoming a detective herself, because she clearly had a knack for it. She admitted that when she was younger, she used to spend a lot of time hanging out at the police station, going through their files. Suddenly, Eva asked why Finn was even helping her, especially after everything she'd done to Isaac. Finn said she often asked herself how different her life would have been if someone had helped her back then. What if her father hadn't been killed? Would her life have turned out normal? Would she have found a new family? Real friends? Hearing this, Eva apologized in advance, knowing it was a sensitive topic, but still asked how Finn's father had died. Before Finn could answer, their conversation was cut off by a loud banging on the door. Eva's boyfriend was pounding on it, yelling for her to open up. Eva's face went pale. He wasn't supposed to be out this soon. She ordered Finn to hide in the bathroom while she distracted the bastard. A few seconds later, the man kicked the door open and shouted, demanding to know why she hadn't answered him. When he finally saw Eva, he smirked and asked if she was surprised to see him so soon. "Guess luck's not on your side this time," he growled. Meanwhile, Isaac had just gotten home and was sitting on his bed, wondering where Finn had gone, when a text suddenly popped up on his phone. It was from Eva. She was begging him to come right away. Finn was in danger. Isaac's eyes went cold, burning with a sharp, icy fire. A few days earlier, Eva had finally tracked Isaac down and told him she was sure she hadn't misjudged him. Isaac wasn't amused when he showed up. He told her to shut up and get to the point. What did she want from him? Eva smirked and warned him to be careful, or his good guy at work mask might slip. Then she got serious. She promised to keep her mouth shut, not tell Finn a thing, even quit her job. In exchange, he had to get rid of her boyfriend. Isaac stared at her, thrown off. Was this really why she called him? She explained that her boyfriend was a monster. He'd wrecked her life, and she could never escape him unless he disappeared. Isaac gave a crooked smile. And why exactly would I care about any of this? He couldn't believe she was serious. But Eva said he didn't have a choice. If he refused, she'd tell Finn everything about his past. He rubbed the back of his neck. "If I'm so dangerous like you say, why'd you meet me alone at night?" But Eva said she wasn't scared. She could protect herself. Isaac let out a long, bitter breath. That's kinda ironic. If you're so tough, why not use that fight on your psycho boyfriend instead? Now Eva stood frozen, staring at her boyfriend, asking herself why she always froze up around him. He stormed into the apartment, furious, yelling about how miserable it had been in that tiny cell and how awful the food at the station was. Leaning toward her, he demanded to know where she was hiding that crazy psycho. He was sure she'd been with him. He ranted that the guy had to be insane anyway. Who the hell smiles while getting beaten up? He started yelling through the apartment, demanding that the bastard come out. He was convinced Eva was planning to run away with him, but she tried to calm him down, swearing it wasn't like that. Suddenly, he noticed the bathroom door was locked. Inside, Finn was sitting against it, her whole body shaking. It felt like she was a little girl again, hiding from her own father the same way. Outside, Ava's boyfriend cracked his knuckles, certain Isaac was behind the door, and got ready to break it down. Finally, Eva gathered her courage and shouted at the top of her lungs, ordering him to get out of her house. She reminded him he had no right to be there. He didn't pay rent, didn't even work, and she threatened to call the cops. But he just shoved her and started yelling, calling her ungrateful. He screamed that she was nothing without him, that without him, she'd sink straight to the bottom. Hearing the sounds of the struggle, Finn finally snapped out of it, stood up, and decided to act. Eva was terrified, begging him to stop, promising she wouldn't do anything like this again. That moment gave Finn enough time to slip out of the bathroom, grab a bottle, and smash it against his head. As he clutched his head, dazed, Finn yelled for Eva to run. She was about to follow her when she suddenly felt him grab her by the hair. Finn screamed at Eva to keep running and not look back. Tears welled up in Eva's eyes. She knew it was wrong to leave her, but she shouted that she'd bring help as fast as she could. Realizing Eva had escaped, the man roared with rage and shoved Finn. He was furious Eva got away, and the pain in his head made it worse. He swore Finn would pay for this. Looking around, he cursed at the mess and called his girlfriend useless. Where'd she even get all these new friends, huh? Finn stared at him, not with fear, but with pure disgust, and that made him even angrier. Crouching down in front of her, he said she shouldn't be mad at him for shoving her. After all, she'd hit him first. We're even. Then he sneered and asked if she really believed Eva would bring help. She lies to everyone. His voice suddenly dropped lower as he reached out, wiping away a tear from her cheek. Don't believe everything Eva told you about me. I'm not a bad guy. That gesture made Finn flinch. It reminded her of her father. He used to act the exact same way. Manipulative, fake. He said he and Eva fought sometimes, but only because she refused to listen. Before him, her life had been a nightmare. Thanks to him, it was better now. Finn suddenly snapped back, saying that was a lie. She knew men like him. He hit her where no one would see, told her what to wear, where to go. There was no excuse, he was just a monster. He didn't like that one bit. God, I can't stand girls who think they know everything, he hissed. And in the next second, he lunged at her, saying she was no better than Eva. He grabbed her by the wrists, holding her tight, and said she needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind, asking if she remembered what tulips meant in the language of flowers. Freedom. With that thought, she reached for a shard of glass lying just within reach. In the next instant, she struck him, and finally managed to break free from his grip. The man was so stunned, he didn't even notice the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Isaac burst into the apartment, grabbed a chair, and slammed it into the guy, knocking him as far away from Finn as possible. The man threw up his hands, begging him to stop. Shocked, he didn't even realize who it was at first. Then he saw Isaac standing over him. Calm, cold, and terrifyingly composed. The man's eyes widened. Was that psycho really back? Isaac's gaze shifted to Finn, his eyes glinting with ice. Once he saw she was alive, he turned back to the man and said in a low voice that he'd better start praying for death. Then he punched him so hard the man flew backward, slamming against the wall with a scream. Isaac gave in to his rage, swinging again and again, shouting, "How dare you touch Finn with your filthy hands?" Straddling him, Isaac growled, "No one touches my prey." In that moment, he looked like a complete maniac, ready to erase the guy from existence. Finn, still in shock, could barely breathe. It took her a few seconds to realize what was happening. For some reason, she suddenly thought she was looking at Noah, only older. But after blinking a few times, she realized it was Isaac. He kept shouting that the man would regret ever leaving prison. Finn screamed, begging him to stop. He could kill him by accident. She reached for him with trembling hands, unable to believe this was happening again. It felt exactly like that day, when they took Noah away. The same fear, the same helplessness. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed at Isaac to stop. Maybe her voice finally reached him, because he froze. unsure if he should finish what he started. Finn sobbed, pleading with him, her voice shaking. If he didn't stop, they'd take him away from her too, just like they did with Noah. And if he was gone, she'd be alone again. "I don't want to be alone anymore," she whispered. And Isaac immediately ran to her. He wrapped her tightly in his arms, trying to calm her down, whispering that everything would be okay. A peaceful smile spread across his face as he promised her he'd never leave. "Nothing will ever tear us apart," he thought. Soon after, the police arrived at the scene. One of the officers asked the other if it was really self-defense, and his partner replied that the man had attacked the girl. She defended herself, and her boyfriend stepped in. Looking around at the chaos, the younger officer muttered that the place looked like a war zone. Suddenly, Detective Scott Lee appeared behind them and asked who was going to brief him. Eva sat nervously on the couch, retelling her story to the detective for what felt like the 100th time. Scott reassured her that he wasn't in charge of the case, so she didn't have to talk to him if she didn't want to. But he was Finn's friend, and he wanted to understand what really happened. Eva said Finn had told her about him, that he could be trusted. She felt terrible that Finn had gotten caught up in all of this. Finn had just been trying to help Eva gather proof against her abusive boyfriend. After Finn shared the story about her father, Eva had opened up to her. Eva admitted she felt awful that Finn got hurt trying to help her, and that Isaac had stepped in too. She even confessed she was a little jealous that so many people cared about Finn, wishing she had someone like that herself. Scott listened and told her she could trust him. He'd make sure she got help. Then he asked if she'd come with him to visit Finn in the hospital. Eva suddenly remembered that night. The chaos, the call, the sirens. Thank God the hospital was close. And the ambulance had arrived in time to save Finn. Isaac, however, was furious. He tore into Eva for dragging Finn into this mess. If he hadn't made it in time, he didn't even want to think about what that monster might have done to her. Eva cried, over and over apologizing. She hadn't meant to pull Finn into her nightmare. Before leaving, Isaac shot her a cold glare and told her to keep her end of the deal and to stay the hell away from Finn. So now, even though Eva wanted nothing more than to thank Finn in person, she told the detective she wouldn't be going with him. Meanwhile, Finn had finished her tests and given her statement to the police. The nurse told her the results would be mailed to her soon and that she could go home. Suddenly, Scott walked into the room, saying he'd been assigned as her guardian for the case. Sitting down across from her, he asked how long she planned to keep everything secret. Had she ever even thought of telling him? Finn bristled, asking if he came just to lecture her. Scott, clearly worried, asked why she hadn't called him first. Didn't she trust him? Finn said she just felt the same as she did years ago. Hearing about Eva's situation, she couldn't ignore it. She felt it was her responsibility to help. Maybe, she admitted, it was her way of trying to ease the guilt she'd carried all these years. When she was pinned to the floor, fighting for her life, all she'd felt was relief that she could fight back. But then came fear. A strange, deep fear. The memories didn't add up. Could her mind be mixing up the past? She was terrified she could no longer tell what was real and what wasn't. Scott gently put his hand on her shoulder and said it was okay. He was proud of her. She'd done the right thing. Then he ruffled her hair softly, just like when she was little, and told her to come to him first next time. Right at that moment, Isaac walked into the hospital room, apologizing to Finn for being late. The interrogation had taken longer than he expected. He froze when he saw the scene in front of him, Scott gently comforting Finn. The detective greeted him and told them both to get ready. He'd give them a ride home. Isaac didn't say a word, just silently followed his instructions. When they got to Finn's place, Scott helped her get settled into bed and stayed until she fell asleep. She slept peacefully, even after everything she'd just been through. Once outside, Scott lit a cigarette in the parking lot. His mind drifted back to his conversation with Eva. She had been insistent, almost desperate, asking him to keep an eye on Finn. She'd told him she'd tried to warn Finn about being careful with Isaac, but it seemed Finn had already fallen for him completely. That caught Scott off guard. He asked if she was really talking about that Isaac, the same one who'd saved Finn. Eva said he'd seen for himself what Isaac did to her boyfriend, and that was nothing compared to what he was capable of. She'd known him since high school. She urged Scott to dig up everything he could on him. Then she told him his real name. So now, Scott called his assistant and told him to dig up everything. Family ties, documents, any mention or record at all. He needed every scrap of information he could get on Isaac Inoue. Meanwhile, Isaac went home, and memories from their youth came flooding back. His mother smiled, brushing his hair, telling him what a handsome boy he was, and how much he and his brother looked alike, almost like twins. His aunt looked uncomfortable and pointed out that Isaac and Noah weren't related by blood. But his mother replied that it didn't matter to her. Noah was her husband's son, and that made him her son too. When everything was ready, the photographer, a young man, asked them all to hold still and get ready for the shot. The family portrait was taken. The young woman sat on the couch, holding Isaac close, while Noah stood slightly behind them. It was obvious no one except the mother was happy about it. That night, a fight broke out in the kitchen. Noah refused to pray, and his stepmother refused to feed him until he prayed with her and Isaac. Isaac had always been quiet and obedient, so he stayed silent even though the situation made him deeply uncomfortable. His mother was a devoutly religious woman, and after her husband's death, her mind began to unravel. She blamed Noah for blasphemy, convinced God was punishing them because of him, that their family was cursed. Noah listened to her rant with a blank, detached expression. She cried, mourning that she hadn't been able to guide her son to the righteous path. Now surely they were all bound for hell. Noah just smirked and told her she could starve if she wanted. He was leaving. She screamed, asking if he was going to that girl again. Her father had already warned Noah to stay away from her. She ordered Isaac to follow his brother and make sure he didn't get into trouble. Isaac had no choice. He ran outside. The neighbors were whispering as usual. They all knew she'd lost it a long time ago. Turning the corner, Isaac stopped. Noah was there. With Finn. She was already waiting for him. That girl, the same girl he later saw at the station. The night her father was killed, she just sat there, blank and numb. And then he remembered her tear-streaked face in Eva's apartment. Was she really crying out of fear of losing him? He texted Finn, asking if she was awake. The notification sound instantly snapped her out of her restless half-sleep. She replied that she wasn't asleep, and apologized for not listening to him. Isaac asked if he could come over. She didn't want to be alone. A short while later, he was at her apartment with takeout. He figured she was hungry since neither of them had eaten much after the hospital. A little later, the plates were empty. They sat together on the couch. Finn noticed he looked distant, lost in thought. Lately, he'd seemed different. She asked why he was so quiet. Was he mad at her? He looked at her carefully and asked what she thought. She looked guilty and asked him not to be mad. She wasn't good at reading people's minds. Numb. Maybe she was just tired. She added softly that he hadn't seemed like himself lately. Finn admitted she'd been thinking a lot about him and Eva. It was clear Eva knew him better than she did. Maybe he was getting tired of her? Maybe Eva had more influence on him than she did? Isaac answered that he hoped she wasn't suggesting they break up. Finn had plenty of reasons to worry, but he was just tired. Nothing else had changed. Relieved, Finn hugged her knees and admitted she felt cursed. Like everyone who got close to her ended up hurt. Isaac sighed and said things couldn't keep going like this. If she kept drowning in her pain, she'd never find a way out. She wasn't the only broken one. He'd told her that before. He, too, had watched someone he loved get taken away right in front of him by someone he trusted completely. It changed everything. He was just as damaged as she was. But when he chose her, he accepted her as she was. If she wanted this to work, she'd have to accept him too. Or she could walk away now. This was her last chance. But before he could finish, Finn leaned in and kissed him softly. Isaac didn't even seem surprised. All he thought was that she had no idea how dangerous she really was. He took her kiss as an answer, pulled her closer by the back of her head and kissed her back. He loved how soft and warm she felt. She had this quiet power over people. They adored her, followed her, without even realizing it. And she had no idea how strong that made her. Finn straddled him, pressing closer. Isaac held her, kissing her back, thrilled by the feeling that she was his. Their breathing grew heavier. When he asked if she wanted to go to her room, she nodded. He carried her to her bed, and before laying her down, he kissed her gently once more. The girl pulled him down with her, and they kept kissing. After everything they'd just been through, it was exactly what they both needed to forget for a while. For a moment, he paused and studied her face. Her eyes were shining, her cheeks flushed. Isaac thought about how vulnerable and open she was right then. She had no idea how defenseless she was, completely in his hands. He could end it all right now if he wanted to. But instead, he gently caressed her cheek and told her she could still stop him, because later he won't be able to control himself. Finn looked up at him with those big, hopeful eyes and said she knew he'd never hurt her, right? For a heartbeat, Isaac froze, then quietly answered, "No." Not this time, he thought. Then Finn pulled him closer and whispered that she wanted to be with him. Their lips met in a long, tender kiss. The room filled with the sound of their heavy breathing. Isaac knew the day she remembered everything would be the moment he'd finally taste real satisfaction. Detective Scott sat over the case files, going over the details of the crimes. Like him, his colleagues also noticed big differences between the first two victims and the third. A lot pointed to there being two killers, but the question was one of them a copycat? Or were they connected? His coworkers remarked that Scott looked awful. This case was wearing him down. The woman knew something had happened to Scott's ward and wanted to ask how the case was going, but he told her he wasn't directly involved and that Finn was okay. He knew what would come next, a lecture, so he asked her not to start. Instead, he asked how her search through the flower shops was going. She said she had no idea the flower business was that big in their district. Most of the stores didn't even keep sales records anymore, and many didn't have functioning surveillance cameras. Scott wasn't surprised. He figured the killer had no real connection to the victims, so digging into their pasts wouldn't help much. The guy was careful not to leave traces. Another problem, all the victims lived in different, distant neighborhoods. His colleague asked how the killer found them then. It's not like he just wandered around the whole city and grabbed the first girl he liked, right? Scott thought for a moment and guessed the victims had to have something in common, a shared habit or a place they all regularly visited. That would make it easy to study their routines and know where to find them. Suddenly, another colleague chimed in, saying all the girls commuted by subway. Their work schedules overlapped, and they boarded the trains at roughly the same time. If the killer rode with them, no one would notice. Plus, even if they checked the subway security footage, any suspicious person they found could just be a coincidence. But Scott pulled up the subway map and the crime scenes and nodded. The guy was right. The victims' neighborhoods lined up along the subway line, and each station was close to where the crimes happened. The woman was stunned they hadn't caught that earlier. It could actually be a major lead. Then the guy added he'd checked the victim's social media and found one of them was an influencer. She used a fake name on her profile. He showed them her account. She wasn't very popular, but her followers were mourning her death. But what really caught Scott's eye was a vlog she'd posted a week before she died. In the photo, what stood out was a bouquet of tulips. That one detail stuck in Scott's mind. Morning came, sunlight streaming through the window. Finn's phone wouldn't stop buzzing. She jolted awake and saw Isaac lying peacefully next to her. Turns out he'd been awake for a while, just enjoying the feeling of her in his arms. He mentioned her phone had been ringing for quite a while. She shot up immediately. It was probably the manager calling. They were supposed to head to work. She rushed so fast she got tangled in the blanket and fell off the bed. Isaac, alarmed, asked if she was okay. A bit later, Isaac got a call from the manager too. She already knew what had happened and told them the company was giving them a few days off. When he hung up, he told Finn they had 3 full days to do absolutely nothing, but they'd have to submit medical reports and police statements. He asked if she was feeling okay, if anything hurt. Finn blushed immediately. After last night, her lower stomach ached a little, and her legs were weak, but otherwise she was fine. When she heard Isaac's soft laugh, she puffed up her cheeks, realizing he'd been talking about her fall, not the night they spent together. She blushed even more and called him a pervert. He burst out laughing, warm and loud, admitting she totally caught him. Then he crouched down in front of her, apologized, and said he was just insanely happy. Next time, he promised to be gentler, then asked what she wanted to do with their 3 free days. Soon, they headed to the store for groceries. Isaac suggested they skip instant noodles and try cooking something delicious together. They strolled down the street holding hands, chatting about little things. He softly stroked her hand, and Finn felt a warmth growing inside her. Her happiness was slowly becoming tied to him. Back home, Isaac tied on an apron, grabbed a knife, and started cooking like he knew exactly what he was doing. Finn watched him, completely captivated. The kitchen smelled amazing. She wasn't used to someone taking care of her like this. Suddenly, Isaac said they'd forgotten to buy pepper and bay leaves and asked if she had any. But Finn just smiled and said the whole scene looked so sweet. They were like a normal couple, living together, sharing a home. He smiled back and said he really hoped they could keep living like this. Going to work together, making dinner every night, paying bills, growing old side by side. Finn said it all sounded a little boring. So Isaac asked if she had any hobbies or dreams for their life together. He said he wanted to travel a lot, change careers, start collecting something. Come on, Finn, he said with a grin. What do you want to do? She thought for a moment, then confidently said her dream was to make Isaac happy. His heart skipped a beat at her words. He leaned closer and smiled, telling her nothing could be easier. She just had to move in with him. Later that evening, Isaac was walking home from the store with a small bag, thinking about everything that had happened lately. Love, care, happiness, all of it had entered his life. Suddenly, he stopped. He recognized a familiar furry friend. It was the same black cat he'd seen near Eva's house. Did it not have a home? He thought about taking it in, but suddenly the cat bolted. Not to escape, but like it was leading him somewhere. Isaac followed it until they reached a small flower shop. The cat ran up to a man and rubbed against his legs. The stranger called it Jameer and lightly scolded it for wandering off again. Isaac froze. He wasn't sure if he was really seeing the man he'd known and trusted years ago. The man who had taken everything from him. The one who had snuffed out the light in his eyes. The man standing before him looked a lot like Noah, but introduced himself with another name. He smiled easily and thanked Isaac for helping bring his cat home. Our paths finally crossed, he thought. Noah was standing before Isaac, the man whose hope he had twisted into despair. He'd remade Isaac's life, leaving him nothing but hatred and a sense of purpose. His creation stood before him. Isaac pretended not to recognize him and simply said, "No need to thank me." The phone in his pocket wouldn't stop buzzing, but he really didn't feel like answering it right now. Meanwhile, his friend was calling, trying to warn him that Detective Scott had finally dug up information about him. Why on earth wouldn't he pick up the damn phone when it was something this urgent? Isaac decided to keep walking in silence while the supposed stranger, Noah, just turned around and walked into the flower shop. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he ran into Scott. The man said he'd been waiting for him and that they needed to talk. That caught Isaac off guard. He wanted to drop off the groceries and let Finn know what was going on, but the detective said it wouldn't take long, and then called him by his real name. Isaac wasn't even surprised. A little while later, they sat down at a nearby food stall. Scott ordered a couple of drinks and said that with all the stress from the investigation, he just wanted a drink. He asked if Isaac minded staying a bit longer. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd eaten street food like this. Isaac said he didn't want to stay too long since Finn was waiting for him at home. The detective cut him off and said Isaac had lied during the interrogation when he claimed they'd never met before. And he wasn't even surprised when the detective called him by his real name. Did he really think Scott would never figure it out? Isaac smiled faintly and said that honestly, he thought the man would recognize him a lot sooner. He was actually surprised it took him this long. The detective sighed and said the case was years ago. And back then, he wasn't even part of the investigation. He wasn't a detective yet. Then he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Isaac. But Isaac said he quit after he started dating Finn. He was trying to be a better man for her. Scott said that was admirable, but he should stop seeing the girl altogether. He believed their meeting wasn't a coincidence and that Isaac wasn't being completely honest about his feelings for Finn. Scott said that was admirable, but he should stop seeing the girl altogether. He believed their meeting wasn't a coincidence and that Isaac wasn't being completely honest about his feelings for Finn. The detective sighed tiredly and said no sane man would want to build a relationship with a girl who, one way or another, was tied to the death of his mother. But Finn didn't remember any of it, and that had saved her life. He told Isaac he had no idea what that girl had been through. Despite all the therapy sessions after the death of the auntie who had adopted her, Finn still hurt herself. He had found her just in time. All she'd said back then was that it was all her fault, that she was cursed. Finn blamed herself for everything and refused to eat or leave her room. She wouldn't let anyone into her life again, terrified of losing them too. It took her a long time to find the strength to move forward. All Scott wanted was to protect her peace. He'd done everything to keep those memories from coming back. But now, he admitted he was grateful Isaac hadn't told her the truth about his mother. Still, what was his motive? Those memories could break her, and if she stayed close to Isaac, Finn would eventually remember everything. If he truly cared about her, he'd keep his distance. Isaac listened carefully and then replied that hiding the truth wasn't protecting her. It was just delaying the inevitable heartbreak. Didn't Scott think she'd noticed the betrayal when she realized the person she trusted most had lied to her? Finn's memories were the least of their problems now. The person Scott was hunting was Noah. And Noah had his sights set on Finn. The detective gave him a skeptical look. He sounded just like Finn, But Isaac cut him off and said there was no way Scott hadn't at least considered Noah. All the victims looked like Finn, and they all lived in the same city as she did. Isaac was sure Finn's memories could help them catch the killer. She knew Noah better than anyone. Scott was surprised. The two of them really did think alike. But was he actually suggesting they use Finn to solve this case? Isaac started ticking off his fingers, listing the similarities between Finn's father's murder and his mother's. Noah had killed them both, using his own signature modus operandi. The detective countered that Isaac himself was suspicious, too close to both the victims and the suspect. Maybe he should be on the list of suspects too. Isaac replied that his work records and location data would confirm his alibi. It was up to Scott what to do with the information he'd shared. But Isaac was determined to stay by Finn's side when her memories returned. He looked the man straight in the eyes and said, "Let me protect Finn." If he was right, Noah was either leaving messages for Finn or using the murders to trigger her memories. The restraining order meant he couldn't approach her, but he knew about her obsession with investigations. He could be leaving clues on purpose. Isaac believed that Finn and Noah still had a strange bond, and once she remembered everything, she'd find a way to seek him out, because Noah would make sure she came to him. Whatever he had planned, it wouldn't end well for Finn. And since Scott was the lead detective, he couldn't guard her 24/7. Isaac promised him he'd watch over Finn while Scott made the city safe again. And the detective understood. The guy had a point. He said he'd think about it. Isaac also told him that he and Finn had decided to move in together. If Scott still didn't trust him, he could tell her not to do it. But Isaac liked her and wasn't planning to give up that easily. A little later, the detective walked down the street, replaying their conversation in his head, piecing together everything he'd learned like a puzzle. He really did have a lot to think about. When he got back to the precinct, he saw his colleague Jay and asked if she was just heading home. She laughed and said there'd been a ton of work. Then teasing, she asked how his talk with Finn's boyfriend went. Scott leaned tiredly against the door and said those two were planning to move in together. They sat on the bench outside, and the woman said that even though things were moving pretty fast, it might actually make Finn safer. Scott said he didn't mind, but he was worried. Finn had changed a lot lately. He wondered if she might be rushing things, maybe even falling under the guy's influence. Jay looked at him and said Finn was a grown woman, and in love for the first time seriously. People change when that happens. She thought Scott just wasn't used to seeing her this way. Then she asked if his recent request to dig up information on Isaac was connected to this. Had he really found something so important that it required a personal conversation with the guy? The detective admitted he had indeed uncovered something and revealed that Isaac was Noah's half-brother. The woman was shocked. Was it the same Noah who killed Finn's father? She thought it was such a small world and how incredible it was that they had met again after so many years and fallen in love. But Scott assured her their meeting hadn't been a coincidence. He was certain Isaac had deliberately sought Finn out, and the rest had simply fallen into place. Jay grew tense and asked if, in that case, Isaac shouldn't hate Finn. After all, she had testified in court against his half-brother. Scott fell silent for a moment, then replied that wasn't the case. That night, there had been 2 victims. It had been pouring rain, and a drenched, disoriented boy had burst into the police station. That boy was Isaac. He was the one who reported that his mother was dead and that Noah and Finn had planned to run away. The police caught up to the runaways at the train station and took them into custody. They tried to interrogate the 2 separately, but both mostly stayed silent, only saying they wanted to run away together and refusing to cooperate. But in the end, for some reason, Finn changed her mind and told the truth. That's how they found out Noah had killed her father first, and then his stepmother. Scott explained that if it hadn't been for Finn, Isaac's mother's killer might have gone unpunished. At first, no one believed Isaac's story. The police refused to accept that teenagers could be capable of such cruelty and wanted to close the case as a botched robbery with a stabbing. Jay felt chills run down her spine. It was terrifying to imagine what those kids had gone through at such a young age. Isaac's heart must have been shattered after his half-brother's betrayal. Then she suddenly suggested that maybe Isaac had known what Finn had done for him and had admired and searched for her ever since. It sounded so romantic, like a drama plot. She said there simply couldn't be any other reason. In her view, Isaac just wanted to protect Finn now. But Scott still had his doubts. He admitted it would be nice if that were the truth. The detective wasn't sure if Finn remembered it, but before giving her testimony, she'd told him something. He'd told her she didn't have to testify against her friend, but the girl had replied that she had to. She said she had to prevent another monster from being born. Back then, Scott hadn't understood what she meant, but now he thought she'd been talking about Isaac. After years as a detective and seeing countless cases, he realized that victims of violence or injustice, if they received proper support, often found the strength to move forward. But in most cases he'd worked on, the criminals had also once been victims of injustice and neglect. In this vicious cycle, there were two paths: remain the scapegoat or become like those who hurt you. That's what made Scott wonder. Had Finn really managed to save Isaac that night? Meanwhile, Isaac returned home and quietly closed the door behind him. A wild grin spread across his face. He wondered if that arrogant bastard had finally found the guts to show his face. He started laughing hysterically. Did Noah really think Isaac wouldn't recognize him? What kind of reaction was he expecting? Isaac couldn't be wrong. He would never forget that bastard's face. He was sure Noah had deliberately orchestrated their encounter. Maybe Noah was getting nervous because Isaac had gotten too close to his precious little princess and was trying to scare him. Isaac couldn't believe Noah was stupid enough to settle right under Finn's nose. If he'd wanted to get to her, he would have found a way long ago. Noah was far too precise and cautious to ruin his perfect setup like that. Isaac was convinced the guy had planned everything carefully to quietly get close to the girl and walk away unscathed. Isaac realized he'd gotten too carried away and rushed things. Finn's memory hadn't returned yet, and he needed to make sure Detective Scott didn't suspect a thing. He wasn't about to let himself become the scapegoat again, so he had to pretend to play by the detective's rules. When he entered the room, Finn immediately rushed to him, hugging him tightly and anxiously asking why he'd been gone for so long. He hugged her back and apologized, saying he'd run into an acquaintance on the way home. He asked what she'd been doing while waiting for him. Finn kept holding him like she was afraid he might disappear, saying she had just showered and waited. Isaac caught the scent of her shower gel and said she smelled really good. She buried her face against his chest and admitted she'd been worried he might not come back, afraid something had happened to him. He apologized again for scaring her and asked why she hadn't gone out to look for him. Finn looked at him with wide, innocent eyes and said that he'd told her not to leave the house no matter what happened, and she'd obeyed because he'd promised to come back. Isaac laughed and pulled her closer, saying he had indeed promised her that. He was pleased she'd listened to him and said that from now on, everything he did would be to make sure they were never apart. He expected her to believe him no matter what he said. Then he asked if she would swear to always choose him, no matter the situation. Finn pressed her face to his chest and said she would. Finn dreamed a memory of when she and Noah sat in the forest under the shade of trees. The girl confessed she liked him so much she wanted to spend her whole life with him. But Noah smirked and told her she was terrible at lying and didn't know when to give up. The girl had thought that if Noah believed she was attached to him, he'd grant her request. But it turned out she was a terrible liar. The boy asked why she hadn't just finished what she'd planned to do by the river that day. Finn replied that such a meaningless death didn't suit her. No one would even notice she was gone. She wanted people to talk about her, maybe write an article or show her on the news. She wanted some kind of proof she had existed. Noah replied that the flowers around them were far more alive than she was, and that he'd get more pleasure from picking them. In his view, the girl didn't understand the value of life, while he was drawn to people's fear of death. Noah had his own philosophy of life and death. He saw art in the unbridled emotions of people fighting for their lives. The girl desperately wanted to become part of that, and slowly began to see him as a godlike figure. His worldview seeped into her. His fears and dreams became part of her inner world. Noah's philosophy became her only reality. The purpose of her existence became making Noah happy, and for him, happiness meant only one thing. He ordered the girl to live and become free, to find meaning, to feel deeply, to cherish things and people. And then he promised her he would come to her one day, to destroy it all in the most exquisite and perfect way. After her father's fate was sealed, the girl began to wonder where the line between Noah's thoughts and her own really was. Noah had told her to make decisions that would shape her future. But which of her choices were truly hers and which were dictated by his will? That was the moment they got caught at the train station. But even then, the girl already knew they'd meet again. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Turned out she'd fallen asleep on Isaac's lap. He smiled and said his girl had finally woken up. He explained that he'd just talked to a police officer and needed to stop by the station to pick up a copy of the report. Then he said she'd been tossing and turning in her sleep, asked if she'd had a nightmare. Finn answered that it was just something from the past, connected to Noah. Isaac gently wrapped his arms around her and told her she had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't let that guy get anywhere near her. Then he stood up and said he'd head to the station right now and she should stay home and rest. As he got dressed, he said he'd make it quick and asked her not to go out alone, to call him right away if anything or anyone seemed suspicious. The girl agreed and said she'd be waiting for him to come back. But as she watched him leave, she couldn't shake the feeling that the Isaac she was looking at wasn't the real one. The more time she spent with him, the more her memories came flooding back. All because Isaac tried so hard to be like Noah. His behavior gave her a strange sense of déjà vu, that captivating tenderness, the same smile and laughter, the same gestures and cruelty. Finn remembered every little detail. He even got the same haircut, though he kept his blue hair. He switched from glasses to contacts, and in truth, he wasn't left-handed. Isaac was ambidextrous. He could use both hands, but his right hand was clearly used for regular heavy work. He'd trained his left hand just to resemble Noah more. Finn thought, if Isaac could copy Noah this well, then he must have known him pretty closely. And that habit of leaving drinks unfinished? There's a thing called identification with the aggressor, when a victim unconsciously mimics the habits and traits of their abuser to cope with trauma. Isaac had been Noah's victim too, just like her. But what did he want from her? She was sure he was hiding something. Finn was certain Isaac had known her for a long time. He hadn't been surprised at all when he heard about her father's death. Clearly, he'd gotten close to her because of her connection to Noah. Maybe he was after revenge? She already had a lot to worry about, and now Isaac was one more thing on that list. But either way, she owed him. Thanks to him, she'd finally understood. Noah had never cared about her. He only wanted her to start living and loving life so he could take it all away and enjoy the show. But she'd brought it on herself. It had been her wish once upon a time. But even though Isaac was imitating Noah, he wasn't the same. He wasn't a heartless monster. There were real emotions in his eyes. She saw traces of humanity and doubt in them, something Noah never had. No matter how hard Isaac tried, he could never become Noah. Psychopaths aren't made. They're born. With Isaac, she felt things she'd never experienced with anyone else. And that was exactly what Noah had wanted. All she had to do now was be patient and keep pretending. She didn't care what Isaac wanted from her. All she needed was for him to stay close until Noah showed up again, and all those meaningless crimes stopped. She looked out the window and thought about how it had already been 2 months since the last crime, and there hadn't been any new ones. She decided she needed to visit Scott. Finn broke her promise to Isaac and stepped outside, but she decided to text him about it, asking him to meet her somewhere as soon as possible. She walked into a new noodle shop and ordered 1 ramen to go, but when she noticed the tulips at the counter, a chill ran down her spine. Suddenly, a low voice spoke behind her. Tulips in that shade are pretty rare. She froze in terror. A stranger was standing behind her, but his aura, she'd recognize it out of hundreds of thousands. Her body stiffened and her heart started pounding wildly. The stranger stood close and asked if she knew flowers had a special meaning. Meanwhile, Detective Scott was staring at a flower stand, wondering how they could have wasted so much time when the flower shop had been right next to the subway station all along. A shop employee came out and asked if he needed help picking a bouquet for his wife or girlfriend. Scott smirked and replied that he was single. Then he flashed his badge and said he was there to ask a few questions. He asked if the guy was the owner of the flower shop. The confused employee quickly said he was just a hired worker, and a recent one at that. The shop, he explained, tended to move around a lot. The detective asked if he happened to know the shop's previous address or had access to security footage from the past couple of months. The seller looked nervous and embarrassed. He said he didn't have that kind of information and suggested that Scott wait for the owner, who should be back soon. The young man suddenly asked if his boss had done something illegal. He started rambling that he didn't know anything, but he found it strange that Scott wasn't the first one to come asking about him. He went on to say he recognized one of the visitors. Once, when their shop was set up near an amusement park, his boss gave him a strange task: to give a free bouquet of tulips to a girl with brown hair, wearing a white dress and holding a teddy bear. The seller did as told, but the girl wasn't alone. She was with the same guy who had later come back asking questions about his boss. The employee said the whole thing had felt weird and he had to make up a ridiculous excuse so the guy wouldn't think he was shamelessly hitting on his girlfriend. That caught Scott's attention. He asked if the man who'd come by had blue hair. The seller eagerly nodded. Yes, that was him. Blue eyes, really tall. The detective frowned. That had to be Isaac. He clearly knew something. Finn stood frozen in fear, hearing the blood pounding in her ears as the stranger kept talking. The man explained that giving someone tulips of that shade was a simple way of expressing what you truly felt for them. Finn's hands trembled. There was no doubt. It was Noah. But why was her heart racing so wildly? Why was the fear so overwhelming? Her mouth went dry, and her tongue felt stuck to the roof of her mouth. She tried desperately to calm herself down. Suddenly, Isaac's face flashed through her mind, his smile before leaving. That memory gave her strength. She forced her expression into something neutral and asked the stranger what he thought those tulips meant in the language of flowers. The man smiled and said that tulips usually symbolized perfect and deep love, but their color could change the meaning, sometimes giving them a completely different, even historical significance. Finn smiled faintly and said that was a pretty clever marketing trick. Then she asked if she could learn more. The man smiled again and said that, as a florist, he was flattered, and that his flower shop was just around the corner. He'd be happy to see her there anytime. Finn deliberately extended her right hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Florist." The man chuckled oddly and said his name was Dale, and that he was left-handed. Without hesitation, Finn switched hands and offered her left one. They shook hands. There was no doubt left. It was him. The cashier appeared just then, handing Finn her order. Finn tried to make her way home, but her legs were shaking. Every step felt like eternity. Eventually, she collapsed to her knees in the middle of the street, barely holding back from throwing up. Her heart thundered in her ears, and breathing became almost impossible. She had recognized Noah at a single glance, the same eyes, and he had even made sure to mention that he was left-handed. Her memories were blurry, but one detail convinced her completely: the scars on his palms. That night, he had stabbed with such fury that the handle broke, and his hands had slipped along the blade. He'd given her a different name, probably to be bold enough to approach her in public despite the restraining order. And this whole flower thing? It was no coincidence. But what was happening to her now? She had wanted to see him, so why was she feeling a kind of terror she'd never felt before? The anxiety made her chest ache. She didn't even notice Isaac until he was suddenly in front of her, crouching down anxiously and asking what she was doing there and if she was okay. Finn looked at him, thinking that it was thoughts of Isaac that had helped her calm down earlier. The idea of seeing him again had made her feel safe. Finally, she said she'd just twisted her ankle. He helped her up, scolding her for leaving the house knowing how dangerous it was. He asked where she was heading and offered to walk her there. Finn said she was on her way to Scott's place. Hearing that, Isaac frowned and said with a hint of jealousy that the detective wasn't a kid. Did she really need to care about him that much? Besides, he was probably at work. How was she even planning to get into his apartment? Finn put her hands on her hips and smiled, saying that wasn't a problem. She had the door code. Watching her, Isaac couldn't help but think she had a personal reason for visiting the detective's place. Once inside Scott's apartment, Isaac was surprised by how messy it was. Finn immediately started tidying up and doing laundry, saying she sometimes helped out that way since Scott was always so busy. When she asked Isaac to wash the dishes, he pouted and said he never thought he'd end up cleaning another guy's apartment, especially one his girlfriend used to have a crush on. Finn told him not to be so dramatic and said he was just standing there doing nothing anyway. Then she walked toward the detective's room and Isaac asked where she was going. "Do you just walk into other people's rooms that easily? Especially men's?" he said. Finn laughed and replied that she just wanted to tidy up a bit, then added that she trusted he'd try his best. When the door closed behind her, all Isaac could think about was how much it irritated him to see his girlfriend fussing over Scott like that. He was sure Finn was actually going through his stuff, spying on him. Finally, he decided to just get it over with and started picking up the scattered pieces of paper. The case really seemed to be wearing the detective down. On one of the scraps, Isaac noticed something odd. It mentioned recent crimes. He spotted an interesting detail. The news had said the victim died from a single stab wound, but Scott's notes described another victim, one with multiple stab wounds. Was it a different case altogether? Then he remembered Scott's words, that Isaac himself fit the suspect's description. Damn it, could there really be two killers? Or was one just a copycat? Clutching the paper, Isaac started to think. Could Noah have had an accomplice? That would explain so much. The confidence, the misdirection, the way he always stayed one step ahead. Maybe Noah was using someone as a scapegoat. Scott had probably already figured it out, but even if Noah got caught, Isaac would still be under suspicion, just for knowing too much. He smirked bitterly at how stupid he'd been to set himself up in Scott's eyes by confessing everything. It looked like the game had gone too far. Maybe he should end it now before Noah got to Finn. Finn was sitting on the floor in Scott's room, trying to process what she had just learned. She could vaguely hear Isaac knocking on the door, trying to reach her. Finally, she came out of the room and said they needed to leave before Scott came back. She didn't want to run into him. Isaac could tell something was wrong with her, but he just agreed quietly. Meanwhile, the detective finally caught the flower shop owner returning and asked if the young man was really the owner. In front of him stood a guy putting on work gloves who said yes. His name was Dale. He asked how he could help. Scott decided not to waste time and asked if Dale had heard about the series of murders in the city. The guy smiled and said he'd heard something about it, but honestly, he didn't really follow the news. The detective showed him a picture on his phone and asked him to look at the flower basket with a unique keychain. Had the purchase been made at his shop, and if so, by whom? Dale looked at the photo and said he'd made that basket himself. The idea to add those charms was his. Competition among florists was tough, so he had to stand out somehow. Then Scott asked if he recognized the girl in the photo. Maybe there was a receipt for that flower order? The thing was, the girl was the latest victim of a serial killer, and he wanted to check the shop's sales records. Dale smiled and said he'd help however he could, but in this case, there were no records. He'd personally delivered those flowers to the girl. Finn and Isaac returned home in complete silence, and the guy finally asked if she was okay. She said she was just tired and wanted to be alone for a bit. Isaac nodded and said he'd see her tomorrow, telling her to get some rest. When the door to her room closed, he tensed up, awkwardly wondering if she was mad at him for something. Or maybe she just didn't feel well because of her period. Girls were so complicated. Meanwhile, Finn sat on her bed, resting her head on her knees, replaying her phone conversation with Scott from earlier that day. Out of nowhere, the man had reminded her of that cold case. The one where, despite his warnings, she kept digging and investigating. Thanks to her sharp eye back then, they'd found a clue that helped solve it. Even though Scott had forbidden her from coming to his office or questioning other officers, she stayed curious, even visiting his house to go through hidden case files. Finn told him she'd just been angry because he spent so much time on certain cases and not enough with her. Why did he suddenly bring that up? The detective chuckled and said she had the kind of nature where if she wanted to know something, there was no way to hide it. That's exactly why he never changed the lock code on his door, and never minded when she came to his place. Then he added that maybe, one day, she'd hate him for it. Standing in his room now, in front of the computer, Finn finally realized why he had done all this. On the monitor was Scott's email inbox. One message contained a file about a background check on Isaac Inoue. Finn finally remembered that terrible rainy night. Police rushing around the station while she sat quietly on a bench. She heard a familiar name. An officer approached a boy sitting at the other end of the bench, Isaac Inoue, and said his aunt would be coming to pick him up soon. She had often wondered what happens to those left behind when someone they love is gone forever. When her father died, she didn't shed a single tear. But Isaac had cried bitterly for his mother, the same woman Noah called insane and cruel. It was then, looking at him, that Finn finally realized Noah was a complete bastard. She turned to the boy and told him he had to be strong, that things would get better someday. Now, sitting at Scott's computer, she was watching court footage from the trial of Isaac's mother's murder. She herself had testified against Noah once she realized he had lied to her. Because of that, she had mixed up Isaac's image with Noah's in her memories. He acted like a hurt son, just like she did, wandering through the woods earning the trust of people like her, never once mentioning that he had a half-brother. Finn kept watching the court video, reading the transcript. The lawyers were trying to find out if Noah's stepmother had beaten him or not, asking the girl countless questions she answered in confusion, stumbling over her words. Isaac sat in the audience beside his aunt, hoping justice would be served. But because of Finn's confused testimony, Noah received a lighter sentence. Now she sat there, completely lost, pulling her knees up, wondering what Isaac must feel when he looks at her. How could she live knowing she was the reason for his pain? He must be furious with her. And even if she apologized now, would he ever forgive her? She didn't even know how to look him in the eyes anymore. Feeling thirsty, she went to the living room and, to her surprise, found that Isaac hadn't gone home. He had fallen asleep on the couch. On the coffee table, Finn found a packet of painkillers and pads. That both surprised and touched her. Clearly, he had misunderstood her mood earlier. She covered Isaac with a blanket and sat down next to him. She realized she'd been lying to herself. She hadn't stayed near him just to regain her memories. It was because she felt better when he was around, and that was rare for her. The last time she'd felt that way was with Noah. Isaac reminded her so much of him. Deep down, maybe she wanted Isaac to become the version of Noah who would actually care for her. What a selfish dream. She stood up and was about to go back to her room when she suddenly felt Isaac grab her hand and pull her toward him. The next moment, she was lying on top of him. She wasn't sure anymore if Isaac truly had feelings for her, but she wanted at least some part of this to be real. His arms wrapped tightly around her, but Finn could only think that she needed to tell him she'd remembered everything. Maybe that's what he'd been waiting for all along. She wanted to understand what they really meant to each other, so she looked up at him and said she had something to tell him. But Isaac kissed the top of her head and pressed her closer to his chest. He said it'd be better if they just stayed quiet and enjoyed the silence together. Finn lay in his arms, listening to the steady beat of his heart, savoring the moment, realizing it might be the last time. Back to the flower shop. When Scott heard that Dale had personally sent the bouquet, he was surprised and asked if Dale had been a fan of the girl. But the young man quickly waved his hands, explaining it was just compensation. His former assistant had messed up the girl's order, and she was furious. She even came to the shop to complain. Even though they refunded her money, she'd threatened to leave a bad review online. That's when Dale came up with a way to make things right. Handing the phone back to the detective, Dale said he'd simply asked his assistant to deliver a basket of flowers to her, and was shocked to hear she'd been killed. Scott asked if he'd fired that assistant, and Dale replied that it hadn't been a big deal. The guy made mistakes often, and lately some tools had started disappearing from the shop. He offered to give Scott the assistant's information if it could help the case. The detective thanked him and said he had one last question. Why tulips? Dale replied that they were special. He grew them himself by hand. With this new information, the detective returned to the station. His assistant pointed out that if the flower shop owner truly grew tulips himself, he must have a greenhouse, since tulips only bloom during a certain season and require specific conditions. Jay reported that she had checked the background of the former employee, Cole Fisher. He had a criminal record for harassment and assault. As for the real owner, Dale Morandi was a 58-year-old florist and shop owner, meaning the Dale Scott had interviewed was an imposter. Detective Scott thoughtfully said that if they could uncover this man's real identity, they might connect him to the case. But on the other hand, Cole Fisher remained the main suspect. He knew the victim's address, had a record for similar crimes, and had a clear motive. People like him could easily act out of passion. The female assistant argued that if there were two killers, then the first two murders might not have been committed by Cole. Unlike the third, those scenes were clean, precise, and lacked a clear motive. Scott replied that they still didn't have enough solid evidence to convince their superiors, so for now, Cole remained the prime suspect in all three cases. They needed more clues and proof, and until then, all information had to stay strictly within their team. The younger assistant said optimistically that at least things were starting to connect. The lead with the flower shop was useful and progress was being made. But Scott suspected that the so-called Dale, pretending to be the shop owner, was being too helpful, and that ever since he appeared, the case had been moving along almost too smoothly. They needed to stay alert. If Dale was indeed the second killer, then he was methodically setting up his partner. They had to find the murder weapon as soon as possible. Finn was at work. Now she had a new schedule. She and Isaac would both work day shifts and could walk home together. All thanks to their manager. Finn thanked her for being so thoughtful. The woman smiled and said it wasn't a problem. She didn't want to lose another good employee after Eva left. Finn thought about how Eva had really quit, just like she said she would. But she never said goodbye. Whatever she couldn't bring herself to tell Finn probably had something to do with Isaac's past. At the end of the day, Finn's coworker came over and asked if she was really going to just sit there and wait for Isaac. If he had something urgent to do, he should have seen you home first, she teased. But Finn replied that it was something important and that Isaac had asked her to wait. Then the coworker smiled and said they could take the train home together and chat. It had been forever since they'd talked properly. Finn thought for a moment, then smiled and agreed. At least this way, she wouldn't be alone. The two girls walked toward the subway, chatting cheerfully about how nice it was to work daytime shifts and enjoy the sunshine after work. On the way, her friend asked Finn to stop by a noodle shop with her to grab some takeout. Afterward, Finn said her house was only a few blocks away, so there was no need to walk her all the way home. She asked if her friend lived far. The girl finally admitted she just wanted to talk a little longer. Her boyfriend was already on his way to pick her up. She confessed that she used to think Finn was arrogant, Cold, distant, with strange interests. But now she understood why their manager valued her so much. What Finn did for Eva was incredible, she said. Not everyone would have helped in such a situation, and she was glad to finally get to know Finn better. She added that Isaac had clearly been a good influence. Ever since they started dating, Finn had become more open and approachable. She said she was happy for them both, and that Isaac truly cared for her. A bit later, Finn stood at the door to the apartment, but no one seemed to be home. Her phone kept ringing, but she didn't answer. When she asked the landlady if the Evans family still lived there, the woman said yes. But the mother had been in the hospital for a while, and her son only came by to pick up things after work. The landlady asked Finn to remind them they still owed 3 months of rent, and told her which hospital to find them at. When Finn arrived at the hospital, the nurse told her which room the woman was in and warned that visiting hours were almost over. As Finn approached the door, she stopped. She heard shouting from inside. A man's voice said he had just received a money transfer and felt awkward asking for more. But the woman on the hospital bed screamed back that Isaac owed her for life. She'd spent her time and money on him, even let him take her husband's last name, and now that ungrateful brat couldn't even come visit. Finn froze, shocked. She heard the man arguing, accusing his mother of being the one who threw Isaac out years ago. But the woman refused to back down, calling her son ungrateful and disgusting. She said it made her sick that they even had to beg Isaac for help, and that she wished he'd died instead of her sister. The world would have been better off, she spat. Her son sighed heavily and told her to stop fixating on it. Even if Isaac didn't visit, he still sent money regularly and hadn't forgotten about them. As he got up to leave, he opened the door and came face to face with Finn. Confused, he asked if she needed help. But the moment the woman saw Finn, she screamed, shouting that this girl was a murderer and demanding to know what she was doing there. "She and that monster are children of the devil," the woman screamed. "They destroyed our lives." Finn stood frozen in horror. How much pain had their actions caused everyone around them? Meanwhile, Isaac kept calling her over and over, growing more worried each time she didn't pick up. Then Scott appeared, his tone sharp. "Ready for interrogation?" he said. He chuckled afterward, saying it was a joke. But Isaac didn't look amused. "I didn't believe you anyway," he said. "And I'm here for something else." They were near the flower shop watching Dale, the man they believed to be Noah. Scott told Isaac he knew he'd been conducting his own investigation. It was hard to say whether this man was really Noah, but Scott believed Isaac could never forget the face of his mother's killer. Isaac smirked bitterly. "You talk about that so casually." "Yeah, he looks just like him, even if he's using a different name." The detective apologized, saying he was right. The man was pretending to be someone else. Now they were officially investigating a case of identity fraud, with Dale as the main suspect. Isaac scoffed. "So now you believe me and want to confirm he's really Noah?" "Does that mean I'm part of the investigation now?" Scott smiled. "You're not the only one who knew Noah well. This way, we can make sure Finn stays safe, and I can keep an eye on you too." Isaac replied that it was clever of him, but asked what made Scott think he'd agree. That's when the detective suggested a deal. Later, Finn sat in the hospital waiting room, holding back tears, wondering how she could live knowing she'd hurt so many more people than she ever realized. Suddenly, Isaac appeared beside her. Sitting down, he said tiredly that his cousin told him she was here. "It all went wrong," he said quietly. "Everything went wrong." Through a small crack in the door, young Isaac had once seen everything. How Noah had handed the rope to Finn. As the girl leaned over to tie her hands, he was at his therapist's office. The young woman kept asking him over and over if there was something he wanted to share with her, something he'd been holding back. Getting into trouble all the time would only lead him down a bad road. She hoped that eventually he'd open up to her, but for now their session was over. The woman was certain therapy would help him. His classmates kept bullying and mocking him. They didn't like having to study in the same class with him. They were convinced Isaac would end up just like his brother, that because of their crazy mother, both of them were destined to become killers, and it was only a matter of time before Isaac committed a crime too. Isaac was ready to endure anything, the insults, the punches. But when it came to his mother, he couldn't hold back. His fist slammed into the boy's jaw with all his strength. The classmates started yelling from all sides for someone to stop him, but there was already a wild smile on his face. When he was younger, older boys, and even some his own age, would beat him up constantly, calling him weak. But one day, someone stood up for him, and his bullies ran away in tears. Noah had protected him and finally asked if Isaac planned to keep being weak and just cry all the time. The boy was heartbroken, but the pain wasn't from his wounds. Those boys had said his mother would never recover, and Isaac couldn't believe it. Then, Boza knelt beside him, smiled, and told him not to listen to anyone, that they'd heal her together. One evening, they were having dinner. Isaac's mother was a deeply religious woman, and after prayer, she continued to preach. When Isaac took a sip from his cup, he suddenly started choking and coughing violently. A panicked Noah asked if he was okay. But the woman, as if hypnotized, calmly said that the drink would cleanse Isaac, that he had to finish it to be purified. Noah hit him on the back, shouting that Isaac was choking, but the woman replied that they just needed to wait for the cleansing to finish. Finally, a small cross flew out of his mouth, the very one he choked on. From that day on, he developed a habit of never finishing his drinks. When he moved in with his aunt, she constantly scolded him, forcing him to do all the housework and reminding him he was living off her charity. One night, as he walked down the street, he got a call. Noah had been released early for good behavior. Isaac knew that was complete nonsense. Noah had fooled everyone. He barely even served his time. Some justice, that was. And his girlfriend was living a normal life, as if nothing had ever happened. That's how rotten the system was. Lost in thought, Isaac didn't even notice the man walking toward him until their shoulders bumped. Angry, Isaac glared at him and said he should apologize if he hurt someone. The guy looked surprised and said it was an accident, and if something that small threw him off, he wouldn't survive in this world. But Isaac could only think about how those two killed a man and got away with it. Yet he's the one they call a monster. He snapped, punching the man hard, accepting the weight of his fate. He would have to live with this burden. Now, sitting in the waiting area, legs crossed, he muttered to himself. 6 years. What is that? Just a slap on the wrist. 2 people died that night, but no one ever mentioned Finn's father, even though that could have made Noah's sentence harsher. He thought Finn could have said something, but chose not to turn in the man she believed saved her from her tyrant father. But why didn't she just run away? There was no need to kill him. She always knew how dangerous Noah was. She could have stopped him. And maybe he could have too. Listening to him, Finn realized Isaac lived with the guilt of not saving his mother, and that pain never left him. She wanted to say something to ease his burden, but couldn't find the words. Reading her silence, Isaac asked if she really had nothing to say. With a bitter smirk, he answered himself, "Of course you don't." Then he said it was late. He'd drive her home. Once there, he started to leave, telling her not to wander around and to take care of herself. Then added coldly that he didn't care anyway and she could do whatever she wanted. Finn looked at him with an empty stare, guilt consuming her. Finally, she whispered that she remembered it was her who tied the rope, and Isaac had seen it all. Her bag fell from her hands as she trembled, saying he saw her tying the rope. And even though the woman was still alive, Noah told them they had to finish it. Isaac turned toward her and said it took her an eternity to remember that. He'd waited years for this moment, sometimes even thought she hadn't forgotten at all. He started to say more, but then rubbed his shoulder tiredly and told her to rest. They'd talk about it tomorrow. But tears streamed down her face. She asked if he was there to get revenge, if he found her just to hurt her for what she'd done. Isaac froze. "Are you seriously crying right now?" he asked, telling her to calm down. A heavy sigh escaped his chest as he covered his face with his hand. He didn't want to deal with this now. But Finn only cried harder, begging for forgiveness, saying she was sorry she remembered only now, that she never wanted to hurt his mother. Isaac clenched his jaw. Anger coursed through his veins. He repeated that they'd talk tomorrow, and told her to stop crying. But Finn wouldn't stop. Her sobs grew louder as she sniffled and kept saying she should have stopped Noah. He finally snapped, yelling at her to just shut up. But she kept crying uncontrollably, apologizing again and again, saying how sorry she was. Isaac froze in disbelief, fists trembling. He couldn't believe how real her tears were. Why couldn't she stop? She couldn't do this to him. He couldn't take it anymore. The next second, he grabbed her chin with one hand, pulled her close with the other, and kissed her, silencing her tears. He lifted her into his arms. She instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist as they stumbled through the room, knocking over furniture. Sitting her down on the edge, he kept kissing her. Both were lost in their emotions, unable to pull away. Later, Isaac sat on her balcony, exhaling cigarette smoke. Finn lay curled up on the living room couch, wrapped in a sheet. When she called his name, he came back inside and said he thought she was asleep, that he'd planned to carry her to bed later. Then he asked if the smell of smoke had gotten into the house. The girl realized he'd stepped out for a smoke and asked if he hated her. The guy let out a bitter chuckle and asked if she'd leave him if it were true. But to his surprise, she said no. She'd already heard him enough as it was. Isaac gently touched her chin and began talking about how he hated people who tried to teach others how to live when they'd had a perfect life themselves. How someone who never got their hands dirty, who never knew real pain, would judge him the moment he slipped up. They blamed him for not crawling out of a pit they'd never even looked into. Noah and Finn went on with their lives while he was stuck, as if serving a life sentence. Was that fair? Isaac stood towering over her, softly caressing her chin as he spoke out loud, wondering how he could even the score. He needed some kind of purpose to keep living. Maybe kill them both? He asked if she'd beg him for mercy. That would be interesting to see. Then Finn took his hand, placed it on her throat, looked him straight in the eyes, and said she believed everything happening was the consequence of their own actions, not some grand plan. And if she was destined to die, she'd be at peace if it was by his hand. Isaac froze and asked if she'd really chosen the easy way out. Didn't she want to face the consequences of what she'd done? But the girl said this way: he could keep living his life. He had to move on, be happy and let go of the past, because none of it was his fault. The guy pulled his hand away, leaned over her, and confessed that his whole life had been driven by hate, by his desire to find her and Noah. What would he do once they were gone? He rested his head on her shoulder and quietly started to cry, saying he had nothing left, that he needed her just to stay alive in this world. For a while, they just lay there in silence, holding each other. Isaac's head rested on her chest when she softly asked what he wanted from her. He pressed closer and whispered that they should get rid of Noah, together. He looked up at her and started rambling. He said they could run away somewhere far after it was all over. They'd carry this sin together. It would be their price for being together. Finn cupped his face in her hands, met his eyes, and agreed to everything. He hugged her while kneeling, and she held him tightly in return, thinking that he just had to hold on a little longer. Soon she'd make everything right. A few days later, Isaac sat in a car with Scott, watching Cole Fisher's house. During their last meeting, Scott had offered him a deal. Isaac would join the investigation, and if Dale really turned out to be Noah, he'd become a key player in catching him. It all sounded tempting, but what would Isaac get in return? The detective said he knew Isaac didn't trust law enforcement, but promised he'd be the first to hear about any updates. He'd get every piece of information about Noah. Scott swore he'd make sure Noah rotted in prison and never hurt anyone again. The detective doubted Isaac's true feelings for Finn and was sure he was up to something. He asked him to hold off on whatever he was planning, for his own good and for Finn's. He truly didn't want Isaac to end up like his brother. Now Isaac sat thinking about everything, trying to make sense of what was going on in Noah's and Finn's minds. Then he asked, since when are cops allowed to stalk people? Scott replied that it's called surveillance, and that he might hate to hear it, but they'd be doing it for a whole week. Isaac said he didn't have that kind of time. He needed to be with Finn. But Scott reassured him that she was being watched while he wasn't around. Tired of just sitting there doing nothing, Isaac started fidgeting and asked why they were even there. Does Dale live here? Then he noticed a familiar guy and asked what the guy from the noodle shop was doing there. He remembered him because they always bought takeout from him. Looking closer, he asked if that guy could be the second killer. Scott was surprised that Isaac guessed there might be 2 murderers. The detective explained he'd been watching him for 3 days. The guy was incredibly consistent. Same routine, same time, every day. He was a former inmate and a suspect with a solid motive. Even his schedule matched the times of the murders. But most importantly, he used to work as a delivery man for Dale, and the last victim was one of their clients. So Isaac thought, how would he cover up a murder if he were Noah? The guy answered, I'd frame someone. Scott praised his sharp thinking and went on, saying Noah was extremely clever. He covered his tracks well. He staged Isaac's mother's death as a robbery and tricked Finn into lying to the police for him. Isaac smirked and asked if Scott really believed Noah just manipulated her. Why didn't he think Finn was a willing accomplice? Silence filled the car for a moment, then Scott asked if he believed that. When the guy didn't answer, Scott said he became a detective because of Finn. And that night, he'd always felt it was his fault. Little Finn used to hang around the station all the time. Everything about her said something was wrong at home. But after her house was checked, everyone decided there was no abuse and forgot about her. Still, he knew something wasn't right. He should have talked to her. But he never did. Years later, he was assigned to that same district, and when he saw her again, it was already too late. Isaac listened and said his story sounded like he really was guilty. Scott chuckled, saying at least they agreed on something. He went on saying the detectives, to hide their own incompetence, convinced Finn to stay silent about her father's murder. They were scared it would come out that they'd ignored complaints from the village, so they pressured her to testify against Noah, and in exchange, promised not to charge her as an accomplice. But in the end, the girl agreed, for a completely different reason. Isaac snorted, sharply saying that it was her testimony that got Noah a lighter sentence. And if their theory was right, it let him take more innocent lives. The detective tried to defend her, saying she did it with good intentions. She told the truth based on what she knew. She couldn't control what her words led to in court. He asked Isaac not to forget that she'd been just a child. The guy snapped back angrily, saying they'd all been kids, but no normal kid becomes an accomplice to murder. He asked what Scott was trying to prove with this talk. His eyes went glassy. He started talking about how his mother had finally begun to recover, to get back to normal life, and then they took her away from him. After her husband's death, she was just trying to cope with the loss. She wasn't even mentally ill. He had just gotten her back, and then she was taken from him right before his eyes. "So, what exactly do you think I'm supposed to feel?" he asked bitterly. Scott looked at him carefully and said that was enough for today. He'd take him home. A few blocks before the house, Isaac asked to get out and walk. Before he left, Scott told him that the person who dug into his past was actually his friend, and asked him not to be mad at the guy. His friend had vouched for him with everything he had, and so did Eva. Both told Scott that Isaac might be troubled, but deep down, he was a good person. Eva said that even though he had a bad reputation, he only ever fought bullies, the kind of guys everyone else was too scared to stand up to. She said she regretted blackmailing him. His friend sent Scott a file on Isaac's record, but also called to say that, even though the detective would find plenty of bad things there, it wasn't as bad as it looked. The guy admitted that once, Isaac had saved his life, and that's exactly why he helped him find Finn. He knew Isaac's intentions were pure. The detective confessed that Isaac's record was full of interesting details. He'd been in reform schools and was often detained for minor offenses. For example, there was an incident where Isaac beat up a guy who yelled at an old woman he called his grandmother. He got angry because the guy was being rude to his elderly mother. That showed Isaac had his own inner code, a kind of vigilante justice. Isaac asked what he was getting at, and Scott replied that he shouldn't waste his life chasing revenge on Noah. If he did, Noah would win, and Isaac would become just like him. He believed Isaac could still move on, as long as he left the past behind. Isaac said he still didn't understand what the detective was trying to achieve. If he blamed himself for his mother's death, then he was wasting his time. Scott smirked and said he didn't really know why he was doing this either. But Finn chose Isaac back then, and she's choosing him again now. And Scott trusted her ability to see through people more than his own. Isaac stood in front of his apartment door, thinking about Scott's words before going inside. When he walked in, he saw Finn cooking at the stove in a cute apron. She lit up, smiling, saying he was finally home. As he looked at her, Scott's words echoed in his mind. "Your role isn't to destroy, Isaac. Your role is to protect the ones you love. Don't forget that." The guy smiled faintly and said, "Yeah, I'm finally home." Sometime later, Isaac told Finn that Scott had pulled him into the investigation. She asked if they already had a suspect. They were packing their things into boxes for the move when Isaac froze mid-motion, asking if Scott hadn't told her anything. Finn replied that they hadn't talked yet, but asked if they suspected the florist. Isaac looked surprised and asked if she'd met Dale already. Finn told him about what happened at the noodle shop, and Isaac sternly asked why she hadn't bothered to tell him. It could have been dangerous. She said they were in public, so it probably wasn't risky, and then added that she believed Dale was Noah. The fact that Scott involved Isaac in the case only confirmed her suspicions. She sighed and said that maybe they were right, and Noah had come back for her. Isaac sat down beside her, calming her, saying there were similarities and Scott was checking into them. Finn said their cooperation in the investigation could work in their favor. If it really was Noah, she and Isaac had to reach him first. Isaac replied that proving someone was pretending to be another person didn't mean proving they were guilty of murder. So far, the cops had nothing connecting Noah to the victims. Then he burst into hysterical laughter, realizing how casually they were discussing committing a crime. Looks like that bastard Noah really messed with our heads, he said. What surprised him most was how inspired Finn sounded, full of conviction, no hesitation. Was that how her conversations with Noah used to sound? Did she feel nostalgic? Finn looked at him carefully, then admitted that maybe they were, and that she wished she could tell him, but she didn't remember anything. She didn't even remember how it all started. What if she was the one who came up with the idea? Isaac reassured her, saying she shouldn't dwell on that. She truly wanted to make things right, and that meant fully committing to their plan. Finn kept staring at him, listening closely. She couldn't shake the feeling that Isaac was losing his mind more and more each day. He looked obsessed, talking about how she had to be absolutely sure about what they were doing, or their plan would fall apart. Finn worried that if she let him go through with this, if he really did it to Noah, he'd end up just like him, and that was the last thing she wanted. Suddenly, Isaac asked her what Noah meant to her. Tears welled in her eyes, and after a pause, she said softly, "He was my hero." The next day, Finn was driven to work by one of Scott's officers, Marco. Her coworkers were surprised and asked how long she'd have bodyguards. Finn smiled and said, "Until Scott says otherwise." Even though that meant they couldn't hang out after work, her friend was excited. "You're like a drama heroine now," she laughed. But another girl asked if Finn was really okay. Now that Isaac had quit and another guy was watching over her, would she be safe? Finn smiled sincerely and said she was fine. They were just being extra cautious. Her friend sighed, saying it was too bad they couldn't go out for noodles again. That place had such a huge menu, she kept going back to try everything. But when Finn told her not to go there alone, the girl looked surprised and asked why. "Did you have a bad experience there?" Finn hesitated, then said quietly, "No, but I think the chef there might be a psychopath." Her friends burst out laughing, saying some things never change. As the workday ended, Marco was getting anxious waiting for Finn. When he saw her manager, he introduced himself and asked what time Finn finished. The manager looked puzzled and said she left not long ago. Shocked, Marco panicked, yelling that she ditched him and that Detective Scott was going to kill him for losing her. Meanwhile, Finn stood at a flower shop counter, thoughtfully looking at the bouquets. Dale appeared in front of her and asked if she liked something. "I remember you," he said. "You're the girl from the noodle shop. Finn, right?" Watching from a car nearby, Isaac observed the scene closely. At first, their conversation seemed casual, polite. Finn shifted nervously from foot to foot as the florist talked. But then he placed a hand on her shoulder, standing way too close, talking animatedly, like they were old friends. Isaac felt jealousy boiling inside him as he watched, remembering their conversation from the night before. She'd said Noah was her hero, but who was he to her? Finn blushed slightly but said confidently, "You're the one I want to protect." Seeing Isaac's jealous, tense expression, Scott teased him, telling him to relax. Finn didn't go there to cheat on him. Isaac snapped back, "Just shut up." Earlier that day, Marco had called Scott, panicking, saying Finn ditched him. He kept apologizing, saying he had no idea where she went, but Scott calmed him down, saying he knew exactly where to find her. The detective still couldn't believe how twisted Isaac's plan was. It was like something straight out of a soap opera. Isaac smirked and said Scott hadn't even heard the half of it, like how they'd planned Noah's murder together. He'd even convinced Finn to take all the blame if they got caught. "It's crazy," Isaac said with a cold laugh. "People like her are just too easy to manipulate." Scott warned the guy to watch his words. He was already barely holding himself back from strangling him for dragging the girl into this hell again. Maybe Finn was right. Maybe he was a psycho. Isaac crossed his arms and replied that, yes, he was a monster. But even so, he couldn't stand seeing her as a victim. Not again, not even if that's what she really was. He hated her so blindly, yet every time he remembered what they'd been through, he couldn't stop thinking that she might be reliving that night again. When Eva called him, panicked and begging for help because Finn had been taken by her crazy boyfriend, something inside his chest snapped. Isaac ran to Eva's house, not even noticing the pain in his legs or how exhausted he was. The only thought in his mind, save Finn. Eva kept apologizing for getting Finn involved in all this. She didn't know what Finn had gone through with her father, but now, because of her, the girl was reliving her nightmares again and Eva wanted to help her. The girl cried and begged Isaac to save Finn. He'd always hated people who only saw him as a villain without ever trying to understand why. They never looked beyond what they wanted to see. But then he saw Finn crying, begging him to stop because she was afraid they'd take him away from her. Then came their late-night talk, when she confessed that what really haunted her was not her own pain, but that others suffered because of her. That, to her, was worse than death. And that's when Isaac became terrified. Terrified that he might become one of those people. Finn had such a simple dream, to make him happy. He was the one this fragile, kind girl wanted to protect. She often had nightmares, crying even in her sleep, haunted by guilt she couldn't escape. And he hated seeing tears in her eyes. All he wanted was to free her from that suffocating past. Finally, he told Scott that whatever he thought, if he believed Isaac acted out of good intentions, he was wrong. That part of him had died long ago. Everything that happened, every choice he made, was just fallout from Noah destroying his life. Now he did whatever he wanted without even pretending to care. Maybe he disappointed him, but deep down, he still believed he was a good person. The detective listened carefully and said Isaac shouldn't jump to conclusions, because it seemed Finn was ready to see this through to the end. That meant Isaac had already won. Isaac admitted that maybe Finn hated Noah, but there was still some strange bond between them. Something even she didn't realize. After all, that bastard did save her from her tyrant father. Even though she tried to act strong, sometimes her actions showed otherwise. She couldn't always handle her emotions, and it was hard to predict how she'd react when she finally saw Noah face to face, or what her real plan was. But Isaac was sure of one thing. She'd act to protect those she loved, even if, in truth, she was the one who needed saving. Isaac reminded Scott of their deal. He would take Finn far away, and they'd start a new life somewhere else. But Scott had to make sure Noah went to prison for good. Once it was over and she was safe, Isaac would disappear and never bother anyone again. The detective asked, "What changed your mind? Is this the moment you finally forgive her? Finally do the right thing?" Isaac smirked and said life isn't some cheap telenovela. That night would always be a part of them. No forgiveness could ever erase it. And he wasn't sure they'd ever get past it. No matter how hard they tried or pretended, they could never live like normal people. Maybe even Finn knew that. But he still wanted her to try, to prove him wrong. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Scott smiled back lightly and wished them luck with the move. Meanwhile, Finn stood in Dale's flower shop, saying she came to learn about the meanings of flowers, and maybe pick up some floristry skills. The guy enthusiastically explained that flowers had their own language. For example, white lilies symbolize purity and innocence, while daffodils represent rebirth, joy, and new beginnings. And red roses, he added, are the classic symbol of love and passion. Finn looked genuinely interested. She said she loved it when people talked about things that mattered to them. The guy suddenly asked what sparked her interest, or if she'd just made up an excuse to come see him. She smiled and said it reminded her of someone who used to have the same fascination. Then asked, "By the way, where are all the tulips?" He replied that most of them weren't ready to be harvested yet, and Finn asked if that meant he had a greenhouse. The man gave her a long look and said he had a greenhouse, and that it was really beautiful. Then he offered to show it to her sometime. Finn immediately thought that was so Noah. Alongside his obsession with death, he'd always had this strange love for flowers. Noah loved talking about what he cared about, and when she showed interest, he looked genuinely happy. Suddenly, Dale asked what kind of flowers her boyfriend usually gave her. Finn froze. "How do you even know I have one?" she asked. The guy shrugged. "Just a hunch. But if I'm wrong, I'd be shocked someone like you is single." Finn asked if he always flirted with customers, and he replied, "Well, you didn't come here to buy anything either, did you?" Finally, Dale apologized if he came off rude and admitted he just wanted to know if she was seeing someone. Finn evasively replied that she didn't like talking about personal stuff. He smiled and asked, "Then what do you like to talk about?" To his surprise, Finn answered without hesitation. She liked darker things. She loved discussing crime and murder. The guy listened closely as she talked. She liked digging into motives. What pushes someone to commit a crime? Was there ever real emotion behind it? Or maybe the reason didn't matter at all. Realizing she might have said too much, Finn apologized, saying that last time she thought he'd understand her. It's not every day you meet someone who thinks deeply, not just superficially. Maybe that's why she came. Suddenly, Dale leaned closer, towering over her, and said softly, "That sounds perfect." His gaze turned strangely intense, almost manic. "You get it, Finn," he said. "That feeling, how something pulls you in, consumes you completely." It's not about the act itself, but what it means. Excited, he started talking passionately, saying she wasn't crazy or weird, just more honest than anyone else dared to be. He began gesturing wildly, saying he'd been haunted by the same questions. They came back again and again, until he had to start searching for answers himself. He stood with his back to her, not seeing Finn's eyes widen in pure terror, because his voice, his movements, everything, were just like Noah's. Meanwhile, the guy kept talking about what he'd seen when he finally found the answer. He saw everything he'd ever wanted, everything he couldn't tear his eyes away from. Finally, he turned to her with a smirk and said that people like them could see the world for what it really was. He told Finn she was special, that they were the same. But Finn stood there, her fists clenched tight, trying to convince herself that they were not the same. She fought to keep Noah out of her head again, telling herself he was just talking nonsense, testing her. At last, Dale smiled and said he might have gotten carried away. He was only joking, really. He just liked the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about what she loved, and wanted to see how much brighter they'd get from his words. He apologized for overstepping and assured her he wasn't a killer. He knew how hard it was to find someone who truly understood you, someone you shared that kind of connection with. He said there had been someone like that in his life once, and without that person's support, he might not be who he was today. Finn wondered if he was hinting that she could have stopped him back then. Dale then said his offer still stood. He'd love to show her his greenhouse anytime she wanted. Finn decided to play along, replying that it sounded like an intriguing date. She'd love to see the tulips he'd been growing. She finally decided it was time to go, and Dale walked her to the door. But just as they reached the exit, the guy froze, staring at a customer. "Don't tell me my cat's been bothering you again." In front of them stood Isaac, holding the cat in his arms. "Just returning your pet," he said calmly, and picking up my girlfriend. A little later, they were walking home in silence. Finn was still in shock that Isaac had shown up in front of Noah so casually. When the florist heard Isaac's words, he gave Finn a strange look and said, "Small world." Then he mentioned that he and Finn had gotten carried away talking about flowers and apologized for keeping his girlfriend so long. Isaac smiled, gently petting the cat. "Yeah, I know," he said. "Finn can talk your ear off. No worries." He handed the cat back to its owner and added that it was a shame the animal already had a home. Otherwise, he'd have kept it himself. Then he reached for Finn's hand and said, "Let's go home." As they walked, Finn finally spoke. She said Noah was clearly holding back, that he was planning something. He'd fully embraced his fake identity even when they were alone. But now she was absolutely sure Dale was Noah. He was just playing with them like toys. To her surprise, Isaac suddenly started talking about their move, how they should buy all new furniture and leave everything old behind. "It's another way to start fresh," he said, even suggesting she take a few days off work so they could move by the weekend. Finn, alarmed, asked why the rush. Did he have a new plan? They were supposed to finish what they'd started, but suddenly Isaac changed tone, almost as if he remembered something trivial, and told her to forget their revenge plan. "Let the police handle it," he said. She couldn't understand what made him change his mind so suddenly. He'd been the one insisting the police didn't have enough evidence to connect Noah to the case, but Isaac said she needed to trust Scott. He'd take care of it, and Isaac would help him. "Besides," he added, "what if this is part of Noah's plan? To lure us out and play his little games again? The best way to beat him is to stay far away," he said firmly. "Keep your distance, Finn." She didn't understand and started crying. Why was he changing his mind so drastically? Why were they even running away? Why was he holding on to her instead of trying to live a normal life? Isaac confused her so much her head was spinning. "If you hate us so much," she sobbed, "then why not just forget about us and live like everyone else?" Isaac waited for her to finish, then said softly, "That's exactly why I want to run away with you. To start over, just you and me." Finn screamed, begging him to finally listen to her, to understand that as long as she stayed with him, his pain would never go away. Every day he looked at her, he'd be reminded of what happened. Isaac's eyes turned cold and sharp. "Of course I hate you the most," he said bitterly. "You were part of my mother's murder. Do you think this is easy for me?" Clenching his fist in rage, he admitted he'd barely stopped himself from strangling Noah right there in that flower shop. He stood right in front of me, pretending not to know me. The nerve of that bastard. "The only thing stopping me," he continued, "is knowing that if I kill him, I'll become just like him." That's exactly what Noah's always wanted, since we were kids. He wanted me to destroy everything I loved, to erase every emotion, to become a heartless monster just like him. Turning to Finn, Isaac reminded her that she once said she wanted to protect him. Well, now's the time, he said. You have to protect me from myself. He was on the verge of breaking down, and he needed her to hold him together. Finn was the only thing keeping him from completely falling apart. He knew it was all too tangled, too reckless, but he couldn't help it. He understood he had no right to ask that of her, but he was torn apart by 1,000 emotions he couldn't control. Finally, Isaac let out a small laugh. You know, Finn, thanks to you, I'm feeling something new. My whole life, I've been driven by hate. But with you, I want more. We could do so much together. He went on, saying they could travel, see all the places she dreamed of, or just stay home, cook together, binge-watch shows. Maybe even start a family. Finn couldn't believe she'd ever get the chance to live a life like that. But she wrapped her arms around Isaac tightly, comforting him. He exhaled with relief and asked, So, we're moving this weekend? Tears welled up in Finn's eyes, and she couldn't find the words. She just hugged him tighter and nodded. Isaac's breathing slowed. He hugged her back. The next day, Detective Scott got a call from his assistant. She'd confirmed that Dale was, in fact, Noah Inoue. He'd legally changed his first name but kept his last, allowed under the law since he'd been a juvenile offender. The bad news was that Noah really had known the real Dale, the flower shop owner. They were close, almost like father and son, and the man let him run the business under his name. The good news? They could detain Noah for 2 months without a warrant for violating Finn's restraining order. The girl asked if that meant Scott would arrest Noah immediately. A week had passed since Isaac and Finn had moved into their new apartment. They'd bought a new bed. So cozy it was hard to get out of it in the mornings. But it wasn't just the bed. For the first time in a long time, Finn felt truly at peace there. The apartment was big and bright, like it was made for building a future. She could almost imagine them sitting around a dinner table with kids running through the hallway. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw Isaac, as usual, cooking up another one of his masterpieces. She watched him with soft eyes, realizing that the one thing that truly calmed her, that brought peace back into her life, was him. Meanwhile, she asked when he was planning to meet with Scott, and the guy replied that it would be a bit later. He told Finn she could stay in bed longer. Since she was on a temporary break from work, she might as well relax for a bit. The girl suddenly blushed and admitted that she felt too lonely when Isaac wasn't home. And lately, he'd been gone quite often. He gave her a sly look and said he still had some time left, asking what she wanted to do. Moving closer, he said there weren't that many options considering the time limit. Finn laughed and suggested they could clean the apartment. Isaac wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close with a teasing smile, telling her to stop pretending to be such an innocent little lamb. He lifted her up onto the kitchen counter, smirking. She tried to remind him he might be late, then mentioned that the whole surveillance idea seemed dangerous to her. His face was just inches from hers when he whispered that it would be worth it, and promised they'd only watch from a distance. Isaac gently stroked her cheek, and she asked him to be careful, to come back to her safe and unharmed. Still caressing her face, he whispered that for him, the most important thing was coming home to find Finn there waiting, so she had to promise she'd wait. The girl leaned in, closing the distance between them, and said that more than anything, she wanted him to stay with her for the whole day. Isaac smiled and replied that it was his greatest wish too. Then their lips met in a long, lingering kiss. Finn could feel the warmth of his body, and even though they'd already been close before, his touch felt softer each time. Emotion overwhelmed them, and the girl wished she could stop time, just to stay in that moment a little longer. In another apartment, filled with trash and mess, a disheveled man stood staring into a sink piled high with dirty dishes. He decided to clean another time. Finally, he left the apartment and went about his daily routine. He walked as usual, completely unaware that a man was standing by a parked car across the street watching him. It was Isaac's friend and Scott's assistant. Wearing headphones, he reported, "The target's left the area." "Isaac, you're clear to go in." Isaac, standing nearby in a black hoodie with the hood pulled low, replied quietly, "Got it." He entered the apartment through the balcony, keeping in touch with Scott, and confirmed their suspicions. "Just like we thought. This guy doesn't even lock his doors." The detective reminded him to wear gloves and not to touch anything unnecessary. Illegally obtained evidence wouldn't hold up in court. Isaac joked that the place was such a disaster he could probably steal the microwave and the guy wouldn't notice. He reminded Scott that this whole idea was his in the first place, so he knew exactly what he was doing. A while back, Isaac had gone to Scott's office and said he'd been thinking a lot about why Noah had broken the restraining order so openly. He finally realized that was his plan all along. The detective agreed. He knew Noah would only get a couple of weeks for the violation, enough time for his accomplice to commit another crime or two, leaving them with no solid evidence to tie Noah to anything. That's when Isaac said they couldn't arrest Noah yet. They needed to find proof against Cole and take them both down together. He suggested searching Cole's apartment for evidence. Scott thought about it and agreed. If they found something solid, they could arrest him and then pressure him into confessing his connection to Noah. Isaac smirked and said, "Then it looks like we're going on a little field trip to Cole's place." Scott's assistant frowned. Did he just suggest breaking into a suspect's apartment illegally? She thought this was crossing a serious line. Isaac calmly explained that usually there were 2 or 3 months between the murders, and that window had already passed, meaning the killer could strike again any day now. And since he wasn't following his old pattern, the next victim could be someone close to them. That's when Jay realized Scott was taking this case too personally. Because of Finn. He'd already convinced himself that Noah was the ringleader and was rushing the investigation, even though they still didn't have any real proof. Just a theory. The detective sighed heavily and said that if they did everything right, they could prevent another murder. It wasn't just about Finn. He wanted to make the city safer for all women. His assistant still wasn't convinced. She warned that if the higher-ups found out Scott was personally connected to someone involved, and that he'd let Isaac, an acquaintance of the suspect, take part, he'd be removed from the case. Isaac stepped in, saying that if they were right and he found something, they could finally close the case. And if not, Scott would just change his approach. He wasn't afraid of being caught. He had nothing left to lose. The assistant sighed and said she wouldn't report her partner to the bosses, but if he got caught, she wouldn't cover for him either. She asked when they planned to start, and Scott smiled with relief, saying they'd been watching Cole long enough to know his schedule. They could begin whenever Isaac was ready. Isaac replied that he was ready anytime, but they could use one more person to help. Someone they trusted completely. Scott thought for a moment, then nodded. "I think I know just the guy." And that's how Scott's friend ended up on the operation, trembling with excitement, barely believing that his career might finally take off thanks to a successful case. The detective sat in his office, staying connected to the team, reminding them to stay calm. They were undercover. He also repeated to Isaac, "Don't move anything. Our goal is to find one solid piece of evidence." Isaac dug through the piles of junk, grumbling that the apartment looked and smelled like a dump. He stood up and said he'd check the closets. Maybe he'd get lucky and find the murder weapon. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A computer with dozens of open browser tabs, all on adult websites. It seemed typical for a guy like that, but Scott perked up and asked, "What are the main tags?" Isaac replied, "Mostly domination, over women." Then they discovered that the guy also spent time on crime forums, and one post included photos of victims taken at the crime scenes. Isaac sent the link to Scott and told him to take a look. It was the same forum where the first leak had appeared. Scott's assistant noticed that the photos were taken at night, while the official police photos were from daytime. And in these, the victims' wounds looked fresh, as if they'd still been alive. Scott also noticed that the photos were Polaroid shots that had been scanned. It was possible someone had handed the suspect the originals, meaning the photos might still be hidden somewhere in the apartment. Isaac started searching for them. Jay read the forum comments in disgust. She couldn't believe how many twisted people were cheering for what the killer had done. Finally, Isaac shouted that he'd found a stash of photos. The sick freak didn't even bother hiding them, must have been admiring them in his free time. He added that if they could trace the IP address linked to those posts, they could get a search warrant and seize the photos legally. Right at that moment, another assistant, Marco, called to report that for the first time, Noah had broken his daily routine and didn't show up at the flower shop. The man worried that maybe he was planning to find a new victim, but the girl thought that was unlikely, so she told him to go to the noodle shop and keep an eye on Cole. Then she turned to Scott and said she thought it was time to arrest him. His behavior was becoming unpredictable. The detective immediately ordered Isaac to return to Finn and stay with her to keep her safe. Today, they'd arrest both suspects. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face from the tension. The next moment, the car was speeding through the city, and Isaac called Finn, asking if she was okay. He started talking fast, telling her not to go anywhere. He was already on his way home. Finn frowned, surprised, and asked if he was okay. Isaac was clearly anxious and asked her to just do what he said. Finn agreed and told him she'd be waiting for him. Yes, she lied to him without blinking an eye. But she had decided to deal with Noah herself, no matter what it cost her. She'd protect Isaac. She had barely finished the call when Noah, appeared in front of her, smiling. He said he was surprised she came and asked if her boyfriend wouldn't be mad about it. The day before, Finn had dreamed, or rather remembered, the first time she saw Noah in that forest. She ran after him, asking if he wanted to be friends. She didn't even know how old she was back then. Maybe 10, maybe 11. But she really wanted to be his friend. Noah didn't want to get close and told her to go bother kids her own age. Finn pouted and said she didn't have any friends. He could be her first. Her stubbornness surprised him, and he asked if she wasn't afraid of him. The girl didn't understand why she should be. If he meant the rabbit hunting, she was just curious what they tasted like. But Noah said he'd never tried them. Then suddenly, he smiled and suggested they try to catch a wild chicken and cook it. To him, the girl looked like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Finn looked at him with wide, admiring eyes and confessed that her father hadn't left her any food again. She'd gladly eat whatever the boy offered. The next instant, she opened her eyes, realizing she was in her and Isaac's apartment. It had only been a dream. She closed her eyes again, tears rolling down her cheeks. Things couldn't go on like this. Later, she sat on this couch asking Isaac about the details of the plan he and Scott had made to catch Noah and his accomplice. After hearing it, she replied with some hesitation that it might work. Isaac asked if she doubted their success. Finn said she doubted that Noah would crack under pressure without solid evidence. What if everything was going exactly according to his plan? Isaac replied that unlike Noah, his accomplice Cole might break. He admitted that, like Finn, he thought the whole thing sounded too easy. But maybe Noah wasn't as clever as they thought. Then he added that what mattered most was her safety. Scott agreed. Their top priority was keeping Noah away from her. Hearing that, Finn thought deeply. If Scott focused too much on protecting her, it might ruin the entire operation. Then she asked how they were so sure Cole was Noah's accomplice. Isaac sat beside her, sighing tiredly, and explained that he'd have to play spy, break into Cole's apartment to find evidence. In his opinion, the guy was sloppy. That's why he kept getting caught. Someone was clearly covering for him, helping him avoid real trouble. But Isaac was sure Cole was the kind who kept trophies or even missing weapons at home. Finn listened intently, absorbing every word. She asked when it was all supposed to happen. Isaac glanced at her sideways and replied that they'd start tomorrow. The next day, Marco was keeping an eye on Cole, reporting to Scott that he was acting normal. Cole hadn't left the noodle shop, probably because there were a lot of customers. The detective told him to keep watching and that Jay would arrive soon to arrest him. He told his assistant that Isaac had gathered enough evidence and they'd traced Cole's IP address to his house. They were just waiting for the warrant. The assistant smiled proudly and told the detective it looked like they'd finally cracked the case. But suddenly, Marco, still on the line, said Scott should hurry. It looked like the noodle shop was closing early today. Cole had just flipped the sign on the door to closed. The detective ordered him to keep watching and not to act yet. He told Jay to head there immediately to make the arrest. The apartment was filled with silence, broken only by the constant vibration of a phone. Isaac heard it ringing, but didn't answer. All he could think about was that Finn had chosen Noah again. Every time he thought they were finally getting out of this chaos, she dragged them right back in. In his hand, he held the letter Finn had left, saying goodbye, and confessing that after seeing Noah, she'd finally felt something she hadn't felt in years. He burst into hysterical laughter. He'd wanted so badly to be wrong, but it looked like he'd been right all along. Unbelievable that he ever thought it could have been different. The next moment, his expression turned cold. He'd tried, but maybe this was always inevitable. His hand reached for the small folding knife on the nightstand. He put on a hoodie, slipped the knife into his pocket, and left the apartment, determined to finish what he had started. Meanwhile, at the noodle shop, the woman politely asked the cook how much longer she'd have to wait for her order. The place had already closed, and she'd been waiting for over an hour. The man replied that they'd had too many customers today and asked her to wait just a little longer. Her phone rang, and she answered, saying she was still waiting for her order even though the shop was already closed. It was getting dark, and the whole situation felt suspicious to her. Cole was listening closely to her conversation, watching her with wild eyes. She had no idea he could hear everything. She mentioned that this place was giving her the creeps. She even admitted she felt scared, complaining that the cook was so creepy that if it weren't for his delicious noodles, no one would ever come here. The man stood in the dim light, clenching his fist tightly, thinking that all women were the same. No matter how pretty they were on the outside, they were all rotten inside. Finally, he came out, calling to the customer, and the girl quickly wrapped up her call, saying it looked like her order was ready. But as soon as she turned around, her eyes widened in terror. The man, his eyes filled with madness, swung something sharp at her. Meanwhile, Isaac finally called Scott back and, cutting him off, said they had a problem. Finn wasn't home. The detective rushed toward the station exit, asking how that could have happened. Where could she have gone? Then the realization hit him like a bucket of cold water. Could Finn have gone to Noah? Isaac said they needed to move fast and arrest him right now. He didn't know where Noah might be, but if he had to, he'd search the entire city to find him. Scott finally said Noah had a greenhouse not far from his house on a rented lot. He'd text Isaac the address. Isaac replied that it made sense to check there first and said he was on his way. The detective tried to calm him down, saying he understood what Isaac was thinking but trusted him to keep his head straight. He suggested they figure out why Finn did what she did later and told him not to jump to conclusions. Hanging up, Isaac dropped his head wearily, thinking it was too late to change anything. He was on edge and didn't understand what was happening anymore. His friend asked where they were going next, and Isaac gave him the address. Finn stood inside this greenhouse, surrounded by stunning tulips of every color and variety. Dale told her not to rush and to take a good look around. She simply said they were beautiful, and he seemed surprised at how little that impressed her. He'd hoped to amaze her. He slipped on his work gloves and offered to show her his favorite tulips. Finn looked at him sadly and admitted that when she spoke to Noah again, she'd felt happy, and she couldn't forgive herself for that. She wandered between the flowers while he kept talking, saying he hadn't been sure she'd come, but had really hoped she would. No one had listened to him this attentively in a long time. Finn only half listened, finally spotting what she'd been searching for. A large knife stuck in the ground. He watched her closely, remarking that she was acting strangely quiet tonight. Finn knew Isaac would probably never forgive her for this, but she'd wanted to be honest with him. That's why she'd left the letter. She raised her eyes to Noah and said she didn't want to play his sick game anymore. She asked how long he planned to keep up this circus. Meanwhile, Marco, sensing something was wrong, approached the noodle shop and started looking around. He called Jay and reported that the last customer still hadn't come out, and the place was suspiciously quiet and dark. Jay, who was already speeding toward him, gave him the green light to act and said they were almost there. As soon as Marco entered, he muttered a curse. There were bloodstains on the floor. He moved cautiously deeper into the shop and spotted a woman's purse on a table. The blood trail led to the kitchen. Inside, Marco saw Cole. He drew his gun, ordering him to raise his hands and not move. But then he saw the woman lying on the floor, blood on the guy's face, and he realized he was too late. Finn crouched down and asked Noah how long he planned to keep living like this. She warned him that everyone already knew who he really was, even the cops. Noah knelt down, smiling, and said he'd never lied. His name really was Dale now. He hadn't broken the law. Then he offered to show her his favorite flower. She scoffed and asked if he really expected them both to pretend nothing had ever happened. Noah smirked and told her to start by saying what she remembered about that night, because in court, she either didn't know or didn't remember. Finn clenched her fists nervously and said he'd taken 2 lives. Noah burst out laughing and asked, "Is that what you think happened? Is that the version the cops fed you? That I'm just some crazy psychopath?" He said it was all to cover up how everyone had turned a blind eye, how they ignored the obvious, letting things spiral out of control. Or maybe it was the lie Finn told herself, to escape the guilt. After all, she was the one who so desperately wanted to get rid of her father. Finn jumped up and screamed that he was lying, that he'd never understand. She might not remember everything, but the guilt had never left her. She clutched her throbbing head in despair. Noah gently pulled her into his arms, telling her she should have never felt guilty. Her father had deserved it. He asked why she was digging up the past anyway. He'd taken all the blame, served his sentence, forgiven her. Now they could just talk like they used to. But Finn yelled for him to stop. He'd deceived her back then, twisted everything, manipulated her. Noah finally said they'd just been kids doing stupid things, but that was all in the past. He was just a florist now. It was a coincidence he opened a shop in the same town. If he'd known she was here, he would have chosen somewhere else. And legally, he wasn't even allowed near her. He told her she looked tired and probably wasn't thinking straight. He suggested she just go home and rest. But Finn yanked the knife out of the ground and shouted at him to stop messing with her head. She knew he was behind those crimes. She was certain he'd chosen victims who looked like her to hurt her even more. Noah put on a casual expression and asked if she was serious. She wouldn't let up, saying he'd planned everything, picked a secluded place, and even wore gloves to leave no prints. Noah sighed and asked why she'd even come if that's what she thought of him. Then he slowly took off his gloves, saying it might make her feel better. He swore he'd never hurt her. He held the gloves out to her, admitting he'd hoped for a touching reunion, but was disappointed. Finn wasn't the same girl anymore. She started crying, saying it was over and nothing could be undone. She blamed him for destroying people's lives for his twisted games and pathetic beliefs. Noah looked almost eerily calm as he asked what difference it made. Why did she think someone else's life was worth more than theirs? Everyone dies eventually. Just because they hadn't hurt her didn't mean they were innocent. Everyone sins, just in different ways. Those women had also made someone's life unbearable. People destroy each other. That's just how the world works. His eyes gleamed with madness as he said not everyone had the courage to cross the line. But in death, he saw something magnificent, something beautiful. The moment you hold someone's life in your hands, you can feel like a god. Then he turned away and said he wouldn't give her the peace of knowing whether he'd committed those crimes or not. She'd have to figure it out on her own. To his surprise, the girl suddenly burst out laughing and said that this was the Noah she remembered. He was so predictable. The guy gave her a strange look and said it seemed like she'd finally lost her mind. But she calmed down and explained that she'd been doubting whether it was really him, but their last conversation convinced her it was Noah. Then she admitted that the cops had already put him on the suspect list a long time ago, and any deviation from his usual routine would lead straight to his arrest. So she agreed to meet him because the police were already on their way. She was just helping them catch him where they expected him to be. Noah replied that he had nothing to hide, and even if they showed up, they'd see for themselves he wasn't the killer. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and said that the police never released the fact that there were two suspects. So how did Noah know about it? The guy confidently answered that he wasn't going to confess to something he didn't do. But Finn started spinning the gardening knife in her hands and said Noah, as always, had planned everything so perfectly, thinking everything through ahead of time so no one would ever find evidence. Even the murder weapon, a double-edged knife, was conveniently left in plain sight. If they sent it for testing, they'd definitely find the victim's DNA on it, but no fingerprints since he always wore gloves. The only prints would belong to the person he was framing, letting him walk away clean once again. Noah stared at her and said there was another option. Maybe he was just innocent. He suggested they end the conversation. Then she told him to just imagine the headlines. Guy finally gets revenge on the girl who testified against him in court. People eat that up. Noah didn't understand where she was going with this, and the girl asked if he realized that some evidence is even stronger than a murder weapon, like a body. With those words, the girl raised her hands, aiming the gardening knife at herself. Noah lunged toward her, eyes wide in horror. She couldn't understand why he was looking at her like that, why he only showed real emotion at the very last second. He didn't make it in time. The girl's breathing became ragged as she stared at him. No more lives would be ruined because of her. Finn collapsed into his arms, losing consciousness and whispering apologies for ruining his plan. Noah started screaming frantically as so seemed, asking what she'd done. He carefully laid her on the ground, shouting that she was out of her mind. Why did she do this? She wasn't supposed to. The girl took his hand and wrapped it around the knife handle, telling him he wasn't God and he'd never control everything. He'd been living in an illusion. Now his fingerprints were on the knife, and he could still run before the cops arrived. By the time they got there, this place would be a crime scene, and he'd be the prime suspect, knife or not. Noah stared at Finn in horror. What the hell had she done, that stupid girl? She smiled weakly and said she was glad to see him again. Meanwhile, Isaac finally pulled up near Noah's house and told his friend to park somewhere nearby while he went to check the greenhouse. But the guy didn't unlock the doors and said Scott told him not to let Isaac out of his sight. He'd known him for years and could tell Isaac was up to something. They carefully crept toward the greenhouse, scanning their surroundings, but it didn't seem like anyone was inside. Isaac felt something was wrong. If they weren't here, then where could they be? If Scott had found them, he would have called by now. Then his eyes adjusted to the dim light, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Blood was everywhere. The trail led out of the greenhouse. Isaac rushed inside and found a hair ribbon, Finn's, covered in blood. While his friend was calling Scott in the background to report what they'd found, Isaac just stood there in a daze, barely aware of what was happening around him. In his mind, he saw Finn wounded, and he fell to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. This couldn't be real. Finn's alive. Despair and agony flooded through him, when suddenly his friend laid a hand on his shoulder and told him Finn was at the hospital, and Noah had turned himself in. Detective Scott was already at the hospital and told Isaac to come as soon as possible to be with Finn. Scott himself had to take Noah back to the station. Noah sat calmly on a bench in the ER, his hands cuffed. Scott didn't trust him. He was sure the guy was up to something. A little while later, Isaac stood in the ICU room, looking at Finn lying unconscious. Monitors beeped steadily around her. She was alive. Isaac sat down beside her and took her hand. He thought about how many times she could have stopped Noah, could have turned him into the cops. But she didn't. Not to the boy who once saved her from her tyrant father. In the end, she'd chosen the easy way out, leaving this world instead of facing what she'd done. He pressed her weak hand against his cheek, then kissed it. His eyes were red from crying. All he wanted was for her to live. Sometime later, Scott told Isaac that Finn's condition had stabilized, though she still hadn't woken up, and she was being transferred to a private room. Noah, meanwhile, wasn't talking. He completely refused to cooperate with the investigation, and they still hadn't found the knife used to stab Finn. It almost felt like Noah enjoyed playing with them. Isaac nervously asked if that meant it would still be easier to charge him. After all, Finn was with him during the attack, and Cole was arrested at the same time. So could they press charges against Noah? But when Scott sighed heavily before answering, Isaac looked at him in disbelief. Cole had managed to commit another crime before his arrest, and he'd confessed to all of the previous murders. He took the entire blame on himself. For now, Noah was still in custody, but until they figured out what the hell was between the two of them, Scott couldn't say how long they'd be able to keep him locked up. Isaac clenched his hands together and closed his eyes. He reminded Scott that they had a deal. Scott promised to put Noah away for good. If Noah slipped through again, Isaac would handle it himself. Noah sat in the interrogation room, muttering nonstop about flowers and nothing else. Every now and then, he'd ask how Finn was doing. Jay believed he was trying to act like he wasn't the one who hurt Finn. Detective Scott couldn't make sense of it either. If Noah wanted to hurt Finn, why take her to the hospital? It didn't add up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A colleague said the chief wanted to see Scott. When Scott entered the chief's office, the man asked why they hadn't held a press conference yet. After all, they'd caught the suspect. Scott explained that they hadn't gone public yet because they believed there were two suspects, and they had both in custody. One of the victims had been taken to the hospital the night before. The chief noticeably stiffened and asked if he was seriously suggesting that Noah was the second killer. Was there any connection between the attack on Finn and the other victims? When the detective answered that not yet, but they needed time to connect the cases, the chief sharply ordered them to release Noah from custody. Scott froze in shock. The chief said Noah saved Finn's life by bringing her to the hospital and deserved gratitude for that. Besides, Cole had confessed to all the murders. The only thing they could charge Noah with was violating a restraining order, not murder without evidence. Scott tried to object. Was the chief really going to just let Noah walk away? This couldn't be a coincidence. They finally had a chance to close this case for good. The man reminded him that in that case, Finn herself should have faced charges too, since her fingerprints were found on the knife, and she and Noah had even planned to dispose of her father's body. And it was only thanks to the higher-ups that Scott's precious girl avoided charges and punishment. They decided to keep those details out of court, and now Scott dared to accuse them of mishandling the case. He advised Scott to make sure Finn regularly attended therapy sessions, because both she and Noah were unstable. Finally, the chief told him he was too emotionally invested in this case to think clearly. He announced that Scott was officially being removed from the investigation. Meanwhile, Isaac sat by Finn's bedside, quietly watching over her as she lay unconscious. Not long before that, Scott had visited and asked Isaac what he planned to do next. Isaac answered that, as promised, he'd keep his distance from her, because when he was around, he saw how desperately she tried to erase herself from his life. Now he gently brushed her hair back from her face. He felt at peace knowing she was alive. He was sure she'd be safe and whispered for her not to even think about dying. Then he kissed her forehead and quietly left. A little later, Finn slowly came to and tried to open her eyes, struggling to understand where she was. The last thing she remembered was Noah's face hovering over hers. He had shouted at her not to dare die, because he'd given her a reason to live, and only he could decide when that ended. He'd promised to give her a powerful reason to want to live. He threatened to take away everyone she loved, her family, friends, even acquaintances. So she had to live, just to try to stop him. According to Noah, she'd chosen this path herself, so now she had to see it through to the end. Finally, the fog in her mind lifted and she realized she'd woken up in a hospital. Sitting up on the bed, she noticed the empty chair. The first person she thought of was Isaac. Was he okay? Breathing heavily and clutching her wounded abdomen, she staggered out of the room. She needed to get to a phone and tell Scott everything. Noah couldn't be allowed to walk free. Approaching the nurse's station, the staff saw her and said she wasn't supposed to get up without help. But Finn insisted she just needed to make a call. She promised it wouldn't take long, but it was urgent. At that moment, she heard breaking news from a TV mounted in the hallway. Police announced they'd caught serial killer Cole Fisher, who had confessed to all the crimes. The city could finally sleep peacefully. Then Finn saw a photo of her coworker flash on the screen. The news anchor reported she had been the killer's final victim, found at the scene of the crime. The police chief appeared next, saying they had enough evidence to convict the suspect and finally close this horrific case. The city could breathe freely again. Finn stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at the screen. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. All she could think about was that the real monster had managed to escape justice. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this story and what manhwa you'd like to see next. See you in the next installment.